Hi, I'm going to start the restoration of the Focus ST170 now. This is the car. We basically need to do on this one the usual thing. We need to put a clutch in there, so that's going to be done. It's running and driving fine, but it does need a clutch. And also we've got to do the usual inlet manifold runner control, this one down here. And the cam advance is a bit messed up, so we're going to have to sort that out. That's not really a big deal. I'll just quickly show you around the car. We've got the half leather interior in here, which I would like to change for a Recaro one, and the door cards as well. This one has climate control. It's on 129,000 miles, running absolutely fine, apart from the issues that I just pointed out. The bodywork is okay, but let me just show you where the main bulk of the work is. It's actually underneath the car, because they do suffer a bit from rust. Now most of these parts I can switch out, so I can change these parts. But where you want to look on any Focus this age is actually under here. There's a little gap at the back. They do rust. I have sealed this about a year ago just to help it through the winter, but I'm going to be taking all that off, checking it properly, stripping it back and resealing it. So I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but I'm going to be chipping away at it for the next few months probably. Yeah, all of this needs to come off. This could be changed as a whole unit, and yeah, we should have a nice car at the end. Right, so it's jacked up in the air. We're just going to take the bumper off, so we're just going to undo these screws here. I've already taken them out. And then we've got another few screws at the bottom, and then I'm going to take off the wheel arch liner so I can get to the other two screws either side there. So it's jacked up. Whenever I do anything like this, I always put the wheels under the car, because if the jack stands fail, you've got space to survive. And I've just put the jack stands there onto the chassis. I'll have to work around that when I reseal it, but that can be adjusted, but they're out of the way. Got the board underneath. When I initially jacked it up, I just went onto the rail here, and there we go. So we're set up now to start taking it to pieces. So I'll just do a close-up of all the components here, really, just to show you the condition, and also for my own reference when I put it back together. So here we go. This is there's a lot of surface rust on the components. It has actually got almost a year of MOT on it. This car, it is I say it did pass, but it's not to how I would like to drive the car. So obviously all this is very rusty. I'm going to change those fuel lines as well. And we have here, I think this is for, I'm not sure what that's for actually. I think that's either brakes or stability or something. Let's get down this end here. Yeah, so there we go. That's what we are dealing with here. We'll do the fuel tank strap as well, because the fuel tank is coming out. It has just had new calipers and discs on it for the last MOT, but I will also be doing the rubber lines on here and change the brake lines over to copper brake lines, because the last person that did the brake lines, they didn't route them properly, and it's loose. It shouldn't be like that. It should be properly tacked on where the manufacturer wanted them to go, so we'll get that sorted as well. Got the wheel arch liner off there, and that now gives us access to the fiddly bolts behind here to take the bumper off, so the bumper will come off after that's out. I was aware of this hole on the inside. This is basically gone right through, so I can see that actually from inside the boot. So yeah, that's going to be welded, so I'm going to clean that up, cut a piece out there and weld over that, both sides. Not done much welding before, but we're going to learn together on that one and see what happens there. That's the bumper off. You can see the support bars there, and the sort of energy bar, I suppose it is. That can all be cleaned up. Also, I'm going to be changing these things here, or sealing them if I can't get hold of new ones. they need to be sealed around there. You obviously need to leave that open for when you put the flap in there, so when you slam the doors the windows don't pop out, but they leak around the top, and what happens is the water gets into the boots and sort of pulls up in there, and then it can run into the car and cause rust various different places, so they'll be changed as well. Got one on each side. Alright, so that's what I'm going to be chipping away at for the next couple of months probably. Just as and when, I'll do like a longer update next time once I've done a bit more. I'm going to get a few more impact socket sets and just crack on with taking this off. I mean, this is all loose now, but basically I'm just sort of not really going in any particular order, just going to take it all off, have a look underneath, underseal it, change all the bits that I can, put it all back together and see what happens. So yeah, I'll do a longer one soon. Right, so just cracking on with taking these bolts off. Got one of these is stuck at the bottom. This one here, the rubber has stuck to the bolt inside. So what I'm going to do is basically just leave it on and take it all off as a whole assembly. So I'm going to take this hub off as one unit. So I have disconnected the brake line. So I've tucked the brake line up here. I'm going to change this, but I don't want to get any dirt into it. Fortunately, the car has a nice big hole that I can hook it in there. It's very kind of it. I've taken off the handbrake cable there, so that's tucked behind there. Yeah, the ABS sensor, that's been disconnected. So now I'm looking to basically undo the bolts behind here and take this whole unit off. So that should be nice and separate now, so let's get that done. That's the brake disc and the caliper off. That's got the bare stub there. Okay, so all the nuts out of the stub axle, so we just withdraw that and it comes out with this ABS cable as well. So let's just rest it there. And then yeah, the ABS cable is connected to that. So basically now is the rear axle pretty much clear of the gubbings, and we can start to take it out of the whole unit now. So now that's clear, I'm going to detach the top of the arm there. Got 2 bolts in there. And I'm also going to detach the bottom bolt for the shock absorber, and then basically repeat on the other side. And once we've done that, we take out the bolt there, the bolt there. I've already heated them up to try and get them a bit looser. I'm going to obviously get a spring compressor, compress this, take this out, and then we can undo the bolts there. And yeah, if we get to that point on the other side, then we can drop out all the rear suspension. We've got a 13mm socket. We're just going to take off the top mount to the shock absorber, drop that down and have a look how bad it is. I suspect it's going to be quite bad. Right, here's the shock. It's not in the best of conditions. I think it's probably an aftermarket one, but it's not doing any shocking anymore. Yeah, so that's obviously not working. Yeah, nice to know. I was thrashing around on that a couple of weeks ago. I'll just quickly show you, this is the shock absorber off the other side. So yeah, it's just plain not working at all, which is quite surprising because it was driving beautifully. So when this is all sorted out, yeah, so I can't wait to take it for a spin. So the brakes and hub are off the other side now. It's a bare suspension piece now, so I'm just undoing the 4 bolts and then hopefully that will all come off as one unit. I can do that with the springs in. So these have had heat yesterday and a lot of WD-40 to free them off. Got the jack underneath it between the 2 rails just as we loosen it off. So we've got the suspension bone connected to the exhaust bone here, so if it isn't dropping out, that is probably still connected. I forgot to take that off. So that connects the suspension to the rear silencer. So we'll just take that off. And also don't forget these 2 bolts here that I nearly forgot about. Accessible straight up there, they've got a little buffer on them, so those are the last 2 to come undone. Obviously we've got the jack under it waiting. Okay, the last 2 mystery bolts, the why isn't my subframe coming off? Mystery bolts hidden away. There we go, number 1. And number 2, and I can just feel the whole assembly starting to move now, so the jack is now starting to take the weight of this Alright, ladies and gents, one subframe. Here we go. Slightly used. Good for another 100,000. I don't think. Right, let's pull that right out and have a look. There it is. So that's the first major bit out of the way. You can see it really is, really has had it, this one. I'm going to change all of the bits if I can find them. The only thing I might not be able to find is this top bit, but I'm hopefully going to get another one of those and completely refresh the whole lot. And then if we look under here, now we've got perfect access to take off the fuel pipes, take out the fuel tank, and just really get to everything to properly underseal it, because you can't do this properly with all those components in the way. Take it over this side. So yeah, I can get right up in there and clean all this off. I'm going to be taking off, like I just said, the fuel tank in the next couple of days, and all of this heat protection, we're going to change that and just have a really good look at everything and clean it all up. So we've got our 2 bolts there. They weren't seized, fortunately. Got the mystery bolt, which was yeah, also not seized, so I was very lucky there. So that's as far as I go today. On the next one, we'll get the fuel tank off and have a look. But yeah, all of this will be changed. Right, we've got to take off the fuel tank and remove the exhaust. So the exhaust has to come off first, and then we take off the heat shields, and then we can work on the fuel tank. So I'm going to start heating up the bolts at the front just to sort of break their seal, and then we can get those undone. Hopefully we won't shear them off or anything. So just heating up the nuts of the front section of the exhaust pipe so we can take the whole section out, ready to remove the fuel tank. So those are pretty well fastened in there despite heating them and using WD-40, so I'm not going to carry on until I round them off. I've ordered a damaged bolt removal set, so that should be down in a couple of days. This is why I don't like messing with exhaust, really, changing them for different exhausts is all a pain. So I can actually get round it because the heat protection is loose. Let's see there, I can just about get the fuel tank out like it is, so I'm going to start loosening that off, and I should be able to just drop that down, and then when the socket set turns up for the bolts, I'll take the exhaust off as well. This is what you'll see at the back of your fuel tank. That's where the straps are attached. So under your clips on your fuel filler nozzle thing, underneath here that leads up to the fuel filler cap. Take your lid off, and then this will push in like that, and you can withdraw that from underneath the wheel arch. Just put the cap on, rest that down there. It's only temporary, looks a bit dramatic. We are going to be changing all of these rubber pipes anyway, so they'll all be refreshed. Cheers guys. So the trolley jack is now supporting the fuel tank just where the straps are. Fuel lines are disconnected from the front of the car. I've actually just loosened the fuel filter as well, so that should hopefully drop down with the tank. Now I'm going to put the 30mm socket in between those 2 straps and undo the bolts up there, and then I should be able to lower the fuel tank down. Yeah, these are so corroded, so I've lowered the jack ever so slightly, and now I'm just easing out the bit that I just unbolted, one of the straps. It's just caught on the wood there. take these out, and then what I'm going to do is just unhook them from the end of here. I've got another one at the other side, and then lower it down completely, and that is our tank out. Okay, there we go. Got the charcoal filter there. I need to just separate that one last wire there, so just watch that when it's being lowered down. Let me get this removed. All done. That's the entire fuel tank assembly of the Focus ST170. We've got the filler neck on there. I'm going to change that. And charcoal filter and the sensor and the pump, that's all going to be changed as well. And it also came out with a fuel filter attached, which seems to be the easiest way to do it, so that's going to come out as well. I'm just going to decant the fuel. It's got about a quarter of a tank in there. It's you know, very lucky that fuel is so cheap at the moment. Absolutely crazy. It's about $1.90 a litre at the moment here. So I don't know if you're watching in 5 years' time, maybe that would be a good deal, maybe it won't be. I don't know, but we're going to take it out, give it a clean out. And if I just show you under the car here, this is what you'll have when your fuel tank is out. So we have the, it's actually pretty clean on the bit where the fuel tank's been protecting it. So we've got the sender connector there and the 2 lines for the fuel. This is that brake pipe I was telling you about. So this is the bit that wasn't done properly. It's very loose, and because the tank was in the way, they just cut it, and they cut it there and joined it up. I mean, it's okay, but I will be changing that for a nice new line all the way down. I don't like cuts and joins particularly. This will be changed. Somebody has already tried to use these spacers or these washers on there because it's obviously worn out, but I'll see if I can get new ones of these. It's quite funny because it's quite a common car, but the parts are sort of hit and miss really. It's I presume, you know, it's obviously 20 years old now, so they are getting a little bit harder to find. All of this is okay. This is just surface rust. I've cleaned that off, and I can get some wax oil in there, give it a really good go. The aim was just to get everything out so I could properly seal it. The exhaust, as I mentioned earlier, I need to get some special sockets to take the exhaust off. I don't really want to get into cutting it because I don't really like aftermarket exhaust. I'll run this one for as long as I can. You know, it makes a nice sound, and it's the exhaust that's supposed to be on the car. So what I'm going to do now is go and clean up the fuel tank, take the fuel out, and wash everything else up and just see what I've got there and clean everything up so I can make a parts list and get some parts in order. Well, the first thing we're going to do with this is clean it off, brush it all off, and then I'm going to undo this pipe here and put the remaining fuel into this can. I'm not sure whether it's contaminated or whatever, but I'm going to have a look at it. Then I'm going to give it a good wash off and then take this out, the sender unit, and have a look and see what condition it's like. Let's get the grips on these. These are in such bad condition, they just do not want to come undone. Okay, in we go. I'm not going to reuse the fuel because by the time it's been out of that end there, it's going to be contaminated. So that'll go in there and that'll be disposed of. So it's all had a really good clean. It's in very good condition, perfectly reusable. So now I can open bits up and take bits off without worrying about dirt and things getting inside it. The remainder of the fuel is in that tank now, so that needs to be thrown away. So now I'm just going to take this off and have a look at the sender unit and the fuel pump. Now, the fuel pump sender unit can only be removed with the fuel tank out of the car. These are very hard to undo. There is a special tool from Ford that you can get, but I found the way to do it is to get a pair of oil filter change pliers, put them over the top of that, turn it, and then it will come out. This is it is working fine, but it's preventative maintenance. As the fuel tank is out, it's time to change that just to be on the safe side. Okay. There we go, let's see what we got. There we go, got the pump sitting in there. So we're going to have a look at that and see what's what. So I'm just going to reach in here and turn this whole fuel pump sender unit assembly anti-clockwise. And that should just lift out. Let's get the hand out. Got the hand caught in a cookie jar. Let's move this out of the way so that will come out like that. And then the whole thing sort of comes out. You get the idea. I'm going to put the phone down and fiddle that out. And there we go. That's the whole unit there, so I'm going to change that. That's been in there 20 years. It's working fine, but after 20 years it does need to be changed, and also it's such a pain in the arse getting the tank off. You might as well do it. And inside the tank, it's actually in very good condition really. A few bits and bobs in there. Going to wash that out and put it all back together, and that's another job done. Yeah, let's have a quick look inside this fuel filter just to see how bad it is after God knows how many miles or how many years. Yes, it's pretty, actually it's pretty alright. A few filings there from where I sawed it, but it's obviously been changed before, but it's going to be changed anyway, so yeah, good. Okay, there we go, that's where we got to. So progress is always quick in the first few days of doing something like this, so I expect it will slow down a bit. So yeah, fuel tank is off. What I'm going to do next job is start to clean all this up basically, so that will take a little while to pick away at that. Obviously wait for the special sockets, get the exhaust off and take this tin rod off, the heat shield. Then I can see if I can find new ones, or get the clips or whatever else I need to do before the fuel tank goes back in. Once I've sealed it, I'm going to have to do something with this brake line, the one I showed you. So what I'll probably do is route it backwards. I'll route it from here, and then I will route it where it should be, straight the way down there, and then just leave the pipe in a coil under there so I can get the fuel tank back in, and then I can fit it when I can jack the front of the car up when the back is done, because at the moment it's a very low car anyway and I can't get under there to do that, so I'll have to basically finish the back and then do the front. So yeah, that's where we are, and yeah, I hope to get a bit more done in the next few days. You want to see the shopping list? Alright, there we go. So I'm going to make a start cleaning up the back of the car now, as we've got a lovely day, nice run of weather. I'm going to try and make the most of it. It's never normally like this time of the year. So we've got the grinder with the wire wheel on it, and obviously gloves, goggles, and the mask as well. I've got some ear defenders too, and I'm just going to run that over here. I've done a little bit there. It takes the rust off very nicely, so I'm going to run that as much as I can over the back and the side, get off what I can before I take the exhaust off, and then I'll do the other side. Let's do this. Okay, there we go. Right, quick sand off there, so I can see that that really was just surface rust. I think probably, the whole of the underneath. Judging from that side, got the same again on that side. I think we're going to be fairly good with this car, so it's really just put the hours in now, get to it, strip all this off. I'll have to work out what to do with this, just basically keep sanding away at it and keep getting off as much as possible. Alright, here we go, look at the state of this. Right, under here, just been nibbling away at this basically. What I'm going to have to do is get probably a Dremel or something I can reach into the little tiny holes and the little bits up there, because the grinder is too big for that. Just been cleaning up this hole as well, and you see under here it's looking a lot more shiny now. It's really, with this thing just getting the worst of it off, I need something small that will reach up there. I might even have to do it by hand, and to get into all of these little bits here and really take every single thing out. I'm not going to do this again, so I need it done as well as possible. Yeah, so that's had quite a good clean up now. The other side, you can see, obviously see the difference, but this will require many more hours work to get this how I want it. And then the intention is any bare metal to prime it, and then to spray, I think it's called anti-gravel on it, so I can get a nice grey textured finish like this, which will look more original to the car, because I used the wax oil before and not impressed with it. It just comes off, so yeah, I will only use the wax oil in the holes here to do the inside of the chassis. Didn't like it. It really takes the batteries going through something like this, so got loads of batteries on charge. So we come up here, we've got ST170 doggy. These only last about 10 minutes in that grinder, it's crazy. So I'm just having a look at this. I'll show you that brake line. I thought that was somebody just chopping that in, but there's one at the other side there and it looks quite neat. Now I'm not sure whether that is standard to the Focus and it's just for ease of replacement, because I know the person that did this, they just threaded this piece of pipe around the back and connected it up to what I thought was the whole brake pipe, but I'm not sure if the car has 2 cuts in there from the factory. If it does, I'm going to leave it, because it sort of does make sense that at some point you might need to change the back pipe, and yeah, it is a bit of a pain getting it all out, so I'm guessing maybe they're standard. So if they are, I'll leave them there. There we go, a little bit of heat on these and they're good as gold. Sort of rusted, corroded gold. Anti-roll bar, or swee bar. So the reason I'm taking all the bits off this is the things that I can find online to replace it. Basically I want to replace this as well, or I did. This actually may well be okay with a good wire brush and a inspection, and if it does look alright when I wire brush it myself, I'll have it properly blasted and then I'll have it powder coated, because all I'm getting online is breaker stuff and it's in the same condition as this. I can't seem to find any new. If I can get a new one for a reasonable price, yeah, I'll put that one on, but I think the way I'm going to go is to take all the bits off and just see what I've got. Obviously, if it's damaged or it needs any welding, obviously I'll have to try and sort a new one. Okay, let's get this horrible old spring out. Up we come. Yeah, there we go. This is very corroded, so we'll change that one. And then I'll just have to cut this one out with a grinder. Take this out, so change that. Change all this, and then, as I just mentioned, give this a really good inspection, wire brush it off, blast it possibly, depending on its condition. Change that one as well. So as you saw, it's all taken to pieces. Basically what we've got now is this is the piece that I'm probably going to have to save, and I probably can save because it's not actually that bad, but it's all stripped off. It's actually a very small piece and it looks in better condition than the rubbish that I'd be able to pick up elsewhere. All these bits are going to be changed, and obviously the same on the other side. Got all the bars there, the sausage roll bar, and the little electric thing I'm going to change as well. So yeah, we're nicely apart, and we can get back on the underside of the car. So I got it off, had to cut it unfortunately in the end because the bolts were just too far gone. So I cut it on the flexible section down there. It wasn't pretty, but hopefully I can get another flexible section. Well, I will be able to get another flexible section, and then we can put as much of this back on as possible. I really like this end on these cars because it seems to be stainless steel. It just makes the right noise for the car. Can't stand aftermarket exhausts, but if I have to do sections or change the lot, I'll have to, but I would prefer to keep this because I just think it suits the car. Look at all this space with the exhaust gone. We can get everything now, so I'm going to just crack on, give it a really good clean up. I'm actually just taking off the handbrake cable bits there. I'm going to take off the clips for the brake pipes and a few of the bolts. I'll just move those out of the way. I'll take the old exhaust rubber off, take that one off as well, and get into all the bits and clean it up. Bit of fuel hose there just over the ends of the pipes, just keeps all the rubbish out of them while I'm sanding and spraying stuff on there. We just put some tape over the end of these terminals just so that they're protected when I push them back into the car. So I'll get these out of the way push the wires in there, and then we'll start to sand. So just going through it, it's been rust protected on the bare metal, and I'm just building up lots of light coats of primer. So the chassis rails are coming out really well. It's actually in very good condition. I'm just getting it into all the bits that I can't normally get to when the suspension is in the way, so I'm just going to carry on with this and build up the priming, lots of light coats, and continue with the rust prevention on the other side, and then it will be sprayed with anti-gravel. And obviously this bit here, this will be cut out, and I'm going to weld a new section over that to tidy that up. These boot vents have had a gasket put around them now, so there shouldn't be any more leaks into the boot. So this has all been cleaned up. This bodywork piece here, I'm going to be taking this off, give that a sand down, treat it, and then put that back on as well. It's all original, marked up as Ford, so looks like a genuine piece. It's a fairly, I mean, it's a completely accident-free car. So what I've done in here, I need to just treat the little dabs of rust in the boot there. Loosened off the seats, and that will allow me, once I've taken off the side panels, to access the holes there and to treat the rust holes in there. I think obviously I'm looking for a Recaro interior, but I will put this one back in. I see a lot of people with these cars, they strip them out, they put cages in, they do all sorts, but I think ultimately it will be more usable and more valuable as a completely restored car, as it should be, to as near to standard as possible. This is the rust treatment I'm using on this car. You basically strip the metal back as far as you can, clean it up as well as you possibly can, and then you brush it on and it gets into all the little pits and neutralises everything, and then you put your primer on. I've just started to work through on the other side, so it's a continuation of what I've been doing. So very carefully pick through it, treat the rust, prime over it, do it in sections. Seems to be much easier. Got to basically keep building up the coats of primer, and then I need to go and get a welder from somewhere, and I'll start to repair those other sides. So that'll be coming up in the next week or so, next couple of weeks probably, as and when the weather is favourable to me laying outside on the floor welding. Oh, I love it. Brilliant. Okay, so just had to pick up a new welder to sort the ST170. Don't do much welding, so I didn't have one, so I'll pick this one up. Just going to have a look what's inside. Hopefully a welder. Okay, it's down here. And then the main course, a really heavy welder. God, it's more heavy than it was when it was in the box. How is that possible? So this was about 80 quid in screw fits. So they have one in stock today, so I just popped up there and got it while it was there. There we go, that's what you get. Looks okay. I think probably the welding visor, I will get another one because it's a bit flimsy and you've got to hold it. But apart from that, everything looks good. And then also over here, I've got some more grinding discs just so I can cut a little hole out where the rust is. Got the sticks and some tin snips, and there's some metal on its way down to me, so we'll make a start on that as soon as we can. So we're going to take a look at this welding now. So I'm going to cut this bit out here, and I'm going to try and do something with this, not quite sure. I'm going to have a little bit of a pick at it and see if I can sort this bit here, maybe put a piece around there depending on what I can do with that. So first thing you have to do is come in here and take out the seats. So these seats are already loose. I'm going to take these out, put them in the house, and then I'm going to take these side panels off here so that I can properly get to the holes. Let's get these seats out. Bloody thing's jacked up. It's a bit of a struggle. Footstrips. Oh my god, it's like a car trap in here. Get a really good view of the road driving a Focus, not out of there, down there. Okay, I should point out I'm not a welder, never done much of this at all. I'm simply going to have a go at this to the best of my knowledge. There may well be easier ways to do this, and you know, feel free to let me know in the comments. But what I'm going to do, marked it out from this side. I need to cut it from the other side, I think, because it'll probably be easier. So I'm just going to drill a couple of holes in there so I can take a reference point from the other side. Got the outline there. Join the dots with a bit of tire marker if you want to be flash, and then I'm going to get the grinder from the inside, cut around that. Same on the other side, but we just make sure that the loom is out of the way. We don't want to cut through that. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Okay, this is just a tool I happen to have at hand. I'm sure there are much more delicate pieces of equipment to do a cut like this, but this is what we're going to use today. Don't want to set the carpet on fire. Not today anyway. Okay, let's have a go from the other side as well, just for the bottom bits. Okay, just going to tidy up this bit here, see if we can keep a bit of that, just get the rough bits off, polish around the edges or grind the edges off, just make sure they're smooth, or as smooth as possible. Back to shiny metal, and then I'll do the same on the other side. Grind the edge back to shiny as much as you can, probably a bit more to do on that. And then as I was working, the delivery company put the metal at the house, so this is 1.5 mil. Seems to be the sort of size that people go for. It looks roughly the same as the bit that I've cut out. So what I'm going to do now is get some cereal packets, make a template, draw it out on here, and then I'm going to cut that shape out with tin snips. Just going to give this a tidy up. I don't like to leave cars dirty, so I'm just going to vacuum through it, get all the bits from the grinding, hoovered up. So this is a nice surprise. Come with me. Bloody front of the passenger footwell is completely soaked. Oh, I reckon that is either leaking in through that air box at the front, the cabin filter, or because it's been jacked up at this funny angle, or I haven't shut this door properly, because it did rain pretty hard last night. But I'm going to have to clean it up and investigate the cause of the problem. That's a real pain in the arse, that is. Yeah, the cause of that, it's been jacked up at this funny angle, and around the front, let me just show you. So the water gets in there and then down into the pollen filter. I did run a beader gasket around there a little while ago, but I think it's because it has been jacked up at this angle, it's obviously got in there and got to the carpet, so we'll have to dry that out. As we're here, quickly show you the engine. The battery I need to replace, it's dead, it's been sitting here for a while, so I'll get a new one of those. We've got the 2 litre Cosworth tuned engine with VVT, which is just in there. So we've got the high flow aluminium head, cast aluminium pistons, inlet manifold runner control, which is down there. These are all the extra bits. We've got bigger inlet ports, high lift camshafts, so basically revs higher. I mean, this is the reason why people take these cars and they take these engines out and they use them in kit cars. They're very good engines, rev nicely and really suit the car. So for these bits down here, I'm just taking it right back to metal. I'm going to polish all this up, clean it all up, get the rust off, treat it with a rust killer, and then I'm going to use a fiberglass reinforced filler just to patch up a little bit down there. So once it's clean, just get the rust killer all over it, make sure it gets everywhere, and then we can put the fiberglass filler on top. That's had a night to dry, it's turned black, it's all nice and stable now, so happy with that, that's ready to be sorted. I'm going to cut up the old cereal box ready for the template that I need to make so I can cut round the sheet of steel that I've got. Look at that, what a great advert. If you're watching Wheat Biscuits Company, I'm running a bit low. I'm just going through ideas here. I was thinking to do it in 2 separate bits, but maybe I'll do it in 1 bit. I'm gonna have a go cutting it out in 1 bit and then bending it to shape and see how that goes. There we go. Didn't cut my finger off. I thought it'd make a good thumbnail. So that's been worked into shape there. I've just used a piece of wood and a hammer and just literally sort of got the curve on it, and it seems to kind of fit in there pretty reasonably now, so I'll get that tacked in and then we'll see what happens. Ooh. We'll tidy these up when they're dry. Yeah, if you're a welder, honestly you have my full respect. That is a seriously difficult job to do. Well, I find it difficult. I did it once sort of 15-20 years ago when I was at college, but that is a real skill, and it's a skill that, if you know, I do not have, but you know, we're going to sort of get that done, grind it down, it'll come out okay. But really, it's, if you know how to weld, honestly, fair play to you. It's a very skilled job. I love it. Brilliant. Here's a bit of scratch. You'll never know. See how I'm getting there, guys? I'm really having fun with this. This is actually really good to try out this stuff. Really good fun. You don't get this sort of activity with newer cars, but I'm going to crack on with this. I'm going to get this posted some stuff tonight because I'll be a few more days working on this, and I'm sure you want to see what's going on, so I'll get that up tonight, and then tidy it up, do a bit of grinding, spray it, get it all sorted out, and I'll be back with you soon. And it's now coming into the passenger footwell, so that is what happens in a Mark 1 Focus when you're getting a wet passenger carpet. Okay, I'm going to strip out the rest of the interior and just store it safely in the house, just so I can clean it up, and also so I can properly check and dry out everything where that water's been leaking in the front. Right, it all comes apart nice and easily. So you've got 4 bolts for the seats there, and then you've got the airbag module or connector for the airbag there. It's got a little, I think it's a 7mm nut in the back. Take that out, and then you've got the nuts at the back there, and the base of the seats will come out too. Then we have the rail for the seat belt. So you undo that first nut, and then it comes out this little hole there. You just pull it out. So we're going to get tidied up in the house, and then we'll take the carpet out. Got those in the corner of the lounge there, so I'll cover these up just to make sure they don't come to any harm. Got to give this rear bumper a clean up as well. Yeah, I don't want to put it back on like that, so I'm going to clean all that off. Yeah, these cars are so easy to work on, really. It's I mean, to get the carpet out, just take off the strip there, so that's already out, and then the carpet is connected to a plastic guide, so that goes into the side of the car. What we need to do is take out this centre console, so there's a screw under there, a couple of screws under here, and you basically just fiddle these covers off, take this off, this all comes out as one section, and then you can take the whole lot out. What I did previously is actually cut a piece of carpet there because it was sort of bolted down to the, or trapped under something, and obviously on this one I'll take off the fire extinguisher bracket that's tapped straight into the bodywork there. So I always have a fire extinguisher in the car. I've had one fire in a transit van where a fuel injector exploded, had to put that out, and you never know what you're going to see, do you? So always have one there. And then yeah, get the carpet out and see what's what. Right, under there we've got the airbag control module, so be careful not to interfere with that. And then on this one we've got the traction control switch, so just pull that off. And then there's the screws there. We've got the handbrake cover off as well. yeah, if you're going to do this, this is the most fiddly bit. So what you'll find is you're trying to take this off and you can't get it back enough, and it won't go over because the handbrake's hitting on it there. So what I've done in the past, I've basically slackened the handbrake right off, pulled the lever right up. It's actually a bit of a luxury today because I haven't got anything on the back of the car. I can just pull the handbrake right to the top and then that will come off. This piece is free. What I've got to do now is just disconnect the bits you can see obviously nipping the carpet there, and then I'll take off this ventilation ducting that just pulls out. You will find that is one piece there, and I didn't want to undo all of this last time, so I just cut it there and then you can get it out. Take off your little side covers both sides, so these just pull off. You've got a couple of little plastic screws there, these pull off, that will come out. I just want to show you, this car had an aftermarket alarm on, really old one. It was a real pain in the arse, and what I had to do, I still need to actually make some proper repairs on this. I had to locate each wire there on the loom, they'd put it in everywhere, and I had to disconnect basically whatever was going into the alarm. So I mean, this is all fine, but I do need to go back in here and tidy it up with proper heat shrink wrap just to make sure it's as good as it can be. This annoys me as well on the driver's door, this split. I don't know how that happens to a car really. I suppose just wear and tear where someone's arm has been. But yeah, I'll have to get a new, well, I want to change the whole interior, so I'll get a new card for that. I don't know if the previous owner's watching. How did you do that? Right, you bastard. Here we go. Trouble is you need to sort of stand on it to get to it, which is a bit of a awkward one. Okay, that's still pretty wet. Out, there we go. So that's going to be dried off properly. It's still a bit damp underneath because it's got some underlay on the underneath there. I mean, this is another part of the car that's reassuringly hard to find. If you want to buy a new one of these, I just can't find them. Parts seem to be very, very sketchy. There we go. So I'll just give you the tour. Got all the bits and pieces there. This is the fuel pump control module. That's down there, hidden away. Got the modules there for the side airbags, one on each side. Another one down there, and then we've got the module for the airbags, insulation under there. Everything in here is very solid. These cars, they don't seem to have any issues at the front end. It's only a little bit of rust on the back. Really solid, and yeah, I'll just dry that out. Obviously it needs to be dried out. It's still a little bit wet in there, but I like to make sure it's properly dry. It's a big no-no leaving cars with water in them, so we'll get that properly dried out. I've got to give this a clean. I don't like to leave them dirty. It's all covered in bird mess and dust from where I've been working. So I've got a hot tap out here. I'm going to get the hose on it, give it a really good soak with hot water, and then I'm going to give it a proper wash. That looks a lot better. It just gets all the dust and the grit off it so that when you're working on it, you don't damage the paint, and when you brush up against it, you're not going to scratch it. It's also a very good opportunity to just confirm it was the pollen filter leaking, so we're going to have a look inside the car now with the hose running on top. Yeah, can you see that there? That's caught it doing it there, so that is the little gully where the pollen filter sits, has probably filled up there, and it's now coming into the passenger footwell. So that is what happens in a Mark 1 Focus when you're getting a wet passenger carpet. Yeah, you can see what happens is it either comes in through the top there, straight onto the filter, and it goes straight to the blower motor, which is what we're seeing, or it comes in around the edge, around another join. I'll show you on this side. And then this whole unit here has a little gasket right at the bottom. So what you get is if the water can find its way anywhere past any seals, it ends up pooling up in here, and then when the level gets higher, which is why there's a couple of minutes delay when you're running the hose, the level gets higher and then it breaches the bottom gasket down there, which is sort of sometimes worn out. On this one it's actually new, so that's why I reckon it's probably coming in through the top and directly onto the filter, because I know that this seal here is worn out, so I really could do with another one of these. If anybody knows any suppliers for new ones. So you can see there with just a bit of light sounding on this, it's actually an original one. You can see the Ford marking there, so it's an original subframe. It's actually not too bad at all. It's only surface rust, so I'm going to go over this now, all of it with a grinder. You see how that's come up really well. Not damaged at all, it just looks a lot worse than it is, so we get that cleaned up, and then this will be going to a powder coaters, it'll be blasted, and we'll get a proper finish on it. I'm just going to go over with the wire brush and just take off a few more little bits around the edges, but I'm happy it's 100% sound. It really does look nice, and I'm now confident I can spend the money on it and have it properly blasted, and I'll have a really nice subframe at the end of it. I can't find any new ones online, and I've seen a couple of really nice Mark 1 Ford RS's for sale, and they show you the pictures underneath, and they're immaculate. The subframes are immaculate, everything's really nice and clean, and I'm guessing what they've done is done what I'm doing to this, so we should get a good result on that and get many more years out of it. I'm going to take off the bumper reinforcement bar too and do the same with that, and also the bumper hanger bar, I think it is, at the top. So take those off, get those sanded down, and get the same treatment as a subframe. The good thing with this as well is it gives me access to the inside of this chassis rail, so I'll make the most of that while the bumper's off, and I'll be able to treat inside there, and also I'll be able to treat this bit of rust as well. So I'm not going to cut this out, I'm going to sand it right back, treat it, and use the fiberglass filler. Just going to sort the bumper out now. Yep, that's the hot tap outside, just for the cars, and then a bit of water glidden here, and that will sort out the back of that, so I don't put that back in dirty. This may seem a bit odd, but I know it's there, you know it's there, so it's got to be clean when it goes back on. That's where it is after a few more days. I've cleaned off the subframe, I contacted the blasting company this one's in Ingerstone, so I'll get a price for that, get that down there. And also I need to find a scuttle for the front of the car, so I can then stop the water leak problem, or the scuttle for under the windscreen wiper, so I can stop the water problem and then get the interior back in. And then it's a question of getting all the little bits and bobs for the subframe, getting those together, putting the anti-gravel on the bottom of the car, putting the subframe back on, and then bolting all the bits on. So I'll be working through that, and I'll get another one to you in a couple of weeks. Right, off to the powder coaters. I just picked these up from the powder coaters and couldn't resist opening them. They look really nice. So I'm just going to get the wrapping off and have a look at the whole lot there. So this is all the original stuff that was on the car, all marked up and Ford marked, and it's been zinc treated, and then it's been powder coated. Well, it's been blasted, zinc treated, and then powder coated, and it looks absolutely lovely. So you'll still get, because it's original and it was pitted, you'll still get the pits, but it's all completely treated and should be perfectly solid, and I'm really happy with the result for that, so can't wait to get that back on the car. taking that back to shiny as much as possible. And I'm just having a look at the rest of it. I'm going to basically just pick off these tiny little dabs of surface rust and treat those, and then probably going to prime patches and then respray the panel so it all looks neat under the bumper bar. Taking off these bits here, I'm going to have to treat these. It may well be that water was seeping in there, and it definitely was seeping in there, but we'll get that treated. Got another little bit there, so I'm going to just take off these screws behind here, lift off this panel, and then that will give me access to take off the rust there, treat it, and then I can just very lightly fill that and then spray it, and then put the rubber strip back on. Oh, there we go. What is that wire there? Something aftermarket. Oh, no, it's the old alarm. It's the old wire for the alarm that I'm going to get rid of that. Yeah, I can see that's just taped in up there. There we go. Get rid of that rubbish. We don't need that. There we go, nothing too serious. Let's get that treated. So we get that really good sand, chip off any big lumps and bumps. Same with the little speckles there. Now I'm going to put the rust killer on it, and then when that's had a time to kill the rust off, the remaining rust, I'm going to put a very fine surface filler on that, and that will allow me to put these rubber strips back on and they'll fit perfectly. Alright, I'll do a bit of dusting, then a lovely coat of primer. Primer for you too. Let's break out the Henry. I've just given this a very light misting of primer. What I'm going to do is build up the coats, let it dry for about 15 minutes, then put another couple of coats on, and I'm going to try and blend in just these rough bits where I have painted on the rust killer, just try and get it as smooth as possible, then a top coat, then a lacquer. While that's drying, I'm going to just go around here and clean all this stuff up and address these little blobs and bits and bobs there where the rust has been treated in the spare tyre well. And also big news with the welding. Basically what I've done, I had a go. It's always very important, I think, to have a lash, and I wasn't happy with it, so I've cut it all back out. Cut this one out as well, and I'm going to get a mobile welder to come in and do this for me, because it's a skill I'm not going to learn that quickly. And with this car, with potentially what's happening to the values of them, and I need it to be a very tidy job. Everything else in this car will be done to a very high standard. I didn't want just these corners letting it down, so I'm going to probably put the back subframe back on, get the anti-gravel on, put the back subframe back on, and then get somebody in to weld that, or failing that, could put it completely back together and drive it somewhere to get that done. But either way, it's not a major problem, because it is out of the way. But I do need it done professionally, because spending a bit of money on this car, and it has to be right. So just treating these isolated areas in the boot, so I want to keep the originality of it. Just the marks where the tires are doesn't bother me, but it's literally just the little bits that I've dabbed the rust treatment on, and then that'll have a coat of paint, and then put a bit of lacquer on it, and you can still see all the scuffs and the marks, and it's obviously a genuine car. I don't want to cover everything up, and it's just to sort of touch it up really. Alright, there we go, just going to let this primer dry, then I'm going to put the other coats on it once that's properly dry. Obviously I've got the subframe out in the garden there, all nice and blasted. We get the back bumper hanger back on and the back bumper support bar there, the crash bar. All of this I'm going to put on anti-gravel, and then I'm going to screw the subframe back on there, so I'll crack on with that probably in the next episode, but I'm going to do a bit more on this and then I will get the next one to you very soon. Mr. Subframe, your time has come. So this is the Moondust Silver car. So we've got the Moondust Silver paint. I've just done the first pass over the primer, and I think paint technology must have moved on a lot. I've not done this for a while, and the colour match, I wasn't expecting as good a colour match basically. Now this is still wet, I've literally just done it, but once that's been, well, once I've done another couple of coats on that, rubbed it down a bit, and then in a few days put the lacquer on, that's a very good finish for this, and I'm very impressed. I didn't expect it to look that good. I'm just going on the bits that need, all these bits, they're just a bit dirty, but there's nothing wrong with them, so I'm only doing the bits that I primed. I'm just tracing back that wire that we found underneath the back here, the old one that was for the alarm, and I noticed with this car that the interior, or the boot light, never worked that well, and I think what they've done there, if you can see, they've connected it to the light, so when the boot light comes on, the alarm goes off. I presume that's what they've done. I don't like, I don't like any aftermarket stuff like this because of problems like this really, but I need to unpick all of that, and then what I'll do is put an LED bulb in there and take all these old tails out. It's very messy. It's always an nightmare when people start cutting into electrics like that. There you go, there's 3 different wires chopped into that. So I have my soldering iron here and the solder sucker, and what I'm going to do is just heat these up and just unpick what they've done to get the alarm wires on there, and then we'll do a bit of heat shrink, wrap around that, put it back in, and that with the lights sorted. There we go. That's one done. Let's get the big one done. There we go, so that's a bit tatty. What I'm going to do is just clean it up a little bit, and then I'm going to put a bit of heat shrink around it, and that will protect it. Obviously if we get any further problems, it's not a huge deal just to pull that out and to take the end off and put another end on there, so I'm happy with that. There we go. So I need to replace the clips for these. I need one here, one there, and then another one to go into this one, but I'll buy a pack, I'll buy clips for the whole car and make sure everything's on. I'm going to clean up this anti-roll bar, take the strip the paint off, treat the rust, and then give it another coating. These I've ordered new, so I've got these coming down genuine brackets, and then these rubber bushings inside will be changed. So I'm going to take these off now and then give that a clean up. I want to struggle getting these off, so it's a usual problem. The rubber on here is sort of fused to the metal, so what I did, obviously that would be under there, I just put it on the ground and then hit it sideways and that just lifts off. More straightforward than I thought, but yeah, give this a clean up and then we can reuse this. So it comes out really well, actually. It really is just surface rust. You look at that side, it looks terrible, but actually this, the middle bit where I've done, it's absolutely fine, so I'm going to reuse that. At the time of filming this, I just can't find these parts, so fortunately they can all be refurbished like this, and that's perfectly usable. Okay, I'm just going to take out the fuel pump now so I can get another one. Basically just pushing the clips around the outside and then take the top off, and then inside is your fuel pump. I'm going to reuse the sender unit because it seems okay. So obviously when I put it back in, before I do everything up, I'll power it up and check that the float is working. But let's get the fuel pump out. So yeah, push these little tabs in. Watch out I don't get loads of fuel in my cuppa. Okay, this bit needs to come out as well. So we just push the little tabs in, lift that out, and then we can pull out the inside because at the moment that's blocking it. So yeah, squeeze the little tabs in and very carefully just push the sender unit up. That should pop out. There we go, so we move that out of the way. Just want to be careful not to get these filings in there. Now we can lift this out and access the fuel pump. That needs a good clean. And there we go, so that's been in there, must have been in there 20 years. It looks like it's the original jobby. Filter's a bit dirty, so I'll take its connector off. And then just pull that out. Yeah, I can see the writing in there, that's original, 13th of the 2nd, 02 there. So the original fuel pump, it's running fine, but these can just go suddenly, so we'll change it while it's out. Okay, the anti-gravel's turned up, I've got 6 of those, came down, and I'm going to start getting this on the bottom of the car. So it's all been primed and rust treated, all lovely and clean. Have a look under there, it's all as it should be. And I'm obviously going to just go around the welding holes. I'll put it back together and then we'll drive somewhere and we'll get that sorted out. So we'll get that sprayed on and see what happens. It seems I can adjust the texture by holding the can sort of closer or further away. So the further away I get a more standard looking kind of rippled texture. Right, if you're going to do this by can, this is the amount that one can does. So you get the section where the fuel tank sits and also a quick dusting over the spare wheel wells. So I've got 6 cans of it and I reckon that'd be about right. So I'm going to give everything else a coat. So go over all of this as well as I can, let it dry off a bit and then give it another couple of coats, and that should be properly protected. The anti-gravel's on, that's had a day to dry and I'm really happy with that. It has several coats and yeah, it looks really good. It's completely sealed everything. Very happy with that. It seems to be quite a tough finish. Going to just unwrap all of this, get all those bits undone. Try to pay particular attention to this bit because this is very difficult to get to when all the suspension's back on, and that's the bit that tends to rust on a Focus. So I chose to do this with the spray cans because I don't have an air compressor. They're about 100 odd quid, and I thought, well, it's only on the back really, so this sort of little section I can do with the cans. It actually turned out okay. So I'm going to do the wax saw now. So it's got this little spout on there. So what I'm going to do is go through, put the nozzle in all these holes and make sure it has a really good coat inside all the chassis rails. All of these bits here, a particularly good coat inside this and all around here. basically anywhere I can get the spray into is going to have a very good coat of that stuff. I've got the clear stuff, so anything that comes out should hopefully blend in okay. We'll get it all in here, and just really take the opportunity while all of this is completely stripped out, because we can get that in everywhere. Let's get the ABS sensor tucked out of the way. I'm trying to get that too covered. Okay, you go there. Stay. There we go. This has been in the car all day, so it's lovely and warm. And we just want to spray this everywhere, because we ain't going to be able to get to this when it's all back together. Oh yeah, lovely stuff. This is the one for inside the chassis rails. The other one for the outside, the stone chip stuff, I don't really rate that much. Seems to come off, but this stuff is really good. Goes on lovely. What I'm going to do when I am not filming, I'm going to use the phone which I'm filming on to get the light in there and spray that. Maybe I can film with the light on. Let me show you. Yeah, look at that on a grey shot. Let's get the nozzle in there. Yeah, so we need to get it basically all over every single thing, and especially anything that is sort of rust coloured. On it in there, right to the back. Yeah, give it a proper coating, absolutely everywhere. So an ST170's favourite hobby is rusting exactly here, so yeah, give it a really good covering. I'll just show you what I've done in there. See if we can get a shot from underneath as well. So I'm going to spray that a bit more as well. I'm actually going to pick up some more of the wax oil, because I'm going to probably use a couple of cans on this car, a couple of 3 cans I reckon. And yeah, I need to do it in these holes here, and just do it everywhere really, because these are, you know, 20 odd years old now. This one probably won't see rain again, but it needs to be properly protected, because you never know. And it's if I'm doing all this work, or if anybody else is doing all this work, you might as well just protect it properly. So this is the other side, can you see in there? So just try to get that wherever I can. I'm going to get a few more of these cans because they don't go nowhere. Yeah, you see, now this is when I was being a smart ass and getting the bumper back on to film it, but I've blocked up the hole for the chassis rail, so I'm just going to whip this off, and then that'll let me spray inside the rail properly behind there. La 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 la. You! So let's get the subframe and bolt it back onto the underneath of the car, so everything's nice and dry now. It's all been wax oiled, so let's crack on with it. Okay, we all having fun, yeah? I know I am. We don't need a jack. Right. Yeah, that's quite heavy. When it's only rib cage, it's a bit more heavy. Trapped. Oh, get my spare leg up there. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Chop, chop. The cramp is setting in. Oh, I can feel that, let me tell you. There we go. Takes the weight off the other side. Just get this bit done. Use the head. Nothing in there to get broken. Oh. Bloody Nora. Right, I'm going to take these out one by one and then put a bit of Loctite on each of those, just to be doubly sure. But there we go. Subframe back in. So that's it, subframe back on. I've just nipped out in the van to get a few more parts, and what I'm going to do now is basically build it back up. It's like a big puzzle now. So I've got a few more bits coming down in the post, well actually quite a lot of bits coming down in the post, and yeah, I'll crack on with that on the next episode. Thanks for watching. Yeah, alright, okay, so it's going to be easier to get the tinware back on and the exhaust. I don't want to cut the exhaust, so I've got to take the subframe out again. Mr. Subframe, you may have won the battle, but you have not won the war. Let's clean the heat shields. So a new one of these online, 70 quid. No, I don't think so. Right, it's time to get the inner brake pipes back on. I got these on eBay from Mark's Auto Parts. I also got this little pipe bender as well. So what I've got to do is, on this one, on the left hand side one, copy that, see if I can make it out of that. Got these from yeah, Mark's Auto Parts, and apparently it is the right length. I've just got to twist it into the right shape. And of course I've got a new bag of clips as well. Of course, I left the key to the car in the house and the tripod is in the boot. However, it ain't gonna be a problem because of this handy modification you can do to your Focus as well. New clips for the brake pipe. And I also need 4 of these clips for the handbrake cables that go there and there. However, I refuse to pay £20 for them. I'm going to just go to a scrapyard, crawl under a Focus and get them off for probably £1. So I'm going to put tape around these just so I don't get any dirt into this when I'm moving these around on the floor. Also, this is take 2 because when you put the tape around, you can't tell which end it is. So make sure you get the right end. You don't want to bend it all wrong. Et voila. C'est bon. I'm going to put a bit of marker pen just where the bend in the pipe goes. Also, I've noticed every time I start to film, somebody flies a plane. You know what, I may not even need the pipe bender because it's copper, isn't it? So, let's see if we can just bend this by eye, or by finger. Yeah, that just bends really easily. I was only worried about it being sort of kinked, but to be honest, I think that's going to be fine. You know what, I feel a time lapse coming on. Let's clean that end with brake cleaner. Got a new pipe on there. We've taken off the cover to stop the dust from getting in and put them together. Push this one up and then join that one up on there. Get the spanners and tighten those. Then we do the same on the other side. So I got some flared brake pipe spanners the other day. These are really good. You just put them over the pipe, move them up, and you get a much better grip than with regular spanners. So just get these on here. And we'll tighten these up. Yeah, don't forget when you put the pipes back together to put the handbrake cable behind the pipes. I just had to undo both of these and do that again. So yeah, that goes behind the pipe. Then I'm going to put the handbrake holder back onto the bottom of the car, but I'm going to take it off first and clean it up because it looks a bit rusty. So I'm going to get that cleaned up. So that's the brackets for the handbrake cable back on there. So they go behind the brake pipes. I'm going to get hold of the clips for those and the other one on the other side there. Let's clean up the fuel lines. A little bit of rust killer. It's got the new fuel pump in there, all lovely and clean. That's the old one there. Got the new filter on it. It's all had a really good clean. Just looking at these things, I've seen a really good video from Sparkplug Steve, and he recommends that when you put these back in, you take out this sort of plastic cover and then you put some washers behind that, 2 or 3 washers, to reduce the size of the rubber grommet there, because you can get sort of leaks because it's quite high pressure, so you can get leaks. But what I'm going to do, I don't have any washers. I'm going to put this all back on, and if I do get any problems when it revs or starting it or anything like that, I'm going to take it back out and do that, because that is probably the right thing to do there. New brake hose clips, and we'll get the Triscan brake hoses on there. That's the first 2 in. I've gone for Triscan brake lines. They seem to be original equipment suppliers to a lot of new cars, so wasn't sure which ones this originally had, but even after 20 years I think it was still original. I bent it and they look fine, so I'm happy that these will be fine. I didn't go for braided because I want the original look. I want the car to, you know, drive and feel how it was when it was new, as close as possible. And also, I don't do track days. I'm not a track driver, and I just don't need anything extra really, so I'm happy with original equipment spec. Let's put the fuel tank back together. It is absolutely squeaky clean. I'm sure you'd expect nothing less. Those are just the marks where the float goes, but there you go, have a look at that. Super clean. And then we just reinstall the fuel pump, fuel sender unit assembly with our new pump inside it. Put the fucking fuel pump wire in there first. That could have been expensive, couldn't it? Take two. Okay, so we put the fuel pump and fuel sender unit assembly back in here without forgetting to plug in the fuel pump. There we go. That's it. Locked in. Lovely. And just do the top up there. Oh, you look at me like that. I've had enough of you. Yeah, and while you're doing that, you need to make sure that that gasket is properly seated all the way around. That's particularly important in case you have one of those really exciting drives where you end up on your roof. A brand new Borg & Beck fuel filter there. Put the date on it so I know when to change it next time. Got the pipes on there, all cleaned up with new clips on, so that's the fuel tank assembly ready to go. Right, I've got my Savage line battery here. I'm just charging this up because I need to test that fuel gauge in the car. When I put the tank back on, I need to check that's working before I go any further. I'm not going to start the car because it hasn't got any exhaust on it. Also, this battery has had it. This is a very basic charger. Some of the smart chargers can actually bring them back to life. However, probably with this one, it's probably had it. So it'll be enough to test the gauges, but I need to get another one before I start the car. So let's have a quick tour here. So you notice now the anti-gravel is shiny. It's because it's now had several coats of a lacquer, and it was quite fortunate that the subframe had to come off really, because I was noticing it was marking slightly when I put my fingernail. I could mark it with my fingernail, and I did notice there was a little mark where I took the subframe off. And anti-gravel does need to be used as part of a paint system, so it needs a top coat. From what I can see, and you can either paint it or you can give it a clear lacquer. And what I've chosen to do here is, because the colour looks so good and it matches the car so well, I've just gone over it now and given it several coats of clear lacquer, and it's dried really hard and it looks absolutely perfect, I think. So what I'm going to do is yeah, stick with that and then start getting this thing back together. Don't ask. On brand new exhaust rubber. Yeah, these just twist firmly into the car there, and if I'd have known about that last month, I wouldn't have had to cut the tricky little blinder off. New hooks here for the cabling, just down here, just arrived. Delicious. Want some focus? Yes, please. So these old ones here, these will be cut off, and then I can just sit the wire much more neatly and have a proper run of wire going up there nice and tidy. What I'm going to do now is take some brake cleaner and a rag and basically go around and clean all the overspray off of these original tags and things and all the connectors. I like it to be original and I want it to look as good as possible. Looking lovely, although I did notice on this bit here it connects to that piece there, if that makes any sense. So this little piece of wire here, it has a broken wire. So what I'm going to do is just take that to pieces and actually trim a bit back and then reinsert the pin here. I don't think I'll be able to find this piece, so I can recondition that. And this side is the easy peasy side, so we've got the ABS wire there, all nice and clipped in. That's now just obviously waiting for its ABS cable. I'm going to make a start reconditioning the fuel tank filler neck as well. So the top half is fine. Where it's been exposed to the water under the wheel arch, it has gone a bit rusty, but I've had a look at it and I reckon I could probably clean that up. That would probably look alright. There's loads of metal left, it's only the surface. The other parts I'm finding that I'm going to possibly, well, I was thinking of replacing this with their non-genuine, and I can't see the quality is very good, so where possible I'm going to refurbish what I've already got. So I've got the ends taped up. I'm going to take off this bracket and then I'm going to give it a clean and get it back to that colour. I'll probably give it rust treatment, all the usual stuff, you know the score. Okay, let's have a look at this. So I've got a preparation wheel there and I've turned the power right down on this grinder, and then I'm going to use a delicate touch and see what I can get off there, because I really don't want to be damaging this. And yeah, we'll just take it easy and get the knobbles and bobbles off it. So that's an original part that has come out absolutely beautifully. So I'm going to clean it up a little bit more, but there's no damage really at all on it. I don't know where all that rust bubbling was coming from. So it's going to be rust treated, then I'm going to prime it, then I'm going to spray a top coat on it, then it's going back on the car as another original part saved. Another plane. So you can see the original part number on these now. I'm going to actually do this a bit more with sandpaper and then give it the rust treatment and paint it like the filler neck. Rust protection. I'm going to do the top coat with the last of the Moondust Silver. Let's get the lacquer on. So the exhaust fighting me all the way, I would expect nothing less. What I've had to do with it is, this is the bit that I had to cut off to get the exhaust off the car, and I've just had to actually grind the lugs off there. It normally has these permanent sort of things on the back there with the bolts sticking through. All of that had to come off, and I've actually drilled it out again. So what I've got to do is prepare this for when I put this back on the car. I've got a new flexible section there which will go on that. So what I'm doing is getting an M8 sort of tap and die set, and I'm going to actually put a thread on here like so, both sides. So when I put this back on, I can put the bolt through the hole, so the bolt will come through this way and then it will go through a thread, and then I can also put a nut on the back of that. Might have to put a little bit of sort of weld on there as well, but we'll see how it goes. So that's the only solution I could come up with. Probably exhaust fitters now are looking at this going absolutely crazy, saying you're mad guy. But anyway, what we've got is the bolt goes through there, goes into a thread, and then I've also got the nut on the back. Just going to check that's a sort of done way of doing it. I don't want to be unsafe, so I'm going to check that's safe, and I'm probably going to actually put a dab of weld on the back of these as well, so it's pretty much as it was. Obviously I'll get a new gasket for in there. I'm going to take this all to bits now, and then I need to actually repair the little bracket under here is broken off, so I'm going to weld that back on, and then we can get that back on the car. Okay, to repair the pins on here, it looks like this little green thing here, you slide it back on both sides, so just use the end of the penknife there. You just pull it up and out with a pair of needle nose pliers. The little groove bit points inwards towards the connector. Do the same with the other side, so just pull it up and out. Okay, I changed my mind. The green clips are back in, I put them back in. I'm not going to run the risk of damaging this, so this is all part of working on older cars, you know, 20-year-old cars. So yeah, this piece may prove hard to find, so what I'm actually going to do, because that is a fairly clean brake, I'm going to strip this piece that goes into the terminal, strip this back to fresh wire, and I'm going to solder that and put some heat shrink over that, because I think if I start to take this to pieces, it may not want to go back together properly, and as I said, that is just what you get on working on older cars. So I've had a look at the wire, I've cleaned up the pin end, and I've also taken out a section because I'm basically going back down the wire looking for a bit that hasn't been damaged by the weather getting in. Now I'm going to slide some heat shrink over this, and I'm going to also put in a brand new section there, solder it together, and then I will slide the heat shrink over that, and that'll be a weatherproof repair. Little bit of solder, little bit of heat. Take them all together to take the load off the join so it's not going to pull it. Put it back in its protector. Check it works. Then you can sit back and bask in your own magnificence. So that's all the old bits and bobs cut off. I'm going to give it a refurb, and I'm going to take it to a garage and have these bushings at the back pressed out and the new ones put in. But we're going to give these the usual refurb and make them look lovely. I'm going to buy rear lower arms, upper arms, front lower arms, coil springs. Right, let's get the fuel tank back on. So I've got these new straps. I've just put them in position to check them, and I think unfortunately it's missing one of the bolts here. It looks like somebody's ground it off. What I'm going to do is drill a hole in this one, put a bolt through it so that I can actually attach the heat shield to it. So there's the old hole in the heat shield, but there ain't no hole in the bar, so what I'm going to do is move it up a little bit to a fresh section and then just put a bolt through that, and I'll attach that with a nut bolt and a washer. Okay, just had a quick look at this strap. Now I've got something to attach the heat shield to, so I've just put a coaching bolt through it so the end is rounded so it's not going to damage or rub on the fuel tank. And yeah, what I'll do, I'll just mount that and then cut that to length, and then I can make a new hole in the heat shield where it's not been sort of worn out, and I'll get a nice nice fit with that, hopefully. Okay, fuel tank. So the fuel tank gets the soft pad and I get the floor, as it should be. So it's easier now because there ain't no fuel in it. Let's get the fuel filter bolted back on. Come on, you bastard. I ain't got all day. Actually, I have. Perfect. Perfecto. Perfection. Alright, these are in the way. Let's take this one off. Come on. Come on, you bastard. Oh, maybe I can leave it there. Get the plug in. Don't want to repeat the fuel pump issue. Okay, lovely. Lovely jubbly. God, bloody hell. Gotta want it. I'm gonna get the jack. I'm too tired to be a smart ass. Okay, here we go. I'm back avec le jack. Ooh, putain. That's easier. Why didn't I do that in the first place? Ah yes, smart ass. You're connected, you're connected, you're connected. Yes you are, there we go. Okay, I've got an idea. No I haven't, I think it was just gas. Ah yes, okay, I've got it. Okay, there is a trick to this, but I don't know what it is. Okay, you are forward, you come backwards. Yes, I think that's right. Cool, what a bastard. You bastard. Yes! You little beauty. Yeah, it's got you. Oh no, I left the wrench over here. Oh my god. Bloody hell. Another piece back on. And so straightforward. There we go, what do you think? So I'm going to get the filler neck on there now, the one that I sprayed up a few days ago, and put that back on there, and technically it would actually run, but I haven't got an exhaust on, and also I don't have any back suspension on, so driving it is probably not that much of a good idea. Actually, maybe I could. It might look a bit Bond, you never know. Well, thanks to Moonstone ST170 as well, my mystery wire on the back is for the xenon headlight levelers, so apparently there's one on the back and one on the front, so I'm going to make sure those are all working. Get the fuel filler neck back on. It honestly, it looks like new. It's crazy how well this has come up, considering how bad that was. Got to open the filler flap here. I just went into the house to get the key. I always take the key out at night just in case anybody nicks it. Okay. Let's thread it through. So just a reversal of what we did to get it off. Check it out, this is one of my most useful boxes. Every kind of clip in there. So happy with that filler neck, it's come out so well. I didn't expect that, it really does look good. So it is at the point now where it would actually start. I need to put fuel in it, and if I obviously get the exhaust back on, that's why I'm not going to start it at the moment. When I do start it, I need to take out the spark plugs and put fogging oil inside the cylinders because it's been sat for a few months, and I wouldn't want to start sort of cranking the engine to try and get the fuel through and cause any problems inside there. We also need a battery and yeah, bit of premium fuel, and she's good to go. Okay, so that's where we got to. So now I'm going to run for a few more jobs. I need to do the exhaust. So my two favourite jobs, exhaust and welding combined. Lucky me. So I'm going to get that sorted. Then I've got to put the heat shield back on, put the rear subframe back on. I also have to refurbish the calipers. Well, sort of tidy them up, put the pipes on there, because obviously the calipers are new for the last MOT. So I've got the flexible hoses down there, and yeah, lots of little jobs. So busy. I say, guys, thanks for watching. Really enjoy making these videos, and hopefully you can join me for the next one. Look how great this looks. So that's basically back to original. All right, Mr. Welder, I don't like you, you don't like me, but let's see if we can get this done so we can all go home. Little drop of 99 octane. Yum, 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 yum. So let's give it a go. Okay, let's have a super express tour of the exhaust. I'm going to refurbish this whole system because these are getting quite rare. So what I'm going to do with this is, you can see that bit, I think that was probably originally black. I'm going to spray that with high temperature paint after cleaning that up. I think it was black, it may be, may not be, but it's going to be painted anyway. And this pipe is going to be refurbished, cleaned up, and then sprayed with high temperature paint as well. I'll also inspect the hangers. These silencers, I'm not going to do anything to these apart from clean them up. No paint, I'm just going to leave them as they are. Again, we'll inspect this hanger here and clean up this pipe. Leave this one, as I'm going to leave the other one. And then this bracket here broke off. This exhaust is actually upside down at the moment. So this bracket is going to be welded back on. And then I'll paint that as well. And with this exhaust, basically, I do like it because it gives the right noise for the car. These were specifically made for the ST170. It's got a larger bore. It's quiet when I'm driving it around normally, and when I'm making progress on a back road, I can hear it, but it's just the right amount of volume, so I don't really like a noisy exhaust. And these are actually getting quite rare because a lot of the time people will change the entire system, or they will change the back box. And what they have to do is cut it there because the subframe is normally in the way. I've obviously got the luxury of having my subframe out, so I can take it off. But yeah, they are getting very hard to find, and hopefully we're going to get this fully refurbished and get it back on the car, making the right noises, not throwing up any engine management lights or any other fun that you can get. So yeah, that should be good. And also, let's get my summertime flowers in as well. So just using some wet and dry paper on the rust. Now I'm going to take through the grade so we can get the shine back on and these little scratches disappear. See, that's literally 5 minutes with the preparation wheel, and that is coming up lovely and shiny, completely smooth. This is really just on the surface. I think what I am going to do though is really get this properly cleaned up so it's back to shiny, and then I'm going to spray it with a very high temperature paint so that it is protected in the future. So that's had a really good go with the preparation wheel. It's all completely sound, and what I'm going to do now is just work my way through the grades of the sandpaper. I'm going to start with P240, then P400, P800, P1200, and that should remove all the swirls. And then what I'm going to do is treat these silencers with a very high temperature lacquer just to stabilise that. So reconditioning something like this is a delicate balance. I don't want to go too crazy around the numbers because I want to keep the numbers there. I don't want to sort of sand them off or affect them. And I just want to bring up the shine nicely. The whole thing is stable, so it's going to look very nice. Now I'm going to give it the final buff up with Brasso. I'll continue polishing this and then I'll treat it with very high temperature lacquer. Yeah, I'm lazy. Make a new template. Oh, on metal brackets. I know what you're thinking. Damn, this guy's got an eye for detail. Right, I'm going to take this on. I'm going to wear long sleeves this time because I forgot, and last time I got one hell of a suntan off this welder. Alright, Mr. Welder, I don't like you, you don't like me, but let's see if we can get this done so we can all go home. It's a deal! Asshole! What did you say? So I thought I'd go for a new exhaust on the Connect. What do you think? Okay, so the welding on the exhaust has beaten me, so I'm just having a cup of coffee and forgetting about the whole sorry episode. So what I've had to do, the bracket that I was fabricating wasn't good enough, so I've cut it off, ran it back to shiny, and it's gone to a specialist. It's going to have the hanger welded back on the back. Then I'm going to put it back on the car, and then when it's hanging at the right level, when it's back on and it's driving, I'll take it back, and then we'll get the hanger properly made so that the exhaust is sitting at the right level with regard to its mounts. What we're going to do now, I'm going to go get some fuel, and we're going to fill up the car and also take out the spark plugs, put the fogging oil in, and make sure everything's good to go when the time comes to finally turn the key. So here we go, 20 litres of 99 octane. It's £2 a litre here at the moment. So the ST170, it will run on any old horse piss like the E10 stuff, but I'm going to actually run it on E5. I don't like the ethanol content very much, although the car is actually rated. It will run on it, and you know, it'll be fine on it. But I'm going to, as everything's new on this and the tank is clean, I'm going to run it on 99 octane. Hey Focus, want some fuel? Yes please, I'm well parched. All right then, let's get it done. You know, you sound a lot like Mr. Welder. No? Little drop of 99 octane. Yum, 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 yum. Delicious. And expensive. That's a good sign. Nothing on the floor. Lovely. Okay, there we go, all done. What I've got to do now is just put the battery back on, turn the ignition on, and check that the fuel gauge is giving me a reading, so that will check the sender unit's working. Also, when I do that, I need to listen to hear if the fuel pump is priming itself, so I should hear that for a few seconds. Then I know that's all working. Right, the battery's on. I've got 20 litres of fuel in the car. What I'm going to do is just turn the key, turn the ignition on. I'm looking to see the gauge move, the fuel gauge, and I'm also listening to hear the fuel pump purge itself, then I know that everything's still working. So let's give it a go. Yeah. So we've got the gauge coming up there, and I can hear the fuel pump running now. It's obviously pressurising the system. There we go, finished. So we know that's all working. Battery back off, and let's have a look at those cylinders. So today we're going to be examining this using a bore scope. So that's the HT leads out. I'm just going to show you something before I take the spark plugs out. So what we've got here, I will show you with the bore scope. Number 2 is actually filling up with oil there, and what that is, that's the rocker cover gasket leaking. The others are okay. So what you can get is oil builds up in there and it causes arcing and you get a misfire. So that needs to be addressed when we put it all back together. So I need to remove that collected oil, clean the top, vacuum the holes, and then we can take the plugs out. Right, so that's the spark plugs out. As you can see, the engine seems to be in good order. It seems to be burning okay. So we've got light grey tips there, no damage, no soot, no oil. The only oil that's on it is coming in from where the rocker cover gasket is leaking, so we'll have to definitely change that gasket. Okay, let's have a quick look in the cylinders. So this car's got 130,000 miles. I'm not looking for perfection, I'm just looking for signs that something's obviously wrong, but by the condition of the spark plugs, I'd say we were good. So let's have a look inside them and see what we can see. There we go, I'm happy with that. That's what I would expect to see on a 20-year-old car with 130,000 miles. Got number 4 is a little bit more suited than the others, but it's well within tolerance and well within what I would expect to see there. I do know this car has had regular oil changes and it has been well looked after. I did have the sump off to change it and it was all clean in there, so I wasn't expecting any problems with this. So let's get the fogging oil in the cylinders, turn the engine over a few revolutions by hand and make sure they're well looked after for our first start. So under the 2 nuts down here, take the plastic cover off so we can get a wrench in there to turn the engine over by hand. Spray the fogging oil into each cylinder. I'll turn the engine over several revolutions clockwise to make sure that oil has got to all the cylinder walls and everywhere that it needs to be. And then put the plugs back in, and of course we're going to change this rocker cover gasket, and it's going to have a precautionary oil change and oil filter change before we drive it on the road. Then a bit of anti-seize grease on the spark plug thread before we put them back in, and just put them in very delicately, do them up until we're absolutely sure they've got the thread. So just with the fingers, yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Donk. I put this back on just to keep it safe, but I am going to be changing the rocker cover gasket before we start the car. Right, it's time to get the heat shields back on the car, so I'm trying something revolutionary with this. I'm trying doing it in the right order. Perfect. So that's the first bit back on, so that was the original hole there, and if you remember we put the bolt through the fuel tank strap, so we can now do these up just with these nuts and bolts and get a really good secure fit there. And I've also put a nut and bolt on this side as well. There's a little piece I've just noticed in the tunnel as well, so that's come off slightly, so I'm going to unscrew that, take that off and then make another disc for the top of that, and that will cure that problem. If you see here on the rear section, I need to make 5 more discs there because these have worn through, so I don't want any rattles. I need this to be secure, so I'm going to have to find some metal and cut some more circles out. God bless the rubbish can. Ta-da! Looking good. That's it, just make a couple more for the sides here, and then we can go pick up the exhaust from the fabricators where it was having its new hanger made, and then after that we can finally get the subframe back on again. The spare wheel is back. Welcome aboard. So it's all secured down. The original jack to this car has been lost, but what I'm going to do is get a bottle jack and just secure it under there. I just find them much more easy to use than the manufacturer supplied stuff. Also, this tyre here, this is 20 years old. This is like a sort of classic tyre now. I normally change my tyres maximum every 4 years because they just start to break down. Obviously I won't be driving on this one, so when I get all 4 replaced on the car, I'll also get this one done too. Look who's back with its new bracket as well, looking really good. Put a bit of weld down there just to strengthen that one up. What I'm going to do now is just work through it, get the back prepared, and then just sparkle everything else up, put the lacquer on. Then this will be going back on the car, it'll be connected, and then I'm going to drive it back to the place, and when it's hanging we're going to make the bracket on there so it sits all at the right level. is of such good quality. That's proper stainless steel there. So how we're going to do this, this is going to be back to black. Obviously the tip won't be, this will be black. I am going to do these pipes black because they clean up very well, but they aren't good enough to put lacquer on and leave as they are. So this is going to be high temperature painted black as well. These will be done in a lacquer. I'm not happy with painting these completely black, so these will be lacquered. Hangers will be black. This pipe will be black. That will be lacquered, and then we'll do this black as well. Let's get you tucked up, nice and safe. Right, I've got that wrapped up. We're going to do this in stages, like two budget supermarkets standing next to each other, little by little. So we're going to spray that bit, and then I'm going to roll it over, just doing the back bit. I'm going to spray the other side while it's still resting on the wood. All right, so the can says 3 coats, 5 minutes apart, so let's crack on with it. God, stinks. It smells reassuringly toxic, so I'm just going to get a mask. So this car won't see rain again, but I know that this should be fairly well protected from whatever might be on the road. Turn him over. Yeah. Careful. Lovely. So if you're wondering how long this will last, like and subscribe and I'll let you know. This is the second coat going on. Okay, here we go, got the final touches. We're going to put the extremely high temperature lacquer on the silencers. So how I've had to do this is prop it up to make sure that I can get to the whole silencer in one go, because you have to put 3 coats on, they have to be touch dry in between coats, and once you've done 3 coats it then has to cure for an hour. You can't then put extra coats on it, otherwise what will happen is it sort of ruins the curing process and it might end up cracking. So we're going to do it like that and see what happens. There we go, lacquer on. I did roll it over in between the second and the third coats just to really ensure that we had proper coverage there, but that's gone on beautifully. We're just going to let it dry now and then we'll get this back on the car. Okay, so I'm going to push the exhaust back through. So we've got a piece of wire there onto its mounting rubbers that's going to support the front of it until we can get the bracket made and connect up that flexible section. Obviously once we changed it, because I had to saw it off. There's the tension coming here. I don't want to scratch it. No. Come on then, my awkward friend. Let's see how we're going to do this. Excessive difficulty. I'm sure of that. God, bloody hell. Ah, okay, that's all right. So the ridge in the driveway is working to my advantage. It's all under control. Go on, you bastard. Go on, you bastard. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So let's get the rear exhaust hanger in. Twist it the right way. And it is the hottest day of the year today, so good for the lacquer, not good for the person fitting the exhaust. God, there we go. Yeah, what I needed for this was a bit of silicone spray, but of course I haven't got any. He's back, and since last time we've been doing some training. Watch this. There we go. Really well trained, gone on there beautifully, so that is looking fantastic. I'm so happy with that. All right, it's time. There we go. Bumper back on. I just love the original exhaust tips on these cars. It just really suits it well. I really like that. Looks super cool. There we go, a bit more progress on the ST170. I hope you enjoyed this episode. So what we're going to do moving forward is I've got a lot of the suspension components coming down in the post now. So I've got the shocks, the springs, various other bits and bobs. I'm going to put the back of the car properly back together, you know, sort of wheels and all. Then I'm going to lower it onto the ground. Then I'm going to jack up the front because I need to start messing around with the timing on it basically. So P1 381, P1 383 timing codes, which basically means that the VVT pulley is sort of out of sync, so we're going to do that. But in order to do that I need to jack it up, get my hand sort of behind the engine and putting the timing pin so that it's set at TDC, but I'm not going to fiddle around with that when the back's all undone. So we'll get the back together and then we're going to get that sorted. So that might be a separate video because it's quite a fiddly job, and a lot of people are asking about it, so I might just do a sort of separate video on that. Also, the problem that I'm having at the moment is all of this is shot on an iPhone, and it's basically running out of memory. It's getting very difficult to edit and to sort of make these videos, because when you film stuff, there's like hours and hours of kind of uncut stuff, and it's clogging it up, and I'm just having a problem making them with the iPhone because it's full basically. So what I need to do is sort out a laptop, and we're going to start moving over to GoPros probably soon, so I need to sort of sort all that out. Probably not for the next episode. I'll probably do the timing episode, getting it back together, getting it running. We need to take it for an MOT, get the welding done, so I'll probably do all of that. So that's probably another 2 episodes on the iPhone, and then when we take it for a drive, I'll sort out the proper gear and we'll sort of step it up a bit there. So yeah, there we go. Thank you very much for watching. I really enjoy making these. You know, you keep watching them, I'll keep making them. I hope they're of use to you guys, sort of sorting your cars out, and always happy to hear feedback. And yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys. Cheers. How's that looking? Yeah, needs garlic. Won't you please excuse me for a second? God almighty. This is why I like my quiet exhaust. There we go, that's finished. Right, let's turn the key. Okay, these are the bits we're going to sort out for the back axles. So we've got both the hubs here. What I'm going to do with these is open this up and then change the wheel bearing inside in both of them, because that's been on there 20 years. And as we're doing this, as it's all apart, we might as well get this absolutely as good as we can. Also, we've got the rear brakes here. These are new for the last MOT. They've just got a bit of surface rust on because they haven't been used, but there's no lip. We've got new pads in there. What I'm going to do is change the brake line, and I'm going to change this piece of pipe as well. I've got the 2 new brake lines here and the pipes to go in there, so we're going to get that sorted out. And also here, this is the xenon headlight leveler. Now these are pretty hard to find, so what I'm going to do is basically undo it very carefully, clean up all the metal, and then put it back on the car. Obviously we're going to we'll spray it with satin paint and make it look nice, and obviously check it's still working. So that's the jobs I'm going to crack on with now. So I'm also going to recondition these tie bars, or trailing arms, whatever they're called. It's mostly cosmetic on these, just a bit of surface rust, and I need to just sort out where I had to cut off the old bolts, so that can be sorted fairly easily. And then we'll get those satin black. The only real thing I need to do with them is change these bushes, so I've got 2 new ones coming down. We'll get those pressed out, and then we'll get this fully reconditioned and back on the car. Right, it's time to change this brake hose for the nice new one we got there, and also I'll be changing this pipe as well. I'm also going to shine up this hanger and spray that satin black. So let's get this disconnected. All of this was new for the last MOT, so this will go back on the car. I'm going to see if I can remove that rust there. All of this rust will come off the first time I put the brakes back on. Okay, then we're going to separate the brake hose from the brake lines, so fairly straightforward. Put the spanner on the back just to grip it, and we just undo this nut here. Be free, my friend. There we go. So that's the old one, and then this is the one we're going to replace it with. Now we need to pull out this clip, and then we can free off the hose, and then we can take this away and refurbish that. I need more grip. Need more power. Cool, bit too much power. Okay, that's good. There we go. Then we could just withdraw the hose. So this can now be reconditioned. That's how to go with the wire wheel. I'm going to rust treat this and I'll paint this satin black. I'm going to refurbish the other one at the same time. So these have to go on in a certain direction. So just to make my life easy, put a piece of cotton around this caliper, a little piece of cotton around this, so I know that this bracket ends up on this caliper. Get the new brake lines back on the caliper. That's the bracket all sprayed. Let's get this back together. Now what we're going to do is take a look at the rust around the edge of the disc. I'm going to clean the edge of the disc up now. You see where the weather's got to this, it's not looking very nice, so that's going to be cleaned off with some sandpaper, and then I'm going to spray it with the same stuff that I did the exhaust with, the high temperature paint. Obviously these can get red hot, so nothing on here, and I'm going to stay well clear of the edge of that. Pull out the disc. And we're just going to very carefully go around the edges and on any bits that are rusty. We're not going to go anywhere near that. Clean it up with some brake cleaner. And tape over the friction surface with some masking tape. And 3 coats of very high temperature paint, 5 minutes apart. Cure the paint. How's that looking? That needs garlic. Ready to serve. Okay, let's make a start reconditioning the rear hub. So basically nothing wrong with this at all, it's just that it's been in there for 20 years. You know, the bearing's been in there for 20 years, and it's basically preventative maintenance while it's all apart. We're going to take this apart, take it all to pieces, and then change the bearing, and then we can renew the seal here. We can also check everything, clean everything, and just generally pretty it up so that it's going to suit the fully restored back of the car. Right, so we're going to take this apart and change the bearing. The bearing inside here is non-adjustable, so first what we've got to do is take off the dust cover. Let's get the big hammer. These come in new caps anyway, so it don't matter. It don't matter. Make a little dent and then we hit it this way. Alright, so we had to get serious now, so we've got the wood chisel. This won't be chiseling wood anytime soon, but there we go. There it goes. Lovely. So that's the cap, and what we're going to do now is take out this hub nut, and they say that you can reuse these up to 4 times, but all the kits I can see come with a new hub nut. That seems to be a 30mm. Actually, it's probably a 29, but we'll get away with that. I haven't got a 29. Okay, you're going to want to do this while it is on the car, because you actually need to hold that bit there and it's sort of moving while I'm doing this. But let's see if we can get it off. Actually, let's try a bit closer. Or you need a really good vice. Again, I ain't got no vice. Should be possible to do this, I'm sure. Anything's possible if you swear long enough. Let's get my weight on it. Hold on people, I've had an idea. What I'm going to do is secure this bit with 2 bolts down there through the side of a railway sleeper, and then that will give me the same effect as it being on the car. Then I can put some force on that. Let's see what happens. Fortunately, I always carry a spare one of these around with me at all times for just such an occasion. So we're about getting around problems here at ST170 Restoration. Good. Let's do it. Let's get the breaker bar. Breaker, breaker. See you later. Let's try from this angle. Okay, there we go. That's how you get around that. Perfect. There is always a solution somewhere. Yeah, that calls for a cup of tea. Okay, there we go. That's the wheel bearing inside there. So we sometimes can need a bearing puller to separate these, but by the look of it, this one is going to be okay. So we just pull this off, like so. And there we go, that's the stub axle there. And then we've got the wheel bearing inside there. We're obviously going to take this out, and then we're going to change this seal at the back as well. We're going to remove and replace the ABS sensor ring. So just pry it off. Then we need to get a pair of circlip pliers on here to squeeze those together, then we can withdraw the bearing. Right, so just having a closer look at these stub axles here, and I don't know whether you can see this gasket on the back here is quite perished, seems to have sort of suffered from corrosion, water's got behind it, the metal has expanded, and it's damaged the gasket bit there. So I was having a look around, and I need to obviously replace this, can't seem to find the gaskets, so I thought, well, I'll do the whole stub axle, can't seem to find that because they're different for disc brake cars. So what I'm going to do is actually get stub axles for cars with drum brakes, and then I'm going to take off the gasket and hopefully replace that. So I'm hoping that's going to work, and we'll see what happens. So it's several days later, and I'm still hunting for this tiny little gasket here on the stub axle. It's really not that bad. Won't you please excuse me for a second? So with the xenon headlight lever, there is no way if I start taking this apart it's going to go back together, and I'm going to end up breaking it. So I know that it is actually working at the moment, but if you look at it, all of these little bolts and things are so small, I'm going to need like a sort of model maker's socket set or something to take all this apart. So the plan is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to take off as much of the surface rust as possible, very gently, and I'm going to coat it with the Hammerite rust killer, which will turn it black. Other than that, I'm going to leave it well alone, put it back on the car, and that should work perfectly. So I ought to be careful when I'm pushing down on this not to knacker this joint. God almighty. This is why I like my quiet exhaust. This has turned out beautifully, all the metal's still very good, so I'm going to get the Hammerite rust killer on it, and then it's ready to go. So I've got to use the jumbo brush. My other little delicate brush, I forgot to wash it and it got ruined. All done and looking much better. Let's go and get this back on the subframe. Alright, just got the parcel from the mystery shop. I know we've got the Cold Springs. So let's have a look at these. There we go, so these are the best quality ones I could find. There are some stuff that's a lot cheaper. They come with, you know, sort of come in different packs, but these are the best ones I could find. Seem to be a fairly well-known brand. So we've got a bit of a condition difference with these. You can see these were certainly ready to be changed. So the Monroe shocks have turned up. Okay. Nice. Right, it's time to get these pressed out. I've decided to buy a special kit rather than take it to a garage, so this kit was about 50 quid. So let's give it a go and see what we can do. Right, let's give this a go. Oh yeah, there we go. Easy as that. So over the last couple of days I have actually soaked this in WD-40 to get it in between there. But yeah, that's coming out much more easy than I was expecting. Oh yeah, there we go. Piece of piss. There it is. There we go, old versus new. So you can see that these have properly had it there, and then we've got the new parts here, properly branded. So the reason that I always go for buying components individually rather than going for a whole kit when I'm doing a big job, is that I like to individually check out each brand that I'm using and make sure that it's good quality, whereas if I get a pack with loads of parts in, they're all non-branded stuff and I can't check the quality. Let's get these refurbished. So usual thing, I'm going to run over it with a wire wheel, treat the rust, prime it, paint it satin black, and then we'll get it back on the motor. And these are genuine parts as well. Drill out the old bolt. Take all the rusty bits off with the wire wheel. Give it a clean with some brake cleaner. Now for the rust treatment. Goodbye, Mr. Towel. Bit of primer. Get the satin black on. Let's get these back together. These are all the parts for the back suspension, so I've gone with the best quality gear I could find. These are really good brands, and I've got new bolts for them as well, new shock absorbers. I don't think I need to prime these, but I'm going to prime these anyway just to be sure. And obviously you saw that these have been reconditioned. So what we're going to do is go over to the car now and put all this back on it. Right, how are we going to do this? I'm going to go around, put all the bits back on and just do the nuts and bolts up finger tight. I'm not going to put the coil springs back in, but we're going to make a little template so that I can set the car to the design height. And then after that, I'm going to put the coil springs back in, do everything up, and then we can lower it to the ground, and that's the back suspension setup. Prime the shocks. I don't think you have to, but I'm just going to do this. So push this in and out and let it sort of rise 5 times, and that'll be primed. That's just rising back up there. It's only when they're stored they lay on their side and oil is in the wrong place. Okay, righting facing forwards. So we've got some resistance there because the lock thread is just hitting the thread, which is normal. That's enough, it's still moving freely, it's just enough to hold it all together. The bolt is nearly there, so we'll set it all up, get the design height set, and then we can torque this to the proper spec. Here we've got the anti-roll bar, or anti-roll bar bruv, as they say here in North Essex. Got these new things here, these need to go in a certain direction, so we've got to pay attention to where that's facing. These have to go over the anti-roll bar, and then we bolt it back on with these. Right, how you get these on is you make sure that's in the right place so that when it goes over there it's going to be facing the right direction. It's got a cut in it, so what we do there is we just try and put it in there through the cut. It's a bit fiddly to do this. So that just goes on. And they say you can't use any lubricant with this, you can use a bit of water, but that's it. Oh, enjoy your fly. There we go. Yeah, so when you do this, this has obviously been reconditioned. If it's covered in rust, I reckon you'll have a problem getting this on, so best to make sure the anti-roll bar is as clean as possible. Lovely jubbly. That's it. Just push the brackets over the top. Probably won't go on all the way, but that's enough so that we can get the bolts in there. bollocks. So we just do this up bit by bit on each bolt, just so that the bracket settles properly. So got to be really careful not to break this headlight leveler. God dear, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? These ones can be torqued now to 48 Newton meters. So this is the upper arm, or control blade as Ford likes to call it. I think control blade's pretty cool. Rear lower arms. Just watch the headlight leveler there. So with the xenon light leveler, the original arm had a captive nut in here so that I could push that back up there and then put a bolt through it. This one hasn't got it, so I've got a nut and a bolt. I'm just going to put a bolt on the other side of that, and that will get around that problem. And I'll put a tiny bit of thread locker on that as well before I put that in there. Okay, spot the mistake. So when you put the arms on, you have to make sure that the anti-roll bar is sitting below the arms. So I had them on the top there, so I'm just going to correct that. That's better. Ooh. Sorry. Fit the shocks. Put the top on, put the nut on. When we torque all these up properly, this one here we're going to hold it, because as we do it up, the inside spins there, so we need to hold the top of that and then do that nut up. I just noticed as well I've got the bloody wheel alignment bolts on the wrong way around, so I'm going to change those round, and then when we're all done we can have the tracking set without any issues. Right, what I'm going to do now is set the design height for the rear suspension. So basically what I need to do is make a template to set dimensions, piece of wood from the lower arm to the top there, and then I'm going to raise the arm here so that the piece of wood is in there, and that will set the design height. So the manual is telling me a couple of different things. I'm not entirely sure what it's saying, and basically it seems to be sometimes the spring is in, sometimes it's not, sometimes you have to take the anti-roll bar bush out. Not entirely sure, so I'm going to do it the way that I think, and obviously if there's an easy way, do let me know in the comments, but this is the way that I think I'm going to do it. So I'm going to remove the anti-roll bar mount, I'm going to take this nut out, and then I'm going to drop this arm down, then I'll put the spring back in, put this back in, do this all back up again, then put my spacer in there, and then I'm going to put the jack underneath this arm and raise it up until that spacer is held securely. Then what I'll do is do all of the suspension nuts on this side to the right torque. Okay, we're just taking a look at the measurements for the spacers. So this manual is for just a regular Focus. They don't actually have one for an ST170. However, I am going to use these measurements because they won't be too far out and they're the only ones I can get my hands on. So for the Estates, we have 157mm tall by 20mm wide, but obviously we're the hatchback, so we're going to make one 130mm tall by 20mm wide. And then it goes here, so it sits in between the lower arm and the top there, and then we jack it up, and that sets the design height. I'm going to do mine with the spring in because this manual is telling me to do it a couple of different ways. Not entirely sure which way, but what I'm going to do is put my spring in and then, as I said, torque it all up and we'll see what happens. So I've got the jack there, I've just put the spring in and then raised the arm, and then this bolt is now back in there. So I'm going to do the other side at the same time, and then we're going to reconnect the anti-roll bar. Anti-roll bar's reconnected. Let's go get the spacer. That's the spacer, 113 long by 20 wide. Okay, so what we discovered, basically if you leave the coil spring in, when you try and jack it up to get that spacer in, it doesn't compress enough, and it will lift the car off the ground, and you do need to take out that spring. So what I'm going to do now is take out the springs again, and then I'm going to put that little template in. Then what I'm going to do is undo that arm again and then put the spring back in, and I think that's what the book was trying to tell me, so that's how I'm going to do it. My goodness me, what a lot of arsing around this is. So basically I'm just trying to raise the lower arm there in order to get this piece of wood underneath, and there's actually still a fairly big gap, and what is happening is as I raise this arm, the car is lifting off the axle stands there, so I'm obviously not going to go anywhere near the underneath of the car while it's doing that, because it could very easily fall. It is sort of off the other one as well, so I'll stay well clear of that. I think what's happening is where I put the bush in the back of the arm here, I think that's slightly out of alignment, and what I'm going to try and do is put a little bit of WD-40 just around here, just around the edge, and then as the car sits here, as the weight is sitting on that arm, I'm hoping that will slowly move its way around so that this gap here will close a bit, and then we can get the spacer in. So I'll give that a go. I really want to try and avoid taking the whole arm out. Can't work it out. So not entirely sure why my spacer is not fitting in there. So the plan is put it all back together, put the coil springs back in, leave everything nice and loose, and then put the hubs back on, put the wheels back on, lower the car to the ground, and then sort of let it settle, let it kind of find its right level. Then we'll have another go at this once we've sorted out some of the stuff on the front. So I could easily edit this out, but I know you guys you want to see all the real life stuff and the real life problems that you know, everybody runs into. So yeah, that's the plan. Put it back together, drop it down, we'll do a bit on the front, and take another look at the back, see if it settles. Right, let's carry on with this wheel bearing replacement. So the problem I was having last time is I just can't find this seal anywhere. So as far as I can tell, this isn't available anywhere. I tried ordering some for Land Rovers and things, and none of them fitted, so I can't find those at the moment. And also I'd like to change this water seal as well. You're supposed to change that every time you do the bearings. Can't find these either. So the plan is I'm going to put it back together with the new bearing which I've got here as it is, which will be perfectly serviceable. I mean, this is being really picky. I would like to get it done because I would like the whole thing completely refreshed. However, I'm not going to drive this car in the rain, so it probably won't matter that much. As I say, I'm going to put it back together, and then just bear in mind that that will need changing at some point, and as and when I can find the pieces, I will take it back off again, probably change the bearing again, and do it when I can find the bits. Give it a spray, and then remove the water seal carrier. Take out the circlip. Then I've got to turn this upside down and press this bearing out this way. So I did actually order a wheel bearing removal set here, but it's for a bloody lorry or something. All the sizes are far too big. So what we're going to do, I'm not going to order another one. I'm going to get this done sort of the old school way. So I'm going to use a socket that just fits on the top there. And then I'm going to get a rubber, well, put this in, get a rubber mallet, and then hit the top of that with a piece of wood over, and that will then drive the bearing out this way. Obviously I'll have to stand this on something. Alright, enough arsing around. I'm going to take this down to the garage and use their bearing press and get the work moved on a bit. So I'm literally going to have this bearing changed. Then we can get these back on the motor. Back from the garage with the wheel bearings all pressed in there. Let's get them back together. Right, let's get these back together. So first thing, put the circlip on. I'm going to put the safety glasses on, because if that pings off and gets you in the balls, you'll really know about it. Eyeballs, that is. Squeeze that together. There we go. Then we put the water seal carrier back on. Give it a little tap down. Then put the ABS sensor ring back on. Just make sure it's properly seated. Then put it back on the stub axle. Then put the nut on. I'll do the same with the other one. Then I'm going to put both of these back on the car, and we can get this tightened up properly. Thread the ABS wire through. Bolts back in. Torque it to spec. 66 Newton meters, or you could leave it loose, makes the drive more exciting. Put the wheel back on so I can spin it while I'm doing the hub nuts up. I've got the leaflet that came with it, 110 Newton meters plus 60 degrees. The book says 235. I'm going to run with 110 Newton meters plus 60 degrees. This can always be adjusted. I'm going to rotate the wheel in the opposite direction while I'm tightening. Needs a bloody powder coat this wheel, look at the state of it. 110 and plus 60 degrees. Yeah, that's about it. Put this back under the car. There we go. Then just tap the cover back on. This is the near side one going on. So when I do the seals on the back here, I will actually paint all of this in the high temperature paint or a suitable paint just so everything looks perfect, but I'm not going to do that until the seals are properly sorted. Let's get the brakes back on. Don't want to touch him now to make him messy. Brake caliper bracket bolt, 55 Newton meters. That's it. So I'm going to take out this bolt here and then hook this bracket just over the edge there where it was, and then the new copper brake pipe will poke up there inside that bracket, and then I'll be able to connect the rubber brake hose to that, and that'll be the rear hydraulics reconnected. All that arsing around putting this bastard back in. I might need a jack for this. Nope, just muscle is enough. Yeah, bloody lesson is repeated until the lesson is learned. If you're struggling with something, just get the jack. Messing with this for 5 minutes, just go and get the jack. Let's bring out the big guns. These are bloody good, these drivers. Just do this up manually, it's still moving nice and easily. It's not cross-threaded, so I'm happy with that. It's got to line up the brake line, so you've got 2 little notches in there. That should fit into there. It's giving me a bit of resistance, so what I'm going to do is move this one around another couple of notches so it sits completely fine. It shouldn't be twisted or anything. So we've got that in there, then we'll put the bracket on behind it, and then we'll connect up the copper brake line. So that's the brake line freed off. So I'm going to do the bottom one first, because you see there's 2 notches there. There's only 2 notches in this bracket, so that goes in there first. Just need to make sure the brake line's nice and sort of unkinked. And then we've got the same 2 notches up in this one, but you see that's more like a, I suppose, a sort of star shape. There's many more notches there, so we can actually get the brake line just resting in there properly without being sort of kinked or stretched. So I'll put the kit back on that, and then I'll do up these nuts here for the copper brake lines, and that's the brakes done. Right, so the hydraulics all back on, so the pipes are all on there, the clips are on, everything's been tightened up, follow it through, it's all secure. What I'm doing now is just putting all the bits back onto the arm, so I had to rewatch my old videos to work out where they go. So we've got these 2 pieces here, and the ABS cable goes there, so it sits behind it. I'll show you that from the back. So you've got the handbrake cable goes through here, then you've got the ABS cable goes through that. You can bend these back, that follows through to the ABS connection, and then on the back here we're going to reconnect the handbrake. So that's the other end of the handbrake cable, so I'm just going to pull that out and then hook it back over this bit here, like so. And that's the rear brake sorted. Now we've got to bleed them. And also, before I forget, we'll put the bump stops back on. Right, I'm going to use a pressure bleeder for this and .4 brake fluid, so I want to make sure the backs are all bled and working fine, because when I do the front brakes I want to know that the backs are already working and I won't be chasing problems around. And particularly as the car has been sort of stood up here for 3 or 4 months with the backs undone, I want to make sure nothing's happened to that ABS pump, no air's got in, and basically everything's working fine, and then I can change the brakes on the front. Right, start with the caliper that's furthest away, so take off the dust cover. And then we've got a bit of manky old fuel hose that we'll put over the top there, as long as it's a nice secure fit. We're going to leave this done up for the minute. Put the end in the milk bottle, and we go and charge up the bleeder, and then when it's pressurised we'll just undo this and bleed the brakes. Fill the bleeder with .4, so it comes just below the gauge. Clean the top and then take the top out. So the fluid's very low in here, so I'm going to just top it up so it's on the max. Screw the cap on. Attach the pressure bleeder hose. Then bring the pressure up to 10 psi. Or thereabouts. And then undo the bleed nipple. And then we're looking for no air bubbles and just nice clean brake fluid coming out there. So that is running out. I'm going to actually let this run and probably do more than I should just to be doubly sure. While that's coming up the back, just be sure that this maintains pressure and be sure you've still got brake fluid in there, so pump it up if you need to. So I've got a nice lot of clear fluid out there, so when the hose is in there, there's no bubbles, so there's no air in there. When I pull it out, there's just a nice stream of brake fluid, so this one is done. Do the bleed nipple back up, not too tight, just enough. And we do the same again on the other side. Then depressurise the bleeder. And take it all off. What I'll do is check that this is up to the maximum, and any brake fluid in here I'll throw away. Even though it's fresh, I'll throw it away because I always use brake fluid from a fresh sealed container because it absorbs water from the atmosphere. You get water in it, you haven't got any brakes. Adjust the handbrake, so 2 little 10mm nuts here, do up the one at the bottom and then tighten the top one down on top of it. So you really want sort of 3 or 4 maximum clicks on that, you don't want excess travel, and then tighten the nuts down. Put the wheels back on. Torque these up properly when it's back on the ground. I don't normally use a gun for these because sometimes it can actually exceed the recommended torque. I want to show you these tyres as well. So these will pass an MOT all day long. They haven't got any cuts or tears. They're not damaged in any way really. Loads of tread on them, but basically they are old. So 2017 there. See the 17 at the last bit. And then we have all these little sort of cracks here on the edge. Don't like that at all, and the whole appearance of it is very shiny, and you're not going to get a lot of grip out of that. Although that would pass an MOT, I'm not going to be using that. I'm going to keep these on for a very slow drive to the garage so that I can set the tracking at the back, sort of maximum 30 mile an hour, and then after that all of them will be changed. That's the same with this one here, legal all day long, loads of tread but old. So this one is 2016 and you can see all the little fine cracks here, sort of heat cracks I suppose, not good enough for a tyre. Any problems with the tyre need to come off. Alright, it's a big moment, the jack stands are out, let's put it back on the ground. That's the back done. There we go, so that's what we were playing with the other day. You see it's looking a bit like the Wild West DeLorean at the moment. So everything is still loose on there and it's got to settle basically, so I'm going to put some weight in the back, move it around, maybe get in there, sort of, you know, put some real weight on there, and that should settle down to the proper height, and then we can start checking that design height that we were arsing around with the other day. Okay, welcome to the front of ST170 Restoration ST170. So here we go, we finally made it. So while I'm under here is I need to replace this section here. This is the bit that I had to cut out, the flexi section, to get the exhaust off. So I've got a new one of those, and to get that off I have to basically undo these nuts at the back here with an extension bar. Now they're looking at me, I'm looking at them, and to be honest I'm not sure who's going to win this, but I'm going to have a go and see if I can get that off without having to take too much apart. I do have to be very careful because it is connected to this piece here, which is the catalytic converter. Now these, I haven't looked it up, I would imagine that's around £700 for a genuine one, and I need to really not be damaging that. I know a lot of people, they do take them out and they put on a straight pipe. It sort of is illegal because it's not going to pass the MOT test, so you're not going to meet the emissions test if you have no cat on there, and if you get stopped you might be liable for a fine. I think probably if I was going to do anything with a cat, I'd change it for a sports cat, which is a little bit bigger and a bit more free-flowing, and you would still meet the emissions. And also, with regard to the engine, it is expecting to have some sort of resistance there. That's how it's been set up and tuned. All the sensors are expecting to have a catalytic converter there, and you can sometimes have issues, not all the time, but yeah, generally I would go for leaving the cat in place. Got the nuts warmed up with a blowtorch. While I'm waiting for those bolts to cool down, I'll just give a quick tour of the underside of the front. So I'm obviously going to change everything. Got these lovely big 300mm discs here. I'm going to go with standard brakes. I just really like the feel of the standard brakes in this car. They give loads of feedback. They're not too much, they're not too little. They're just very good for fast road, and that's just how I like them. And then we've got under here, see various lines here. They are in very bad condition, so the brake line is obviously corroded. I need to change that for copper ones. I'm not sure, I think there's a power steering. Yeah, one of those is power steering. I think it's power steering. I need to change that, or it might be clutch. And then we've got the suspension here. This is all going to be changed, the spring, the shock, everything. I'll do the wheel bearing in here, recondition all of this, all of the whole arm, all of the underneath. I'm probably going to get a new front subframe, or I'll take it away and I'll get it blasted and powder coated like I did with the back. So I'm not entirely sure what route I'll go down. May well change this mount here just as a precaution. Nice and easy to do that. Notice here there's an oil leak from the drive shaft, so I'll be taking the drive shaft out and then changing the seal in that. I'll also change these gaiters as well. And yeah, we've got the lovely 6-speed gearbox here. This is a get rag gearbox for the ST170. Really nice gearboxes, really good for a really involved sort of B-road drive. And then the front here, we've got obviously the chassis rails here. They all seem to be in very good condition. I'm going to change the horn because the horn on this car is crap. I'm used to a really good van horn. That's no good at all on this one. I reckon water's probably got in and knackered it. And then through here we've got the obviously the radiator under here. I think somebody's previously done all the pipes and the hoses, but I may well do those again just for sort of to keep the quality uniform. I have already changed the sump on this car, so there is a new sump there. I'll just take you around this side, and there you see all the spiders. We haven't driven anywhere for a long time in this, so yeah, these all need to be changed. I'll do all the brake hoses, bleed everything out, basically do what I did to the back, make sure everything's properly sorted. And then we have the, just behind that cover there is the auxiliary drive belt. That's never been done actually, that needs to be changed. The cam belt was done, but I'm going to be inspecting that as well, just to make sure the guy that did it properly. We've got more crusty pipes down here, and yeah, just general sort of surface rust. That's the headlight leveler there, that is sort of taped on, so if I can't find one I'll have to just make sure that's working properly. Ideally I'd like to get a new one there. And yeah, it's just general sort of minor oil leaks and surface rust there, to see through the front there. Yeah, so I will crack on with that. That's all coming up, and obviously I'm going to do the clutch as well, so it may well be that I just take all of this off, do the clutch, and then as I put it back together, recondition it all. I need a new heat shield here as well for the cat. So yeah, there's loads of bits to be doing, and we're going to do it all. Praise the Lord, it's a miracle. So if you're a mechanic or DIY or however you work on cars, this is the best thing you can do when there's a piece and it just, you look at it and you think there's no way that's going to come off, and it actually comes off without damaging it. My God, it's honestly the best result you can have there. Because this is why I don't like messing with the exhaust, because everything's always completely corroded on. But I just can't believe that's come off and it hasn't even damaged the studs there, so very happy with that. Let's get the new piece back on, drop it back down to the ground, and let's start this car. That's the old one, and this is the one I'm going to put on, and also we've got a new gasket set as well. Take the old gasket off. Really, I'm so happy to get this flexi section off. That really wasn't easy. Basically, I rounded the bolts off on there, and then I had to use a damage bolt removal set, and then I sort of rounded that off, and I went one size smaller on the damage bolt removal set, and then it finally came off. And yeah, I was on this for an hour trying to get this off, and obviously I had to wait for the bolts to cool down, but yeah, I'm very, very pleased to get that off. And we have a nice new gasket, and then reattach the flexi section. I'm actually going to put a little dab of copper grease on those exhaust manifold studs, all of them, because it'll probably be me taking the bloody thing off again. There we go, perfect fit. Right, I'm going to have a tidy up, lower it back down to the ground, put the battery in, take off all the sun covers, and then I'm going to turn the key. Okay, moment of truth, going to start it up. Put the driver's seat back in so I can turn it round so I can do some work on the front. Going to get it started. I'm not going to be too concerned about any smoke coming out from the actual exhaust, because that'll be the lacquer and various things burning off there. Maybe a little bit of smoke out the exhaust when I first start, because we do have fogging oil in there, but other than that I'm looking for sort of a nice smooth tick over. We're going to let it warm up, and yeah, just let it settle and run it for a bit. Okay, let's do this. There we go. Into neutral. There we go, everything's priming. Keeps on priming. There we go, that's finished. Right, let's turn the key. Perfect. And we're looking for the hazard lights here. We've got the oil pressure light has gone out. In the mirror there's no massive smoke. We have got a little bit of shaking, but I think it's just where it's not been run for a while. See, I'm not going to rev it, I'm just going to let it tick over because that oil needs to get around the engine. Sounds really good, the original exhaust. Love these things. It's got a very high idle because it's cold. It's now dropping down a bit. So it is chugging a little bit. This is only about 2 minutes in, and it's sort of a tiny little bit. I'd put that down maybe to the fact the battery's been disconnected for so long, and maybe the engine management is recalibrating, or could be something wrong with the HT leads, but it wasn't doing that when it was put away, and I haven't actually touched anything, so I'm guessing that will just sort itself out. Got really nice brake pressure, good brake feel, servo's working fine, so we know that all the work on the back of the brakes is okay. We've got no air trapped in there, normal feel. So a few more minutes in, it's running much smoother now. The chugging is just almost detectable at idle, but hardly anything, so I reckon it just needs to be run. Okay, it's got a slight misfire. I'm just going to switch it off and then check all those HT leads in the coil. I'm just going to double check all of this, make sure all is well. That's the reason that I didn't touch anything else apart from what was in here, because if there is a problem when I first start it, I know that it's probably somewhere in here, because yeah, nothing else has been touched. So there we go, great result. I'm really happy with that. It starts, it moves, I've turned it round, and yeah, really happy with that result. So what I'm going to do now is I need to do everything on the front. So in the same way that I did the back, I'm going to do the front, going to sort the clutch out, do everything on there, treat all the rust, and get that sorted. So basically at the moment there is a misfire. We're going to deal with that in the next episode. I'm not going to go into that now. Yeah, I have to get that sorted. I'm not going to run it anymore because when they are misfiring you can damage the cat, and I obviously don't want that. So we need to get that sorted. And yeah, basically at the moment how it stands, money wise, this has had to do the back, and what you're seeing in the videos, been about £1,400. It's all listed down. Yeah, about £1,400 to do that. With the labour, I'm running out. I'd probably say around 100 hours labour. I'm not keeping count of it, but the labour has been about 100 hours. And yeah, I would expect the same on the front. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys. Loads more to come, and I'll see you for the next one. Bon appetit! Yeah, computer says no. No, we are still shaking. This is going to be a mystery. Nope. Still got the misfire. You bastard. No, that's still shaking. Nope. No, that's not good. Nope. Still misfiring. Hey, focus, my man. Listen, couldn't just chuck up a fault code so that we can diagnose this issue, and I haven't got to spend the rest of my life trying to sort this fault out. Hi guys, welcome to the next episode. If you remember last time, we got the back suspension back together and the car was riding a little bit high. So what we're doing here is just putting some weight in the back to try and get it to drop back down again, to make it settle. So that's been in there about a day or so. We're just going to leave it in there and see what happens. And also we had a slight misfire. So when it comes to misfires, it's very easy to think, oh my God, what do I do? Because they can be quite complicated. However, we're not going to panic, and what we're going to do is address it methodically. Let's look at what we know for sure. So we know the car has had a new fuel pump. So I know that I have messed with the fuel system, and I know that I've basically moved the HT leads, so had a look at those. And I also know that it's been stood for a while, for about 3 or 4 months. And I know that the battery's a bit iffy, which probably isn't the problem, but I'm going to change the battery anyway. What I would normally do is run the engine for a bit until the codes came up, and then I put it on a code reader and I'd hopefully find out what the issue is. However, in this situation, I'm not going to do that because basically the battery's been undone for a long time. I don't think there's any codes in there, and I don't want to run a car at all really with a misfire because I don't want to damage other components. So this is what I think has happened. So the first thing is we've had the fuel pump out. I don't think it's anything to do with that. The reason being is that it is delivering fuel, it's revving fine, it was starting fine, and there doesn't seem to be any delivery issues, so I think we can eliminate that. And basically it's the way that the misfire occurred. So it was all right, and then as the engine warmed up, we start to get a misfire, and it gets worse as it warms up. So that's why I don't think it's a fuel delivery issue. I think that it's something that's happening with a sensor when the car is starting to warm up. So that would also allow me to discount the second thing, which is the HT leads, which I did take out to have a look inside the cylinders. So I don't think it's them, because that would either be a fault that happens or a fault that doesn't happen. That wouldn't be a sort of building fault. Which leads me on to the other place where I've been working on the car, which is the catalytic converter. I think possibly it is the oxygen sensors that have been damaged by rattling around with tools down there, because they're quite old and they are quite delicate even when they're new. And that would suggest that basically when I start the car, the engine runs a bit poorly, and then as the car starts to warm up, the running gets worse, and then after a few minutes we develop the misfire. And why that's happening, I think, is that as the car warms up, the oxygen sensors need to sort of smell the exhaust, and they adjust the engine management to how the car is burning. So that would basically mean that as the car starts to warm up, they're trying to change the engine management settings and the fuel mixture, and they aren't able to, and then we get a misfire. So what I'm going to do is change them, and we're going to see if it actually cures it. And yes, those are mechanic slippers, by the way. I just popped out to do a bit of engine diagnostics while the kettle is boiling. I'm just going to pop it on the code reader and see if we can get anything off it. The engine management light isn't on, and to be honest, I don't think it's been running for long enough with a misfire to register it, but we're going to have a look anyway. Take the little cover off. Plug in the reader. Yeah, the battery's too far gone for this. It's not giving a proper reading. Let's see if we can just get a code off it. Rescan. Okay, we've got one fault and nothing pending, so let's have a look. Okay, yeah, it's just the P1518. So I think that's the timing, but I'll just go and check that. But P1518, I think that was the variable timing. So yeah, nothing coming up for the misfire. So yeah, I didn't think it would, because it hasn't been running for long enough. I shut it straight off. Yeah, ignition off though, we can see the screen a bit better there. Yeah, P1518 is actually the intake manifold runner control. So yeah, you know you're in an ST170, so that's not a problem at the moment. Okay, so let's do what we're going to do and sort out the O2 sensors. Okay, here we go. So this one here is sensor number 1, and this is before the cat. This one's still marked up as Ford, so I'm guessing this may well be an original 20-year-old jobby. And then we just pull out the connector here. When we buy the new ones, we need to make sure that connector is the same. And then if we move along, and then behind the cat, so after it's been through the cat, there's another one sat here as well. This needs to be changed, and yeah, the wire just goes up there to a connector, so that can all be undone. But yeah, I was working literally just here, so I reckon it's really rattled this. And because these are old and original, they have been knackered, which is why I think we've got the misfire. Okay, so if you're going to order these for your motor, this is the one at the front, and this is the pin layout and the connections with the clips. So these little lugs are different to the one at the back there, so that's how that one is. And this is the sensor at the back, so the wire is still looped around the drive shaft there, but these, yeah, still got the same amount of pins, but these little bits here on the side, they're different. Okay, here you go. This is what you get with the kits. So this is the special socket that you need to remove these. So the wire will just slot in there. It just makes it easier to get that out. Get a few other bits as well. And these are the two sensors. So the first one is the front sensor, which is the regulating sensor, the main one. And then the second one at the back is the diagnostic sensor, so that checks everything basically after it's been through the cat and make sure everything's working okay. The first one is a standard one. It's got the original clips on the side here, the original lugs. This one, it seems to come with a much longer cable than I need, and also it doesn't have any sort of lugs on the side there, but I did know that when I was buying it, but I couldn't find any of the other ones, so we're going to plug this one in. They actually supply it with a cable tie as well to sort of crimp this wire up, and we'll plug this one in, get it working, and if I can find a more genuine example, I'll switch over to that when I can. Okay, let's get the front sensor out. So take the socket and then just put the cut there over the wire, and that sits down on that. Then put the socket on the top, and these are really tight, or this one is really tight, so I'm just going to get the extension bar, put it on the end of that. Yeah, it's got a section of pipe here, just enough to get the end of the socket in, so put that on there. There we go. You see he's being cheeky now. I should just leave him with a misfire. La bamba. Lambda. There we go. Nice and loose. Out we come. Let's get the light on there, and that's where it goes. You can almost actually see the honeycomb of the cat in there. So there's new and old, and the new one actually comes with a longer wire as well, so yeah, strange. And just make sure before you put these in, they've got the little compression washer on there as well. Get this back in, just be careful not to knock it on anything because they are quite delicate. See if I can actually use the viewfinder of the phone. Yeah, there we go. Then we get the socket back on it and do it up. Not too tight, just enough. Yeah, just carefully tighten that up until you can feel that washer compress. So that's in there, all properly seated. Then we just plug it back in, like so. And then obviously I need to make sure this longer cable isn't going anywhere near this exhaust, so I'm going to cable tie that up. And I'm sure you guys noticed as well, we got the standard dripping leak from the thermostat housing, but it's on my list, we're going to do that too. Okay, the back one's a bit more awkward, so I'm going to use the other tool in the set for this one. It's a bit more useful for restricted access, so yeah, I definitely recommend getting the set that's got all the extra bits in it. So, same as before, thread the wire through there and then seat it down on top of it. like that. And put the wrench on top. And then at this angle we can get the bar on it as well. There it goes. And just undo it by hand. Here it comes. I'm just going to check the back. I can't see this, but we can see this using the phone's viewfinder. Old and new. So this is the old one. There are some special clips that are still stuck on this wire. I'm going to take these off and save these, and there are two other, I think there's two other clips still on the body of the car underneath, so I need to take these off. This one's obviously got a much longer wire, but if I can ever find a proper genuine one, I'm going to want to reuse this clip, so it is important to save those. Make sure it's got the washer. Stick it back on the motor. I'm just going to use the viewfinder again so I can see where the edge is, so I don't end up knocking this unnecessarily, because they are crazy delicate. There we go. So this is fiddly. I've just stopping and just doing this again because when I saw it on here it was a bit, it wasn't going in straight, so you need to be doubly sure. Use your phone and look at that as you do it to make sure that it hasn't cross-threaded, because you don't want to be causing problems with this. Put the socket back over it and carefully do it up. Okay, there we go. Just got to be particularly careful not to twist these wires. When you're doing it up, these wires will want to twist, so you're just going to make sure they stay nice and straight. You don't want to break them. And then plug it back into the terminal that's just above the drive shaft. So that's all done. Obviously now we've got this crazy cable that I'm going to have to tuck away somewhere. We don't want it touching any of the exhaust system. We don't want to get entangled around the drive shaft, so I'm going to basically tuck this back up, and then probably, as I said, I'll try and find a more suitable sensor at some point, but hopefully this will solve the misfire. Yeah, so before I start this I need to remember it's on the ramps, and the car is too low to go up here on its own, so if you back it off you'll basically rip off the front bumper. So these went up here with, I use a jack, and I just prefer having it on the ramps rather than axle stands if I'm underneath it. So yeah, when I start it, keep it in my mind, don't reverse off the ramps. Okay, here we go. So if you remember last time, when it started it was shaking a little bit and then it died off. Then as the car warmed up, it developed a misfire within about sort of 5 minutes. So let's start it now, let it warm up and see what happens. Right, let's get the jumper cables. Okay, bit of real life there, guys. Let's get those cables. Yeah, so when a battery is as fondue as this one, even a smart charger can't bring it back, but it was worth a try. So definitely new battery time. So there we go, let's get the boost on, power that up, and now let's turn the key. Right, let's do this before something else conks out. Okay, there is still a bit of vibration, little bit of shaking. That's rougher than I would have expected, but let's see if it settles down. It is hunting a bit, so I'm going to let it warm up, and providing it doesn't misfire again, let it run for long enough so that the codes are stored in the engine management, and see what's what. Yeah, something's still up, so this is how you can really hear exactly what it's doing. So you can hear the gaps there. Right, it's running terribly. The misfire is back, but the engine management light has come on this time, so I'm going to shut it off. I don't want to let it run with the misfire on there. And yeah, so it has been running long enough now to bring up a code. So let's plug it in and see what code it chucks up. Okay, 1 fault. Yeah, it's the same as last time. Right, I need this car to give me a clue as to what's wrong with it, so I'm going to start it, shut it off several times to hopefully encourage it to log whatever the hell is going wrong there. Yeah, this really ain't happy, is it? So I've just cleared the other code, but we've got the light on there, the other light. Yeah, so it's just repeatedly bringing back the fault code P1518, which is the inlet manifold runner control. So I'm just bringing it out the range where it's misfiring. So I'm bringing it at a fairly fast idle. It isn't misfiring like this. It's misfiring at a slow idle. So I'm just getting the temperatures up and getting it warm basically to sort of let it run and to let the car sort of develop its own fault really. I'm looking for that fault to be logged on the engine management so I can see what it is and it gives me a clue. And while we're here we have got some lights on. So the airbag light is on because the front seats have been taken out and the airbags aren't connected, or one of the front seats is out. Traction control because we've taken the switch off. We've got the ABS light on, so I need to have a look at the back because that's come on because I've been working on the rear brake. So I need to address particularly the ABS fault, and the misfire must be addressed, and also we're going to do the ride height before we properly move on there because we don't want to be working forward with lots of other undiagnosed faults there. Okay, honest answer at the moment, I don't know. So the car doesn't want to log any sort of fault code, so it's just chucking up the same code. As far as I know, that particular code doesn't cause this particular problem, but I'm going to sort of do a bit of further research and double check. But yeah, I can't seem to get it to tell me what's going wrong by running it, and I can't seem to get it to log the code. So a bit of a challenge, and I like a challenge. I know you guys like a challenge. So what we're going to do is work through it methodically. We're going to start with the really basic stuff and work our way up, and we're also going to check the Facebook groups and internet, see if anybody else has had this sort of similar issue, and we can kind of work from there really. So we're looking for the clues, but we're going to start at the bottom and work through it and hopefully flush this fault out. Hey, focus, my man. Listen, couldn't just chuck up a fault code so that we can diagnose this issue, and I haven't got to spend the rest of my life trying to sort this fault out. Okay, yeah. Right, yeah. Okay, he says Foxtrot Oscar. What I'm thinking now is somewhere around here there is an air leak, and that is what's causing the bad running. The clip is actually missing from around here, so I probably actually have had this off while the car has been stood idle, so it may well be that that clip just hasn't gone back on. It may well be that seal is not good enough around there. So let's put the clip back on and see if that makes any difference. Also, I noticed the other air intake here that goes down to the bottom of the casing down there, that wasn't quite lined up, and that is very close to the crankcase breather hose there, and I know that if the crankcase breather hose comes out, it causes bad running, so that is extremely close there. So I would imagine if that pops out as well, that will also cause maybe a period of bad running. So I've reseated this, and this has been pushed back on properly, and we're just going to put a clip right there and check that. So that may well be the cause. Who knows? Going to get a new battery, put that on, and then start it again. Right, morning guys. It's a beautiful day, but we've still got our faults. So just having a look in the Haynes manual in the fault finding bit at the back, and just checking that we're on the right track. So what have we got here? The engine is misfiring at idle speed, so basically it could be a vacuum leak, which is what we're possibly thinking. Incorrectly gas spark plugs, possible, but I did just check those. Faulty HT leads, they are in the post, so we're going to get new sets of those on. Yeah, so we're just going to sort of work through it really. So yeah, vacuum leak comes up as well for the engine idling erratically, and yeah, lots of other bits, so we can just check those. There are a lot of other things that are the same things for the same fault really, so or sorry, different faults. So yeah, we're just going to go through those and see what happens. So going to go up and get the new battery, try the new HT leads. I think it'd probably be odd if that was causing it, because it was running fine before. We did take them off, could be an issue, who knows. So we just start and work through the basics and take it from there. Okay, brand new battery with the battery terminals properly tightened, and it's still shaking. Got a new clamp for the air intake, we'll just get that on now. Okay, I think I may have got to the bottom of it. So it's something ridiculously silly that you wouldn't necessarily think about, and It was basically because I'm doing this on YouTube and Instagram and messing around like that. I did a video a few months ago, sort of halfway through the work on this, where I was washing it and I was running it with the xenon lights on, and I was sort of making a video with it, and basically that took about 2 or 3 hours to film. And for the majority of that time, bearing in mind the engine wasn't able to run because the exhaust was off and the fuel tank was out, for the majority of that time the ignition was on. And I think what I've done messing around with that is I have cooked the coil, and I've caused damage to that by just having the ignition on and not running the engine. And I've only just realised, I didn't know it, but I've only just sort of put 2 and 2 together when I'm reading through the precautions here. And basically, don't keep the ignition on for more than 10 seconds if the engine will not start, otherwise basically you're going to knacker ignition components, and I reckon that's what I've done. So yeah, we're sort of looking around there, and I'm kind of you know, trying to do the most basic thing first, having a really good think. Looking back, I think that's probably what I've done. So what I'm going to do is order a new coil pack and new leads as well, because the leads are, you know, probably quite a common thing to go. These are quite old anyway, and we're going to see if that is the cause. So if you want to see the potentially damaging video, it's on Instagram, ST170 _restoration. I've got a bit of Kavinsky on there as well, so it may well be the cause. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is disconnect the battery. Nice new battery, I might add, got that today. And then we're going to undo these bolts down here, and we're going to take out the coil pack, take out the leads, and basically get another one ordered. Okay, just undo the 4 bolts, and then the whole pack will just lift off. So unplug the connector there, and then we can just pull out the spark plug leads. Then the coil pack connector comes off, so you've basically just got to push in this little bit of wire here and then pull it out. And there we go, that's the coil pack. So it is entirely possible, I would say. I mean, I was filming for 2 or 3 hours, most of that this was on, and to be perfectly fair, that is a lot longer than 10 seconds. And yeah, I reckon Focus, I reckon you're a victim of the gram. So we know this has been properly cooked, and all this diagnosing of faults does make me hungry. Bon appetit. Okay, so while I'm waiting for the coil packs to turn up, I'm going to have a look at this rear ride height, which hasn't seemed to have been settling down. So I have taken the water and the cement bags out now, but it is still riding very high, and it doesn't move at all. It seems completely rigid. And what I reckon it is something to do with this bush under here. So I reckon it might be the case that I need to actually lower this down and then twist this round a bit. I just think it is at the wrong angle, and yeah, that's what I'm going to take a look at. And basically what I'm going to do before I do that, because that's quite an involved piece of messing around, I'm going to sort of loosen off the shocks and just generally have a look and see if I can get it to sit down. But I reckon it is that holding it in the wrong place, so hopefully we can adjust that without removing all the brakes. Yeah, see, they're absolutely rigid. Doesn't bounce an inch basically, even when I put the water and cement in there. Even when I stand in there, it's like I'm just standing on the floor, so no movement at all. So that's why I reckon it may well be those bushes at the back. Okay, here we go. This is our problem here, this enormous gap. So what I'm going to do is use a bit of tyre crayon and just mark the bush at the back and see if we can readjust that to reduce the ride height. So just squeeze myself under the car. It's not jacked up, but basically that's how it sits when the wheel's on the ground. So the bush is sort of turned up there, and what I'm going to do is just make a little mark, but I'll basically just get it in the centre of the bar. I'm going to pop it out and then turn it so that the mount is facing this way, about a sort of quarter of a turn. And when I put it back on, I'm hoping that will cause the rear of the car to sit at a more acceptable level. So jack it up, take the wheel off again, and yeah, put the wheel under the car here. I have to be a bit careful here with the sewage drain to my house. It's an old cast iron cover, and these can shatter, so yeah, got to wash that, otherwise I could end up in the shit in more ways than one. So here we go, you can see this a little bit better now. So what I'm going to do is basically take all this off and then try and get this thing here lined up. So that's at the moment sort of going longways. I need that bit there to line up with the actual bar, so I'm going to basically line it up with the groove in the bar and put it back together and see if it sits any better. Right, let's start with these two. nothing was done on site, so it's all very easy. That's the back undone now, so I can check that I'm on the right lines by having that undone there and then jacking the base of this up. So now I'm expecting, if that compresses nice and easily, if I can move that whole lot up, I know that it was the back of that was resisting. So let's put some pressure on that and see what happens. So when that's being jacked up, all of this does compress as I want it to, but it's still doing what it used to do. It is still lifting off the jack stands. So all I can think of now, the only piece that I did torque up, I'm looking through here, is the anti-roll bar mount. So I'm going to really loosen those off and see if that is potentially causing the issue. Just loosen these up. I just want to try every possible option before I go and take that bar off. Okay, let's try the same test again with the jack and just get it underneath the rear wheel and try and lift the back up and see if that actually sits at the right level. So these anti-roll bar brackets were the only things I did actually torque up to the right torque on here. So these were the only things that were properly done up. Everything else is completely loose. But I mean, that's just the way that I sort of read and interpreted the manual. So we'll see. You know, it may be the case that the anti-roll bar was actually strong enough to resist the entire weight of the car and the entire suspension trying to settle. So yeah, let's jack it up and see what's what. Right, let's raise it a bit with the anti-roll bar brackets loose, and it is still lifting off the jack stands there. But I'm just looking at this bar. Before I go any further, I'm actually going to put those bolts back in, and I'm going to do the same thing because I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to start taking all of this off if it is caused by something else. So I'm going to put those bolts back in, try and raise it again and see what happens. Actually, no, I've had a much better idea than wrestling those bolts back in. If I maybe don't need to, I'm going to go and do it on the other side. Okay, here we are on the other side. So on this side, the bar is still connected to the car. I haven't taken the bolts out. All we've done, we've loosened off the anti-roll bar mount. So I'm going to try and raise this wheel, and if this still lifts off the jack stands, I'm going to know that it's probably that bush at the back that I need to do, and I need to take the whole lot off. If it sits down fine, I'll know that it was only the fact that the anti-roll bar mounts are torqued up. So let's raise it and see what happens. No, it's still not right. It wasn't the anti-roll bar mounts being torqued up properly. See, it's lifting off the axle stands there. I'm just thinking whether to drop it back down again so it's on the stands and then pop off that shock absorber just to remove another possibility and try this again. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll just take the bolt out of the bottom. Right, it's a shock loose. Let's give it another go. Just trying to explore all options here. Winging it basically. Nope, it ain't the shock. So it's still doing the same thing. My shock is released there and it's off the axle stands again. My notice the spring is in. I have already tried this with the spring out and I've got the same problem. So I'm just trying to doubly confirm it is those bloody bushes on the back, because it is a big pain in the arse taking those off. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and readjust those, because that's the only thing that I can think it really can be. It's yeah, just one of those things really. Okay, here we go. So that side is loosely back together. I just do that so we don't end up in a mess with bits everywhere. This side now, I'm going to basically take this off. So those two are undone at the back there. I'm going to undo the brake line, probably here, I think. So disconnect this, and then I'm going to take out these two bolts here. This one. Maybe might have to do the handbrake as well. And I'm guessing maybe I can pivot it on this bar. So I'll take this one out last, because that does sort of pivot down, but it may be that there isn't enough clearance to get this bar down, but ideally I'd like to drop it down. If it doesn't, I'll take that out as well and lift the whole lot out. I only need really just enough access so I can get the press onto this to move the bush at the back there, so I'll take it off just enough so I can get that done. That's the bottom arm freed off. Just release the top one. Okay, that's the top bolt out there. I just need to keep it on the jack there because I don't want to strain the brake line. So we'll get the brake line undone. Pull out the clip. And then undo the brake line. Right, it's the brake line off. I nearly forgot I need to undo this shock as well. Okay, good, there we go. So I've left this bolt in here. This is just pivoted on that and it's basically come down onto its face, which is what I wanted. So now we've got perfect access to get the press on and to change this from facing this way to facing that way, and that should hopefully sort out our ride height, but who knows. There we go, here's our trailing arm kits. We've got that down there, you've seen this one before, and yeah, I'm going to get that over the top of that. There is enough clearance, so we should be good. Okay, what I'm going to do is make life a bit easier for myself and just take out that last remaining bolt there. Then I've got all the access that I need there. Just overlooking silly things. So yeah, we'll get that done and take this off. And I'll just put the length of the fuel hose over the brake pipe and just into a milk bottle so we don't keep getting those drips. There we go, that's much better. We've got proper access there so we can get that out nice and easily. I'll just set you guys up on the tripod and then we'll get that out. We've got to change adapters to put it back on. So we're going to want it more lined up like that. So I want to try and get it as level with that middle groove as I can there. Okay, so we turn this round, push it from the other side. There we go. So what we've got to do now is put it all back together. I'm not going to bore you with that, and I'm going to do the other side as well, and then we'll get back to you when it's being lowered to the ground so we can see what happened. Okay, halfway through putting it back together, and I don't reckon the problem was there. That mount is really actually quite flexible, and this whole assembly will move up and down perfectly without the lower arm being attached. So I think possibly, I mean obviously there is a spring in there, but possibly it is something to do with the tracking adjusters there, possibly, or the anti-roll bar. So I'm going to take the anti-roll bar mounts off there, these ones here. These are already sort of loose-ish, and take a look at the tracking bolts. Right, here we go, don't know. So I'm going to leave it like this, got the wheels back on, and the coil pack should be here tomorrow or the next day, so we'll get that back on, get the engine running, get it moving. So how I've left it, I'm not actually entirely sure about these bolts down here, not sure about them at all really, so maybe they weren't blocking it. So I've taken the nuts off completely. The anti-roll bar is disconnected completely. The springs are in, everything else is done up very, very loosely, and I'm just going to leave it like that and see what happens to it, because I just can't see why this isn't settling down. So as I say, we'll get the coil back on, we'll get it moving, move it up and down this curb here, and just see if we can let it settle. But there's nothing now that is resisting. The springs are new, but they are exactly the same springs as the other one. They are specifically for the ST170, and side by side they were the same length, so who knows. Okay, it's still not sitting down, so look at that, we've still got a big gap there. It's had the brake off, it's been moved backwards and forwards, it's been in and out of gear, it's basically been, we've been in the back of it, sort of tried to jump on that, and it's just something is not right. And what we've got there is all the suspension is loose, like we did last time. We took everything off, it's as loose can be, and it's not sitting right. But I did notice something on the box of the Carlin springs when I got them, and the dates didn't look right, although it said specifically, it did say it was for the ST170, and the springs look the same, and you know, to all intents and purposes they're the same. The dates on the box didn't seem to line up. They seem to be from 1998 to 2004, and this car wasn't sort of made in 1998. The original Focus was, but I think this was from 02 to 04 or something, so the dates don't quite line up. So I'm thinking maybe the springs aren't right. So what I'm going to do is put my old springs back on. I've still got them in the garden. Put the old springs back on just to eliminate that, and see if the car sits down. Then if it does sit down, I know that there is something wrong with the information on the box. So let's have a look. Okay, so while I'm figuring out my next move on the rear suspension, the coil pack has turned up. So this is the new one. This is sort of unbranded, some sort of regular aftermarket one, and couldn't find a sort of proper I don't know, Lucas or Bosch or anything like that. This is just a plain one. So what I'm going to do, I've got the new Bosch plug leads as well, so we get those on just to eliminate any problems. When I took the old one off, I deliberately left the leads on, because it's just so much easier just to measure which lead is which and put it onto this one. So I'm going to put the leads onto that. We'll get it back on the car, put the battery on, and hopefully this is where our misfire lies. There we go, got the new leads in there and the coil pack is all connected and yeah, in its right place. I'm going to tidy these leads up a bit later, fiddle around with those, but let's just see if it's working. And yeah, got the battery connected, so let's give it a start. Okay, let's do it. We're going to know pretty quickly whether this is yay or nay. I'm guessing it is the cause, so let's see. No, we are still shaking. Yeah, that's still chugging. This is going to be a mystery. Yeah, still, that's as bad as it ever was. So the mystery continues. It's running, but it sounds the same as it was. So it's not the coil pack, unless that is faulty, which I doubt, because it's you know, I've got to be very unlucky for that. But I will bear it in mind. The HC leads are new. Check for air leaks, and yeah, just sort of checking the basic stuff. So I'm going to carry on checking the really basic stuff and obviously progress into the more complicated stuff. But I mean, it is running, and yeah, who knows. So yeah, just going to carry on going through that. It's about 30 odd degrees in the car at the moment, so it's a bit of a hot one, as you can see. But yeah, just going to carry on with that, and that's all we can do. Just keep going until we find the fault. Okay, what I'm going to do now is, it was discounted a bit earlier, but before I move on any further, I'm going to check the installation for the fuel pump and check the fuel filters on the right way around and just double check all of that, because that is the next sort of logical thing to check. But first of all, I'm going to quickly take out the fuse for the ABS. I think it's under here, and the traction control fuse. Haven't had a look. I think they may well be the same one, but if not, I'll take out both the fuses and double check, see if it runs, because I know that the warning lights are on. I have put the switch back on here for the traction control, because I'm aware, I think this car has spark traction control, so when it breaks traction it will shut down an injector basically to rein power in a bit. Maybe nothing to do with it, but it's just so easy. I'm just going to pull the fuse out and just double check. I mean, that'd be almost be too weird if that was it, or too easy, should I say. Yeah, computer says no. Okay, well that was a long shot, an easy shot, but no, that's not the cause. So now I'm going to jack up the back again and check the fuel filter and all that gubbins down there. This is still the basic stuff. It was, yeah, I thought I'd just jump straight to the, well, another one of the basics of the oxygen sensors first, and then, oh yeah, I thought I've had the ignition on for a long time, maybe cooked the coal, so not the case. So we're still staying with the basics. I'm going to check the fuel filter because that has been off, and yeah, I mean, it can rev, it's still got misfire. Might be a fuel delivery issue, although it was discounted at first, but it's fairly easy to check, just a bit of a pain in the arse. But we're going to check it now and see what's what. Okay, just going to do an easy check. I'm not sure whether this vehicle will run without the fuel cap on. It may do, it may not. Some of them have a sensor in it. Let's take it off. I just want to double check I've not got some bizarre airlock or something, so let's see if it starts. No. Always check the silly stuff. Okay, the fuel filter seems to be okay, so we've got the arrow there, so it comes out here around this wire here, we trace it along, and then we go straight down there to the engine. So that's all in the right place, and it's fed from the back there. So yeah, I'm happy that the fuel is flowing this way and that our fuel filter is good. What I'm going to do now is drop the tank, and I'm going to put a washer underneath the fuel pickup. I saw a really good video from Sparkplug Steve, and I was sort of considering whether to do this when I was putting the fuel pump back in. I decided not to, and I thought, well, I'll take the tank out and do it if there's any issues with the car, like if it's misfiring. So now obviously I've made a lot of work myself. I'm going to have to take the tank out, put some washers under the fuel pickup, because yeah, Steve was saying that the pressure, obviously the pressure is very high, and over time the sort of rubber washer inside there can shrink, and when you start it up after changing your fuel pump, because you've had it all apart, you can end up with a leak, and there is a strong possibility that's what I've got. So this is a slightly more pain in the arse job now, but I'm going to do that because it was a possibility that I sort of thought at the time, and yeah, I decided not to do it. But now obviously there's a misfire, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to undo these 2 bolts on the heat shield, pull this back, sort of bend it back, and then I'm going to take, well, put a jack underneath it with a wooden block underneath there to protect it. Then I'm going to take off the fuel tank straps, then I'm going to lower it, and I want to try and lower it down from this end and then sort of get that bit on the floor. I'm going to leave all these pipes in here connected like the fuel filler, so this is where you'll sort of have to do it if you need to change your fuel pump, you know, without completely dismantling all of the rear suspension. And then hopefully I'll be able to sort of just get my hand in there and withdraw the assembly, like the sender unit and the pump assembly. Disconnect the battery. Right, pull the heat shield down, and then I'm going to undo the nuts that is holding these straps on, let the weight go on the jack, and then lower the jack, and hopefully it should just pivot from the back there, and that'll be just enough for me to get the sender unit out. Take out the bolts. Okay, there it is. That's about how much I can drop that down by. That is just enough to sort of put your hand in there, and then I'll unscrew the top. Then I'll put my hand actually inside the tank and unscrew the pump sender units. So we'll just clean the dust off the top of that. I really don't want to get anything in this tank. Take the collar off. And then put your cigarette in the other hand and we just pop out the top. Of course I'm joking. You need to hold it in your mouth. Joking! Let's turn the light on there, that's better. So this comes out, and then I'm going to put my hand into the fuel tank and we're going to turn the whole assembly anti-clockwise. Donk, there we go, I can feel the fuel in there, so be very, very careful not to make any spark. We obviously do have our battery disconnected, and then we withdraw, just let that drain out there. I'm going to let that drain for a few moments, but what I'll do now is yeah, let that drain, then pull that out. So we can just rest that up there. So obviously be very, very careful with this. Don't do this in a garage, do this only outside. Certainly don't do it over a pit, because the petrol fumes will gather in the pit, and yeah, you don't want that. So what I'm going to do now is just pull these 2 bits back here, one on each side. I'm going to take these off, and that should show us the rubber grommets. So I've loosened off the tabs on all 4 sides. I'm just going to undo these 2 little screws as well. For God's sake, don't drop them in the tank. Yeah, there's one more screw actually just right at the very top as well, so behind there, don't forget that. Okay, so that's off. So these 2 bits clip over the end of here. They just sort of come out, so be careful to keep those safe. And yeah, what we're going to do, that's where obviously where it was. That's our fuel pump in there. And the problem is that these gaskets under here, they sort of dry up and they get a bit, they don't sort of seal as well as they should. So what I'm going to do, and yeah, what Sparkplug Steve had a good result with, you take these out and you put 2 or 3 washers actually underneath them, and then you put these rubber gaskets back in both sides, put them back over the well, where they should be, connect them back up again, and that should mean there's a much tighter seal, and if that is the cause of our misfire, hopefully that should eliminate it. Oh, hi there, oxygen sensors. How are you doing? Working oxygen sensors, I might add. Probably not now though, I've been rattling around with them. Okay, let's have a look. Got the washers. Let me see, I think probably these washers here. So yeah, that just sits over there. So providing they actually go inside that housing, I reckon I'm going to try, I'll try 2. I'm just going to check his video again and see how many he did. I think he did 2, so I will try 2, and I am going to start the car before we actually put the tank back on. So actually I'll go with 2 and we'll see what happens. Okay, so we take the washers, we get 2 of these. I'll just show you this one, and we need to basically put them in there like that, 2 of them, then we put the little red thing back in there. Actually I'm going to do 1 washer because it did bring it out too fast. So see, this one here has 1 washer behind it, so it's sort of sitting slightly proud. The other one has no washers behind it and it's a bit more flush. So hopefully the one that is now sitting a little bit more proud from the mounting is going to attach tighter to the fuel pump. So hopefully no leaks, because it operates at very high pressure, and no misfire, I hope. Sorry guys, yeah, I'm making life difficult for you here. I hope you watch this through before you have a lash at this. You don't need to take these little clips off actually, because these just simply pop back on to hold in the rubber grommet there. So as long as we can get those to click back on, and then the only thing that holds this in there is those 3 screws. So yeah, sorry. Okay, there we go. Our rubber gasket is in there. The clips are back on, clicked shut. I'm going to put that back on there, do up the screws. Then I'm going to do what I did to take it off. I'm going to put my hand back into the fuel tank. I'm going to screw it clockwise till it clicks really loudly. Then I'm going to make sure that this rubber seal is seated properly, and then do up the top of it with oil filler removal pliers. Then I'm going to leave it exactly as it is. Obviously check it's in neutral. I don't want it falling off the bloody axle stands. Then I'm going to start the car and see if it's made any difference. If it's still misfiring, I'll try and get an extra washer in there. I might as well exhaust all possibilities. If it isn't misfiring, the job's a good one. Reconnect the battery. Start the engine. Still got the misfire. You bastard. Right. Just got to keep going. I'm going to do that again, and I'm going to do what I just did. I'm going to put 2 washers in there, really force that top on, see if it makes a difference. So there we go, that's 2 washers in now. The fit is now a lot tighter, so we'll see what happens. I'm just trying to get the top back on. It's a bit fiddly to get back on there. So yeah, if you get a problem like this, don't give up. Just keep trying. If what you try doesn't work, try something else and keep trying it. Okay, right, let's give it another shot. Nope, no, that's not good. Right, I've just unplugged the IMRC. It's been running ever since I've had it for years with the code on. But yeah, I mean, some of the symptoms are bad running, misfires, lack of power, all that stuff. So I've just actually disconnected it there. And we'll just quickly see if that does make any difference. I mean, it has always had the code for that on ever since I've had it. It's never seemed to have made any difference, but you know, you never know. So let's try it. No, that's still shaking. Okay, I'm thinking now possibly airflow sensor, or I'm thinking maybe gammy injectors, you know, sort of sitting there not being used for 3 or 4 months. I'm not sure. Then I put premium fuel in it, maybe dislodge something, who knows. But I think that's going to be way up the list before I try to mess with those. But I'm just going to carry on looking at the medium sized bits now. We're moving on to. Just going to get the fuel tank back on first to tidy things up. Yeah, what I should do with this, I'm going to put the fuel tank back on, but what I should do is put the old fuel pump back in, because you can't ever discount the fact that new parts may well be faulty. I've had it before. They're not made properly, or there's an issue and you end up chasing yourself in circles basically. But I don't think I've got it. I think I chucked it away. All the other bits I've kept just for this kind of thing, but I think I may have chucked that away. I'm going to have a quick look. If I haven't got it, I will put the tank back on now. If I have got it, I'm just going to push on and see if it's the pump. Yep, there we go, thank goodness I still got it. So this is the old pump that was in there, 20 years old. It was still working, so it was working when I took it off. I didn't have any issues with it. And what I'm going to do is put this back on and see if it makes any difference. Then we can sort of cross-check the new pump and we can eliminate that. So we can't just plough forward with diving into other things. We must double-check the work we've done, and also we must double-check the new components, because as I say, it is possible that new components aren't working properly. Right, that's the Cytec fuel pump out. That's the one that I replaced it with, all nice and clean. There's a code on it there. And I'm going to put back in my old fuel pump. That's the whole assembly back together with the old pump in it. I'm going to put that back in the tank, and then we'll try the car again. Alright, you know the drill. Let's go. Nope, still misfiring. Alright, so we've eliminated new part failure, because that is running alright. Well, it's running with a misfire on the old pump, so I know that the new pump from the factory was okay. So I'm going to call it a night for tonight, because my arm is stinging from being in petrol for about 2 hours, and the dog needs a walk, so we'll get back with this tomorrow. Hi guys, I've had another idea. So this is the job for today. What I'm going to do is put on that old lambda sensor back onto the car. So this is the post cap one, the one behind the cap. And my thinking with that is, do you remember when I got it, it had a different connector. It was meant for the car, but it was some sort of aftermarket sensor. And I'm thinking possibly that now isn't working because it's a slightly different sensor. So when I originally changed the lambda sensors, they were working, and maybe I had a fault with the coil because I'd cooked it, And then what I did, I changed the sensors, maybe for a sensor that wasn't working. Then I changed the coil to one that is working, but now I've got different lambda sensors on there. Maybe now that's the reason that it isn't working properly. So I put the old sensors back on, and then that eliminates that problem, or it solves the fault, who knows. So these are fairly common to go as well. The airflow sensor here, I have checked this, so when it comes off it does change the engine a bit, so I know it's doing something. I've checked the voltage, checked the resistance, so I'm happy at the moment that is working, but I will probably get another one in due course because it's quite old. I'm actually beginning to think I may well have damaged the cat when I was rattling around taking that the old flexi section off. I may well have disturbed it. It's obviously being very old, I reckon. Possibly because one of the symptoms of a cat being knackered is a misfire. So I'm going to crack on and do what I was just talking about in the kitchen, change the O2 sensor, and yeah, I'm probably going to start to go down that line soon, as well as maybe injection. But these are now the problems that start to cost money, so yeah, I want to be doubly sure I've covered what I can. Okay guys, that's where we've got up to. So basically just going to push on with this, with the stuff on the rear suspension. So with that, basically I'm going down the line now. Possibly those springs aren't right. I think they may be for a Focus, or they are for a Focus. I'm not sure they're exactly for this Focus. I think they might be too strong, and I think they're stopping the car from settling. It was sort of resisting settling when I had the spring out, but I think that may have been maybe to do with the bush as well, so maybe the spring in the bush, I don't know. But next step with that, I'm going to put my old springs back in, see what's what, put it on the ground. It's never been on the ground before with my old springs in, so we'll see what happens. With the misfire, basically going through the basic stuff as much as I can find, kind of basic stuff. I'm thinking possibly I've knackered the cat, because I was actually quite rough when I was getting the exhaust section off, and that cat is old. Misfire is a symptom. I may well have knackered it. Ideally what I should do with this is I should drive this down to a garage and put it on the machine and test exactly how the exhaust is burning, put it on maybe a better scanner. But obviously all those options I haven't got, because it's basically immobilised, hasn't got any MOT, and we are repairing it. Either, you know, if I trailer it down maybe I could, but I certainly just sort of pick through the faults. But I am bearing in mind it may well be a cat. If it is, or if I think it is, and I've exhausted all other possibilities, and if you guys have any other suggestions, and we still can't get it to not misfire, I will buy a cheaper cat and I'll put that on, and then if that cures it, then I'll obviously upgrade to a much more genuine cat. The other option I was thinking is maybe it's because the battery's been undone for so long, the engine management's completely forgot about everything, and it just needs a really fast drive on the road. Again, that's not an option I got, because at the moment it isn't roadworthy. So I love stuff like this, and you guys are watching this kind of video, you must as well. So, you know, any suggestions, any comments, let me know, and I'm just going to push on with this, and we'll see if we can get it going again. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys, and I'll see you soon. Okay guys, breaking news. The only reason, and I mean the only reason, it's not the springs, it's not the shocks, it's not having it torqued up, it's not the anti-roll bar, it's nothing. The only reason this suspension was not settling is that, oh, am I glad to get to the bottom of that. That was a real long road trying to pick through that. Okay, so it's not above 1 psi, so I'm going to get back in it now and rev it to 2,500 RPM. That's not too bad. I was expecting a lot worse. There we go. Okay, let's take the front wheel arch liner off to expose whatever horrors lay behind here. Gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, let's have a reconnoitre. Ooh, there's one more. Let's hope that's the only surprise. Okay, that's the kind of ride height I'm going for there, nice and low. And this is what I've got on the back, so it's on a level surface now. And that's how it's sitting, so it has to be the springs. All the back is still undone. All of the suspension is still nice and loose. And yeah, I reckon it's the springs. So let's get my old springs on there now and see if this thing levels off. Okay, here's the box of goodies, and here's the old springs. So I'm going to get these back on the motor. Look at the state of that. That just looks horrific. I'm so tempted to wire brush that off and give that a spray of paint. Really, what should I do? Maybe, yeah, maybe I should. But I mean, these, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine after 20 years, that has sort of changed, you know, because that's been in there 20 years with the weight of the car on it. That's probably not good to use, but I mean, it might be a while before I get the other springs, and I might have to present it for an MOT with these springs in, so maybe I'll spray them. I'm going to put them on the car first and see if they actually make it sit down, and then if they do, I'll take them back out and give them a quick spray of paint before I get the other ones. Just jack it up, put it on axle stands, and we're going to take out the bottom bolts. Have you seen my hammer, Marlene? There it is. And then we just tap this one out. Gently, gently. There we go. Lower the jack. And there is Monsieur Spring. Take the top off. To me, they look bloody identical, apart from one is very old and one is very new, but it seems to be this one does compress a bit more easily, but then it is 20 years old. This one is absolutely rigid, so really I don't know. I mean, there is suggestion that was for the estate, or that is for something else. I mean, the box said ST170, but we're going to put these old ones back in now and see what happens. Alright, that's the first one back in, and then just do the same on the other side. Okay, let's drop it to the ground and see what's what. It is still high, but we're going to move that now and see if that settles as I was trying to get it settled last time with the old springs in. There we go, old springs back on. It's been moved up and down the drive, turned around, and I would say that it's still sitting slightly too high. You see we've still got the gap there, but what I'm going to do is try the procedure that I did last time with the old springs and try and settle it down by putting weight in and yeah, just leaving it to see if it settles. I'm guessing probably this is sort of caused by the shocks maybe being new, because the shocks are now working, and for all the time I had the car the old ones weren't working, they were completely blown, so that may well be why it's sitting slightly higher. And yeah, I'm just going to actually let it settle now, and then probably what I'm going to do is go for a set of lowering springs, and I have to try and find some that are sort of decent quality there, so that would be my next way of trying to sort this out. Okay, I've been fiddling around with this off camera and made a bit of progress, I think. So what I've done, I've loosened off the shock absorber and I have undone this arm here, and the second I did that, the suspension dropped down to the height it should be, so I think maybe it's the way it all sits. This arm needs to be sort of done up last once the suspension is leveled off. So you see now the bottom arm there is actually level, and that will give me almost the right ride height. So what I'm going to do is put my new spring back in, and then I'm going to get this suspension level, set it all up, and then I'll connect that top arm, and I reckon that is the cause of the odd ride heights. I don't know why it's done that, and there must be some sort of tension on the arm that you know, is there and is just stopping it from settling. So yeah, that's the plan. Okay guys, breaking news. The only reason, and I mean the only reason, it's not the springs, it's not the shocks, it's not having it torqued up, it's not the anti-roll bar, it's nothing. The only reason this suspension was not settling is that I have put this bar on the wrong way around. This end needs to be on that end, and what's happening is when I'm jacking the bloody thing up, the top of that is hitting the frame. That's why this bar has got a curve, and I thought the curve was on the right side. I did check the old videos, and it was just difficult to see. I couldn't even sort of tell in the book, but that is the only reason the suspension is not sitting down. So now I'm gonna take out the bar, turn it round, and this car is gonna sit standard as it's meant to sit. What a bloody performance, honestly. Yeah, can you see? Look, it's doing that on the frame right there. It's literally, it's just the wrong way around. That's all it is. So it is as simple as this. Oh my god, I'm so happy to find the root of this problem there. So do you remember last time we were trying to set the design height and the spacer wouldn't go in? So now the spacer fits in perfectly there. So the spring is exactly as it should be. All the suspension is exactly where it should be. Oh my god, there's no doubt now that it's not right there. So yeah, the arm is level, and I've simply raised that with the jack. And the car thinks now it's got load on it. That is exactly how it should sit. And basically I'm gonna torque everything up here on this side, get all the bolts torqued up to the right spec. Then I'm gonna move over and do the same on this side. But honestly, that is just one of those things, you know, it's just how it goes. Just yeah, assembly mistake, and you end up chasing around in circles like this. But I'm 100% happy now that all the parts are right, the springs are right, the shocks are right, and what we have there is a fully reconditioned standard suspension for this car. So yeah, I'm just going to get it dropped back down on the ground, and we'll marvel hopefully at the proper ride height. 115 Newton meters. That's it. 115 Newton meters on the other side. The notorious upper arm. 115 both bolts. Shock absorber bottom mount, 115. Yeah, one-handed. Shock absorber upper mount, 18, so not very tight at all. Then I'll give it another couple of turns while pinching this with pliers. Now 115 on both front tie bar bolts. 1 and a 2. And the front lower arm, both bolts, 115. Good. Right, let's check our design height on this side one last time. So yeah, that spring is nicely compressed. That just sits in there perfectly, so we know this is at the right height. And what I'll do now is lower this jack so the car is back down onto the axle stand, put the wheel back on, and then we're going to lower it, and yeah, we'll see what happens. There we go, much more settled, sits right now. God, am I glad to get to the bottom of that. That was a real long road trying to pick through that, and yeah, just one of those things, but got there now, so that will settle down. It is bouncing now in the back, and it's when I take it up and down the driveway, it's not rigid now, it's all moving, so yeah, good result. Okay, we're back on the misfire. So in one of the previous episodes I did take out the spark plugs, had a look inside the cylinder. When I put the plugs back in, I did use anti-seize grease. That's just a habit for me. I've always done that with them, and I was just reading up on it, and spark plug manufacturers now, they recommend you don't do that because apparently it can sort of alter the torque values of the plugs. You'll either do them up too tight or too loose or whatever. So what I'm going to do is just take them all out, wipe that off, and then do it the way that the manufacturer recommends, and see if that makes any difference. Undo these up to 15 Newton meters. No, it's not the anti-seize. Thank God. In a way, I'm quite relieved. Yeah, I'll just show you as well, because we've driven it up and down the drive trying to settle that suspension, the traction control and the ABS light has gone out, so it's obviously recalibrated itself. Just having a check inside the Focus. It's having a really heavy storm at the moment, and there's some water collecting behind the driver's seat. The car is tilted with its nose facing up, and it seems to be splashing on the floor there. So it's not coming from the front, and it's not coming from the usual place where the blower motor is. So yeah, I'll have to investigate that. But it looks like it's splashing just there, so it might be around the door seal, but I'm going to sort all that out before I put the carpets back in. Oh yeah, it's really coming down. Perfect day to check for leaks. So I think this one here, yeah, you can see it just there. It's the driver's door seal there. So yeah, I'm going to have to get a new seal on that. And yeah, thank you very much, Rain Clouds, for helping me out there. Yeah, you can see it doing it right there. Okay, new driver's door seal. Yeah, this car's got some kind of winter pack as well, so we've got the heated mirrors, heated glass, apparently heated washer jets there, and it all needs a bit of work, so we are going to go through this and probably rewire it actually, because the wires comes down here and it is split and it's looking a bit tatty, and we're going to trace them along, maybe put new jets in and just check that's all working, because that's really nice in the winter. Not that I'll be out in the winter, but you know, if you've got an option, it's sort of nice to know it's working. Right, before we take too much of the front apart, I've got the catalytic converter back pressure test kit there. So basically got a little gauge in there and a tube and some adapters that go over the O2 sensors. And what I'm going to do is take out the front O2 sensor there and plug the gauge in, and then it's going to tell me if there's any significant back pressure here or more pressure than there should be, and that will tell me if the actual cat is physically blocked, and might be the reason we've got the misfire, but we're going to put it on and test that now. Okay, what I'm going to do is connect this and start the engine, let it idle. The reading shouldn't be over 1 psi. So if it is over 1 psi, there's a blockage somewhere. If it isn't above 1 psi, I'm going to bring the engine up to 2,500 RPM and it shouldn't be over 2.5 psi. I'm just connecting this up, got the O2 sensor, and I'm just noticing this interesting piece of radiator dangling off there, so I think that's for the air conditioning, so yeah, we're going to be changing that as well. Okay, so that's the setup. So the adapter and the tube go in where the front O2 sensor is. We'll just leave that dangling there, and we obviously go down to the gauge here. So now I'm going to go and start the car and see what reading we get. Okay, so it's not above 1 psi, so I'm going to get back in it now and rev it to 2,500 RPM and check it doesn't exceed the limits. So yeah, there we go, just watched that film back, and yeah, the cat doesn't seem to be blocked. It doesn't seem to have any sort of physical obstruction in it. Whether it's actually working and filtering out what it should according to what the O2 sensors need, I don't know, but I suppose at least I know that it's not sort of completely clogged up with something, and yeah, we can carry on our investigations. It's not a block cat. What the fuck is it? I don't know. I really don't know. One man on a mission to sort his misfire. It could be a very long mission though. I have no idea why this is doing this, but I know it's going to be something piss simple that I've overlooked, and no doubt as we work through the fronts we will discover what has caused this. Right, we will get around to dismantling the front, I promise, but for now I'm just going to have a quick look at the fuel injection. I'm going to take these out. Not massively familiar with injectors, however we are going to look, and I'm just going to see if there's anything that I can see that's obviously wrong with them. And what I'm thinking is possibly because the car was running, it's running fine, then I turned it off, then I disconnected the fuel tank, so the system would have been, I presume it would have been sort of depressurized, the tank was off, everything was out, and maybe the residue of what was in there has gummed up as it evaporated, because it was, you know, basically not run for 3 or 4 months. So it's a possibility. So I'm going to take them out and literally just have a look and see if I can see anything obvious. Okay, let's have a look at removing the fuel injection. Good times, always good fun. So here we go. We need to depressurize the fuel system. So we're going to pull out the fuse for the fuel pump, fuse 12, and then we're going to start the car, let it run till it conks out, and that will be our fuel system depressurized. Chicka chicka chick. I think that's focus done. Yeah, he's had enough. So we are now depressurized. Disconnect the battery. Take out the airflow sensor wire. Undo that clip I put on the other day. Take out the airbox. Disconnect the accelerator cable from the throttle body housing. Like so. Let's move it out of the way. Tuck it, I don't know, tuck it wherever you can, behind that wire there. Lovely. Push these 4 little clips in here, and then we can wiggle out the bus bar for the injectors. So push that in, you see it starts to come loose. And on there, and then that comes up. Disconnect the fuel pressure regulator vacuum hose. It's just this one down here. Just pull that loose. Just doing that, I did notice something we'll have to keep an eye on. A previous owner has wrapped it in electrical tape, but there is exposed copper down there. It isn't touching anything, it's not shorting out, so yeah, that's okay for the minute, but I will have to sort that out. I'm going to take off the variable timing connector so I can pull the whole loom back, stopping it from moving. So now that will bend out the way. And just tie all that rubbish up there with whatever you can find. Take out the 2 bolts. It looks like from the sort of chewed up nature of those, somebody's had those out before. Okay, and then just pull the bar out, and we've got the fuel injectors exposed there. I'm not a fuel injection expert at all. I know very little about injectors. However, all I'm doing, I'm just having a very quick look just to see if there is anything obviously blocks. I mean, I don't know, they might block inside for all I know, but what I can see there is 4 little holes. They don't seem to be blocked. I can't see any wax or anything on them. To be fair, I'm not sure exactly what I was expecting to see. I just thought worth a check. So what I'm going to do now is basically put them back in. You know, I can't see anything obvious. I don't know, there might be an injection expert watching who says, oh yeah, you do this, you do that, you know, this is what's wrong with them. But you know, as far as I know, I can't see anything. So they're going back in, and it gives me an opportunity to double check all the wiring and also to sort out this bit here, which is that's been frayed. I have taken the tape off it. Some previous owner put tape around it, but I'm going to address that and make sure that's not causing any problems. So yeah, that was fun. There's back up running again, still with its misfire. Okay, so I've taken the misfire, I think as far as I can take it, just with checking things and working the work backwards. So I've been through it all, I've checked all the new parts that we put on, I've checked all the work I've done, and I've checked some really obvious things, some very cheap sort of changes really. So what I'm going to do now is get hold of a much better scanner. So the one I've been using so far is a sort of OBD checker, just brings up the codes. What I need now is something that can actually look into the car systems and actually diagnose faults and give you live data on how sensors are running and basically what it's doing. So I'm going to take the step and actually pick up one of those. I don't have one at the moment, but I am going to basically invest you one, because the next step, when you can't find the fault, would be to take it down to the garage, have them plug it into their code reader, their scanner, analyze the exhaust and basically work it out from there. But you know, I would obviously prefer to do that myself. This is a channel basically about, you know, fixing cars and getting around your problems. So we are going to be getting a scanner. We're going to plug it into the car. We're going to get some live data and see exactly how it's running, exactly what it's doing, and that should highlight exactly what's wrong with it. Right, it's time to get properly started on the front. So it's up on the axle stands. Next step, I'm going to take the wheels off and put the wheels under the car. And then I'm going to basically take everything off the front. I'm going to take off the brakes, I'm going to change the wheel bearings, change the suspension, I'm going to change the arms under there, take off the subframe, get that blasted or change, whatever I need to do to it. So basically whatever I can get off and recondition or replace, everything's going to come off, and we're going to get this up to spec. Right, let's make a start taking off the brake calipers. Lovely brakes in this car, but as usual, being one of my vehicles, they are shot to shit, so we're going to take those off. And then I'm probably going to use a rebuild kit on these. Put a rag down. Normally I just do the fuel hose over the top and then drain it into a milk bottle, but as we're taking the whole lot off, we need to get a bit spilt here. So just undo the brake pipe, like that. And take out the two 15mm bolts, one at the bottom and one at the top. This can be a bit tight, you sometimes need an extension bar on these, but these were okay. And the bottom one, and take the caliper and the disc off. Sort of come apart. There we go. So I'm just leaving the old brake hose on here for as long as possible. I've got the fuel hose connected to it, obviously going into the milk bottle, just so that we don't dismantle loads of brake pieces and get fluid everywhere. We are going to take it off, but I want to get the front suspension dismantled first. Okay, 15mm socket. That's not too bad. I was expecting a lot worse. Undo the anti-roll bar drop link with a 17mm. And then what will happen, the drop link bolt will spin, so you put in a T30 Torx into there just to hold it, and then undo it with your 17mm spanner. Yeah, that's bloody rounded off in there, so what I'm going to do is hold it with another spanner from the back. There we go, we can just get a 16mm behind that and then continue undoing it with the 17mm spanner. It's just a bit more fiddly. Most of the time though, that does actually work fine. There we go. Be free. Undo the top ones with a 12mm. That's it. I don't know, is that an original? What do you think? Do you think that's aftermarket? Or is that original to this car? I really don't know. Shock absorber ultra. Who knows? There we go. Yes, we've got branded springs there. I don't know whether this car was modified maybe early on in its early life. Someone put different suspension on it. I don't know whether these are standard or not really. But maybe it was lowered, who knows, but I'm pretty sure the backs were original. So I just put the marking on there just so I know where it came from. I like to know where even the old bits come from. Take out the ABS sensor. Okay people, I'm leading you astray here. I need to think of this as the complete job because obviously we are actually doing the full strip down. So I need to undo the hub nut so I can get the drive shaft out, but of course I've taken the shock out. So what I'm going to do now is put the shock back in, put the wheels back on, and then lower the car to the ground, and then we can obviously get these nuts loosened off both sides, and then I'll jack it back up again and we'll pick up again as it is now, but with the hub nuts undone. Right, both hub nuts are undone, they're nice and loose. I'm going to leave those just loosely attached for now. We're back on the axle stands, wheels are back off, and the suspension is undone again. So what I'm going to do now is drain the gearbox oil because I want to take these drive shafts out, and we are going to be changing the clutch and it needs to come out anyway, so I'm going to drain the gearbox oil. Okay, 8mm hex, and just undo the bottom drain plug. I'm going to put the bar on that because it's a little bit tight there. Okay, there we go. So I'm expecting this to be fairly bad because you don't need to do these very often because they haven't got combustion deposits in them, but when I do the clutch I will be running a couple of oil changes through this just to make sure it's squeaky clean. Okay, so I mess up my driveway. Try to judge this by looking through the viewfinder. There we go. Ooh, that's it. It's actually not too bad. I think someone has changed this fairly recently. Give it a long shot there. There we go. And torque the drain plug up to 45 Newton meters. We haven't got the exact spec for the Get Right gearbox, but this won't be far out. And a bit of brake cleaner just to clean it off so we don't end up working in a mess. Right, let's have a quick look at the old gearbox oil. Yeah, that's fine, no sparkly bits. Undo the lower arm ball joint clamp with a T50 Torx. Right, so of course it's been in here for quite a long time and the Torx bolt there has rounded off, so as we're going for the full sort of disassembly of the car, I'm going to undo the lower arm, so undo that bush there, undo the one at the back there, and then I'm going to separate the steering attachment there, and then I'm going to basically pull it out as a whole assembly. Pop off the drive shaft gaiter clips and the drive shaft is then free and floating around. And then undo the track rod ends ball joint. Get the spanner on that, and then we've got a number 5 hex in there just to hold that. Actually, let's get the gun on that to loosen it off. Lovely. Okay, that's a bit tight. We sometimes need a bearing separator to undo that. I don't have one with me at the moment, so I'm going to use my other bearing separator. There we go. That's that. There we go. If you're going to do this type of job, I would highly recommend getting one of these guns. Doesn't have to be that brand, but I only use this brand because I've got loads of woodwork tools and the batteries are the same, but it's really, really good. A couple of bits I wouldn't have been able to get through if I didn't have it, and you'll have one bolt basically that will be stuck that will stop you on the whole job. Quick blast with that and it will actually come off, so yeah, I would highly recommend them. All I've got to do now is undo these 2 bushes here, and then the whole assembly will come out. Alright, let's get these loose with the impact driver. So these aren't special impact sockets. The ones you want for this are black, so these aren't meant to go on here. If you do this with the regular ones, with the impact gun, wear safety glasses because these could actually shatter, but you are meant to have special sockets. There we go. One is loose. Oh, okay, one's a 15, one's an 18. Why not? Okay, 19mm spanner. We'll just take the rest of that out. Avec le driver. There we go. Right, the knot at the back seems to be a 21, so I'm gonna socket over that to hold it still. And then we have our 18 bolts under here. Just get the ratchet the right way around. Okay. There we go, that's the arm loose. Alright, then just withdraw the whole assembly. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm going to change the track rod ends with the steering rack, and we're going to leave that one alone because it's a really quick, sharp rack in this car, and I haven't had any problems with it. And I have changed them previously on cars. I've had new ones and reconditioned ones, and they always feel a bit sort of tight. So I'm going to leave that alone unless I can see any obvious problems with it. I'm going to do the drop links, take off the anti-roll bar, take off the subframe. I'm going to have a look behind this liner in a minute, so we're going to see what horrors lurk behind there. Hopefully nothing too major, and then obviously I'm going to move over and do exactly the same again to the other side. So that's it. This is the drive shaft on the lower arm and the hub assembly for the ST170. So obviously got the end of that in there. That doesn't look too bad. It's yeah, old, but we'll have to inspect that. We're going to change the lower arm. Drive shaft, I'm not sure. We're going to have a good inspection and see what's what with that. We're going to change the ball bearing, maybe we'll change the ABS sensor and just recondition the whole lot. Okay, let's take the front wheel arch liner off to expose whatever horrors lay behind here. It's a nervous moment in any ST170 owner's maintenance career, I suppose. So let's have a look. You gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, let's have a reconnoitre. Ooh, there's one more. Let's hope that's the only surprise. Right, okay. What here have we got? That's not too bad. Alright, let's go in for the close-up. Okay, that's not too bad at all. So, a lot of surface rust. What I'm looking for is this big bar here. Obviously the engine sits on that. It's designed to deform in certain ways if you have an accident or if you sort of collide with something heavily. So you can't really repair these. So that is, well, you can repair them, but it's a specialist job. So yeah, I'm happy that's nice and straight. A little bit of surface rust there. And then just around the top, that is probably okay. I'm going to scrape that off, and we're going to do what we did to the back on that and just basically check everything. I think that is just surface stuff. I can polish that up and I can seal that as I did with the back. Looking up here, top of the strut mount, all seems okay. And looking behind here, I need to actually take this off and have a good look behind here. But at the moment, I would say that's looking all right. That's obviously the bottom of the wing there, where all the mud collects. And then we go through here, we've got the other side of that chassis rail there. That all looks to be in reasonable condition. So yeah, I'm happy with that. And this is, hopefully it should be the worst side because it's a side that's in the gutter, obviously being a UK car. Yeah, so happy with that result. Okay, there we go. Got the driver's side off now. So we've got the drive shaft, hub assembly, lower arm, pretty much the same as the other one. All looks reasonable, but I'm gonna sort of take all the bits and inspect it. This thing here that had all the tape wrapped around it on the lower arm, it looks like it is a proper mount for the Xenon levelers. I reckon probably what's happened is maybe the car's had it changed at some point and someone's just taken that leveler off and sort of glued it or stuck it back on, then just wrapped tape around it. I don't know whether I can get hold of an arm with a proper mount on. I'm going to look into that. So I've taken the liner off the other side. I'll just quickly show you down here. So this is the driver's side. I'll just squeeze in between the house here. Bit of a tight fit. It was an absolute sod to get these off with the lack of access, but there we go, we're in here now. So yeah, it's okay. The worst bit is this bit here. So this is mainly good. There is a small hole in there which I'm going to get welded, so I'm going to clean all this up and weld that. And yeah, the rest of it is absolutely fine. So yeah, surface rust. The rail here is fine. The other sort of crash rail at the top is absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. I did notice on the air conditioning connectors, these are slightly corroded, so I'm going to have to look into that, probably degas it and change these parts while they're easy to access. And then we come along here and we take the pad out the side here. So the wings on these cars, they always go here. This is the worst side for the wing, and the mud just collects in here and rusts the wing. But the actual bit that I'm concerned about, the actual body is fine. This is really solid, just surface rust on that, so I'll clean all that up. And then if we just look through here, I'm going to obviously remove the subframe here, so that will just unbolt and drop down, and then I have to undo the gearbox mount at the back. I'm not going to do that for the minute because I'm just waiting for a scanner to arrive, and then we can address that misfire, and I don't want to be running the car with the subframe missing because the engine will sort of shake around too much, and yeah, I don't want to cause any further problems. So we're going to get that get it scanned and find out what's going on there, and then I'm going to remove that subframe, get it blasted, and have it powder coated. So I've got a nice collection of old bits now. I need to dispose of these now, as most of them have been checked and we've got all the new bits on. So yeah, I mean, we don't need them anymore now we know they're working. And you've got the old bits there. Truffles is guarding the old spring, so I'll hang on to these as we're now just starting on the front there. And then if you come through here in the shed, we've got all these bits we just took off the drive shafts and everything. We need to refurbish those, and then we move along here, all the bits and bobs in here. We've got the brake calipers, so they're going to be refurbished. And yeah, I'm going to stock up on a few more bits for the shed as well. So bloody shed's a bit of a mess at the moment, so we get that sorted out. So yeah, there we go. Crack on with that, and yeah, now we're sort of almost dismantled at the front as far as we're going to go, and we need to obviously get the subframe off. Waiting for the scanner to turn up, so I've got one coming down. I think it's iCar soft, so we're going to get one of those and have a good look at all the systems of the car, basically sort of play with a new toy basically, and see if we can find out why the car is misfiring. And yeah, so you know, Bank Holiday weekend this weekend. I hopefully get this out to you soon before Bank Holiday Monday, and yeah, I'll see you for the next one. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Cheers. Classy, there you go. So I had to put the mats back in, so shoes off at the moment. I put the seats back in as well, just to get the airbag faults out of the way, and also I'm going to take the car for an MOT with obviously the seats and everything back in except for the carpet, because we need to get the welding done there, and I don't want to set the carpet on fire or whatever else. And also I'm still just chasing little water leaks around here when it rains, so I want to be able to see where it's leaking. But the order of the day is, as you saw last time, I've got the new toy. We've been having a look at it, and the fault that keeps coming up is the IMRC intake manifold runner control, and this one says stuck open. My other reader, the car has always had, for years, it's always had an IMRC fault, and it's never made any difference whatsoever, but this is saying stuck open. So what I'm going to do is take it apart and see if I can sort of manually, I don't know whether I can manually move that and just see if it actually affects the idle, so that could be our problem. So what I'm going to do now is take off the airbox and take out the IMRC and just have a closer look at it. Okay, take out the airbox and then just disconnect the cable down here. Little cable in there, so that yeah, sort of loops back on itself and then runs into the IMRC box down there. Move the hose out of the way and just push the cable upwards and it just slots out. Unplug the connector, then undo the three 8mm bolts, and then wait for the noisy motorbikes to go past. Then we can pull out the IMRC and just yeah, just withdraw the cable. Okay, here we go. This is what all the fuss is about, the IMRC. So it looks like this one may have been opened before. The screws have been opened, and a bit of mastic around there. I don't know whether that's standard or not, probably not. So I'm going to open that up and have a look at that. And then obviously we've got the cable here and that's the connection you got on the other end, so that just pulls off. So what I'm going to do now is I will be opening this up, but I'm going to just have a look at the intake part of the engine and see if I can get it to tick over a little bit better by sort of moving the runner controls manually if possible. Alright, the IMRC is off and yeah, detached from the car. It's still running like shite basically, but when I bring the revs up, it smooths out. It's just got a very lumpy idle. So what I'm looking at now is the evap emission canister purge fault. So it has an issue there. It doesn't seem to be bringing up a fault code, but it says there's an error, so I'm going to look into that. Yeah, so just gone into the evap valve. It says it's varying. I always understood those are meant to be stable, so yeah, definitely something to have a look at. Right, so it looks like changing the canister purge valve here might be a good idea, because that's a possible cause of our problems. But what I'm also going to do is I've been having a look at the other thing down here, the PCV valve. So that goes in there. That's all sort of gummed up with oil. When I was pulling it out, basically you just sort of pull it out there. I actually broke the pipe. So that's what it looks like. I mean, it's probably working, but I'm going to change it anyway. But the plan now is I'm going to basically just start stripping it to pieces now, because this is a bit of a tricky misfire, and I'm planning to change everything on here anyway. So what I'm going to do is take all the thermostat housing off, because I know that's leaking. So take all this out, change the valve down there, have a look at the oil. I think it's an oil separator or something behind here, so I might need to have a look at the manifold as well, and then basically change everything that I can see. And obviously if we've still got the misfire when I put it all back together, then obviously we'll sort of try and diagnose it a bit further there. But what I need to do now is take the wings off, take the bumpers off, or the bumper off, and then I'm gonna underseal all of this. And because we're not going to be running the car anymore, because I'm going to take quite a few bits off it, I'm going to take off the subframe now, so we can take that away, get that blasted, and then get that all back together there. So yeah, I had a few good leads with the scanner. So I think it is some sort of fuel emissions thing, not crankcase emissions, evaporative loss emissions or whatever it is, something to do with that. It might even be that a pipe is nipped under the fuel tank, so I'm going to take the fuel tank off or drop it down again and just double check. But now it's a real tricky one though, sort of running around in circles with it. And I think that's probably the best course of action now, is crack on and dismantle the entire front, do all the rust. Obviously bearing in mind winter is coming up as well, so I would like to get this sorted before the winter. Okay, take the battery out. I'll put this in the shed on the sort of long-term maintenance charge, so that it stays in condition, ready for when we next fire this thing up. Now I'm going to take off the leaking thermostat housing. So first of all, I've got to drain the cooling system. Take off the expansion tank top. Then we get the universal car key and we undo the radiator drain plug. Obviously do it when the engine's cold. Take out the sensor connector. Take off the hose clamps. You want a special pair of sort of clamp pliers for this. Call these bitch clamps. If you've ever tried to do these without a pair of these pliers, you'll know why. And do the one at the top and the one underneath as well, and then just pull them all off. Once the top pipe is out, you can get to the bottom clamp. Pull the hose off, and then undo the 3 bolts here. So 1, 2, 3. I'm also going to take this battery tray out just to give you better access. So that's just the nuts of the bolts at the bottom there, and one at the side there too. And cut the cable tie for the outside temperature sensor, and just disconnect the other wiring clip as well, so it just pushes into the back there. Take out the tray. There we go, much better access to get everything undone there. And take off the other tube on the back there as well. Undo the 3 10mm bolts. And then just take out the whole assembly. I am going to clean these bolts up or get new ones, but for now I'm just going to put them back in here, just so we know we're not going to lose them, and also we know that something should be attached. Okay, there we go. That's the thermostat assembly and the temperature sense there as well. So we're looking at it as if we were looking directly at the car. So the block would be here. So basically, that's what happens inside there. It opens and shuts depending on the temperature. They can go. So basically, if you were doing it while it was on your car, you just undo these three sort of hex screws there, then you would pull off the front, and then you just take out the thermostat, put the new one in, put this back on with a new, I think it's got a new gasket on there. So yeah, I'll just undo that now, just have a look at the inside of it. Yeah, I've just taken the screws out of there, so this is what you get. The front just comes off, and then inside, if you want to change this when it's on the car, you would just pull this out and then get a new one, put the new one back in, put the top back on, and that's done. But obviously we've got a leak with this one from somewhere. Normally I would just change these, they're quite cheap. So yeah, we're going to be changing that one. You know, I was thinking earlier this misfire might be caused by the car having 99 RON in it for the first time. It's drinking it. What is this 99 RON? Okay, right, let's take off the bumper and then take the wings off. I'm going to take the wings off because I want to have a look at the washer bottle and properly rust seal everything, just have a really good look. I'm going to take the bumper off because I just want to have a really good look at it, and also to check the chassis rail and replace various bits and bobs that I need to, have a look at the radiator, all the other bits really, just have a really good inspection of the front. Unclip the grille. Yours might be more attached than mine, but mine was ready to come off there. Undo the screw. And then we just take the front piece of plastic off. So we've got the coolant radiator tucked behind there, and then we've got the radiator for the air conditioning system there. So we can't do anything with that at the moment, even though the radiator is pretty ronnied. We do need to change it, but we have to have the system depressurised and collect the gas. It's strictly forbidden to vent these directly into the atmosphere. So we'll get it back on the road, get that depressurised, and we'll change our bits. And yeah, that's a job for probably next summer. Disconnect the fog light wiring, pinch these two things in, pull off the connector. And now, I think the way I'm going to do this is to, obviously there's a bit of plastic here, a bit of plastic shielding connected to the front of the bumper. It looks like it does unclip there, but I think I'm going to try popping out these connectors here, and then hopefully the bumper will come out with that plastic guard in place. Let's see how we go. Yeah, there's our little plastic clips. I'm going to have to get various packs of new clips when I put this all back together. Hello. Let's have that one off there. There we go. It's a sign of a high performance motor there, shedding weight as it goes. Yeah, it's just the bottom bit of the radiator. And just undo the nuts here with a 10mm. Yeah, there's not really much holding bumpers on. They are fairly easy because people are smashing these into things all the time, and it's quite a common thing to go. So yeah, thank goodness. Take off the jets for the headlights if they're fitted, so pull it out, and then I need to do this when I'm not holding the phone, so I'll put a screwdriver just under there, just lift that up a little bit, and then what will happen is the end of the jet will pop out and that will go back into the bumper. There we go, so that comes out, and then the other bit there just pops back inside so we can get the bumper over it. Another 10mm just on the top corner. And just comes loose like that. Get the other side freed off, and then we just go through it and push these little tabs in and sort of wiggle the bumper loose. Okay, we are going to need to disconnect it from here actually, so that they could have stayed in, but we are going to take it out from there because as I'm pulling it, it is caught on something. So undo those or just separate them, so just sort of pull it apart, and then we should be able to just remove the bumper. Like so. Okay, it's nice and loose on this side, and it's actually caught on this side here, so the temptation when you get something like that is to pull it. Don't want to do that. What I normally do is just have a look on the side that is free, and I can see that it's actually caught just there. So what I'm going to do with this is push down on that, and that will free that as well, so just save it from breaking the bumper. Ta-da, there we go, bumper is off. So yeah, got a lovely big bar in there, everything's filthy dirty. So I have noticed there is I must have had a parking ding at some point there, so I'm going to strip all that back and just repair that. It's not actually not done any damage there at all, it's literally just on the front there, so I can sort that out, give it a clean. I'm going to take the headlights off as well because you may have noticed I've always got T-tails on them because they do go a bit brown in the sunshine there, in bright sunshine. So when I did these, I have already polished these with Autoglim, the Autoglim polishing kit, and I should have put a UV protection on. I didn't, so that's why they're going brown again, so I'll have to sort that out. But yeah, I mean, it's a lovely thick front of these cars. These were, at the time, they were 4-star end cap, so it's obviously the old end cap. And yeah, they have got sort of, you know, fairly thick metal there, so yeah, nicely put together. But what I'm going to do now is take out those lights and give it all a clean up, and also find somewhere to put this. We both know it's going to go in my lounge, so another ornament for the lounge there. Okay, headlights. So first thing, we pull out the plug down here, not this plug, that plug there. We take up two 10mm bolts, and then the whole light just comes out. There we go. So when I first started doing this project, I thought, well, it's a Ford Focus, so all the parts will be fairly cheap. Some of them are, but then there's some of them like this. Actually, most parts are getting very difficult for this particular car, and this is a very expensive part, so that's why I've been polishing the lens, and I really want to try and look after them. I need to get a new seal across there as well. I did do an upgrade when I was using the car, and had a genuine hella ballast on there. These come on really nicely, really quickly, and they warm up to temperature, you know, very, very well. And I've also got night breaker headlights in there. Marketing people sold that to me, night breaker, you know, love that name, but they are really good headlights. So I do actually like xenon lights. I know that LEDs on new cars, they are incredible, much better than these, but I just like the way that these sort of snap on, then the colour warms up, and I just like the whole look of them, really. Then as usual, put the old bolts back in, otherwise we will definitely lose them. Let's get the other headlights out. I just want to show you sort of why I want to take this car to bits, really, because it's just lots of little things like, you know, cable tie around there is digging into the pipe, and that pipe is rubbing on that one there, so that could eventually go. And also there is a piece down here where that pulley has actually rubbed onto the headlight wire there, so I need to take that all apart and get that sorted. So it's just covered in lots of little bits of that, nothing major, just little bits that I want to address to make it absolutely perfect. Good, all looks good. So let's take the same 10mm, and we're going to get the wings off. 3 out of the top, 1 out the front corner. Take out the pad. Careful not to rip it. It's crazy when this is out, you can smell the mud, so it has had a rain. I've obviously not been driving it, but it still does collect in here, and it's crazy. I'm going to save these wings because bloody hell, look at that. I need to put them back on, and I will eventually be getting some other wings, but I need to research what's the best thing to do here. And also on this side here, there is a dent in there. I presume something's happened at some point and it's been hit from underneath. I don't know, but it's something I need to look into. 10mm down here. I'm going to need both hands. That is stuck on there. Yeah, it's a bit tight, it does come out there. Need to disconnect the indicator wire, but I can't see where it is at the moment, so I'll get the wing half off and then disconnect that before I pull the whole lot out. Open the door and undo that 10mm. You need a longer extension bar. Okay, that's very, very loose, but on this side we've got the washer bottle, and I think that's hiding another one behind here, so I'm going to undo this one and I think just that one there, and then take out the washer bottle, obviously disconnect the pump and all the bits we need to, and then I can access the last one, which I think is under there. Still on the 10mm. I swear this car is made of 10mm bolts. It's crazy. Unhook the pipes. Undo the washer filler neck bolt. Put the bolt back in case we lose it. And then we just carefully lower this out. Obviously we've got some spaghetti attached there, so I'm going to have to put the phone down and just unpick that. And then also we can undo the side repeater bowl there as well, or the connection for the bowl. This is the high pressure line there to the headlight washer, so it sits in the groove there and then goes down here, goes to a T, so one's to one jet and one's to the other jet on the other side. And then off the pump, you probably know all this, I'm only doing this from your own reference really, so I can put it back together. So this one goes out of there, and then it's up, that goes to the front washers, I would imagine, and then the second one here, it seems to sort of go up here, through there, and then disappears down that way, so I would imagine that goes to the back. But I'm not going to start messing with that, I'm just going to disconnect it from here. Okay, cool, I didn't know that was there. There's another huge pump here, the one that does the washer jet, so all I'm going to do is just disconnect it from there. Actually, maybe I'll disconnect it from that end. I might, yeah, to get out of the way, I'm going to disconnect it from this end, and then I'm just going to cut that strap there, and that will free the wheel arch area. So yeah, big pump at the back there, and the little pump for the washer jets at the other side. Actually, we can leave this clamp on. I'll undo it from here, from the connector. Let's take this off, and then that'll just come out. Pull this out. And then we're going to put the fluid that's left in here in with the antifreeze for disposal. Disconnect the side repeater. And then loosen off the last 10mm, not all the way, because we're going to do the last bit by hand and just press up against the wing, otherwise it's going to fall off. And then just lift off the wing. And just make a note of which way the little foam piece goes on there, because that will come loose. Yeah, and this is what happens to them, all the mud just collects at the bottom there, and yeah, it's not good for anything really. I think you can, I've not properly looked into it, I think you can sort of replace the bottom of that and repair that. I mean, this will be probably going back on as it is till I can sort new wings out. I'm going to get the car running properly in MOT, then we'll work on the cosmetics and all the other bits, but yeah, I should be able to reuse that, hopefully. Then under here, we've now got proper access to clean all this up and seal it properly. It is completely solid, this, it is just surface rust. I'll give that a proper wire wheel off, and I'll do what I did to the back and get it properly treated. There we go, ready to be cleaned up. I'm just going to tuck a lot of these wires away and probably take the horns off as well, because I know they're not working properly, but we can see everything here. We've got this is all good, this is a big sort of load bearing piece, so this is all solid, and yeah, it all looks good under here really. I'm happy with the result there. So that is fairly well dismantled there. What I need to do, well, this is actually it for today, but I'm gonna tomorrow do the other side and then give it a really good wash down and just generally clean it up and have a further look. I'm going to take this piece off as well, just as I did with the back, and we're going to get in the chassis rails and spray the wax oil or similar in there as well. Good morning, lovely day. We're going to get the wing off, and I'm going to take off this crash bar at the front. So with this wing, it's obviously really close to the house, and I can't open the door to get to that little nut in between the door and the wing there to undo it. So fortunately, you can actually get a spanner in there. You can see on the other side, I just got the extension bar and went in there, but obviously I can't open the door enough, so you can just get a spanner in the edge there, which is very lucky. Let's be very careful not to scratch your door pane. This may take some time. Okay, there we go, driver's side off, all looks good. This is solid, just surface rust, so I'm going to clean that one up as well. Having a look at this, there's bloody regulator here. I was thinking possibly with a misfire, I don't know whether this would affect it. I've never heard of it doing it, but my scanner is saying it's running on 95 RON, and I know I've got 99 in because I've just washed the tank out. It's only got 99 in, so I'm thinking possibly the car is thinking it's running on the wrong fuel, and it's you know, trying to burn on something that's got a higher rating. I don't know, but it's something I'm going to consider anyway. But yeah, so we've got the front off here. I'm going to take off this crash bar now and have a good look behind that. I'm just wondering how far to go on this really, and I think probably what I'm also going to do is take off this rail here as well, and you know, I might as well change the radiator while I'm in here. I might as well do the whole lot. This is obviously very well taken to pieces now, but if you come around this side, it's looking, well, it is complete, it's all done. That's why I didn't really want to start ripping into it completely. I wanted to get the back done before I started to take the front apart. So yeah, let's take some more bits off. 3 bolts, 13 mil. Got those out. We're going to do the same on the other side. Can't wait to get this sorted out though. I'd love to know what happened to this. It's if the previous owner's watching, yeah, let me know. But I'd always sooner repair this than have a part that is non-Ford or a part that I don't know the quality of. So I don't mind a dent, and yeah, I'd sooner have a part that I know is a proper part on the car, even if it has got a little bit of history knocked into it. Right, then we just undo the support bolts here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then after that, that should just separate there. So yeah, future Paul, if you're lost and watching these videos to work out how to put it back together, they just go under there. So yeah, now we all know. You know what, I'm going to do it. Let's take this off as well, because now I've undone the bottom supports. This is all basically completely loose. So it looks like it's just the nuts here. Same at the other side. All of this headlight washer stuff will come out because it's all hooked onto this. The radiators should just stay where they are, and then if I just detach the bits here, that should come out as one unit. Then we can clean it up and have a better look. Okay, pipes are loose. Let's just undo. There's 3 bolts here actually. So get these out. 6 mil. Of course, I'm joking. They're 10 mils. Sorry, there's 5, there's 2 more down there as well, so it appears these need to come out too. There we go, same on the other side now. Last one. Okay, this calls for a tripod shot. Oh yeah, we've got the release for the, yeah, it's not the release for the bonnet, is it? It's the, I think it's the alarm for the bonnet. Just disconnect that. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. There we go. So yeah, we've got good access for everything now. We can do the yeah, the bit of wire in here. We can change the radiator sandwich. Obviously, once we've sorted this one out, this is all undone. So I'm going to pull this out from its mounting now. I just need to make sure that this main kind of trunking piece of wire is disconnected there, and also something in here as well. I think that may well be an airbag sensor, but I'm not 100% sure, so yeah, we're going to take it off anyway, make sure nothing's connected, and then we're going to take this piece off. Alright, so take the clip out, and then we are going to detach the suspected sensor, like that. Just leave that hanging there. And the trunking cable clips, so we've got one here, little one on there, big one there, another smaller one there, and then the last big one there, and then we have another little one down there as well. And we appear to have a bracket down there for the, I think that's the power steering cooler there, so 2 down there, and then that should be it, 3. Oh yeah, and don't forget the little clips for the radiator air scoop, 1 on each side. Another mystery bolt, 1 under here, so need to undo this one. This sort of holds on the radiator, so the radiator weight will sit on that. There is still another one connected to the chassis rail, so that won't move. The radiator will sit on there. Once we've undone that, both sides, then put you back on the tripod and this will come off. So this is going to want to fall as we undo the last bolt, so just push it in, undo that. And then take the bar out. There we go, looking good. Well, looking dismantled. So yeah, I'm going to take off the radiator air dam as well. So yeah, this is mostly for my own reference here. So yeah, it just sort of hooks in there over the pipe there, and then yeah, it goes along there, and then the other side, the pipe hooks through that side there, and they should just sit up against the aircon radiator. So let's get that one off. There we go, so that sits on the car like that. Be sure not to lose the little clips down there. I'm going to change all the clips on this car, so I'll get some new ones of those. Take out the air feed pipe as that's in the way and it's all loose. Again, just for my own reference, the wire passes around this side, the pipe is above it. I can see where the mark is there actually. And yeah, it just tucks in like that. So yeah, I don't want anything rubbing on anything when I put it back together. Look at this great access. You know, we're going to do the clutch at some point, well probably sooner rather than later now, and yeah, it's going to be hopefully a lot easier to get to this than most times it's been done. Right, let's take the coolant radiator off. Air conditioning and engine coolant are completely separate, big gap down there, and I should be able to simply lift up the radiator, coolant radiator, and that will come apart from the air conditioning one just with that hook there, so I won't be breaching that at all. So what I'm going to do now is unplug it. So I've got a big connector there, and then I just need to unclip these little hooks here just so that it's free, and then the air conditioning one will slide a little bit out of the bracket there. So see, it just sort of slides this way. Pull that this way, and then we can basically separate the two, so we can lift up the coolant radiator and leave the air conditioning one in there. Now we're going to use the hose clamps and take off the hoses. So we've got 1, 2, and then the bottom one down there. The big one, this one here, I'm going to leave on because the other end isn't actually connected, so we can leave that on there. I'm going to be replacing all the hoses anyway, but best to leave them on so you know where they go. Hoses off. We need to make sure this whole unit is 100% detached from the radiator there. So if I just push that along, you should be able to see when that is 100% clear there. Like that, and then we can lift it out. There's one clip I left on, isn't there? So we can do this one-handed. And just tip the remainder of the antifreeze in here for disposal. So the radiator actually looks okay. It's not massively corroded. It's yeah, all the fins seem to be reasonable. Then on the other side, proper Bosch fan, so looks really good quality. I think it's probably original to the car. So yeah, Bosch mark down there, Ford mark on it. So yeah, this is obviously it's had a test through the scanner and everything. Still seems to be working, but I'll take it to bits May well change the radiator. I'll only do that though if I can find a genuine one. I'm not going to go for an aftermarket part that's not branded if this one is a sort of, you know, decent quality Ford original jobby. So yeah, I'm going to disassemble this and clean it out and just have a good look and then work out what to do. Now the radiator's out of the way, I can take off the heat shield. It was a little bit tight access to get that out before, so take that one off. So I need to work out a way of repairing these and just making sure that I can reattach this properly. It's a nice heavy part, this. There we go, this is what we've got underneath it. So the ST170 is Cosworth tuned, and this is one of the bits they added onto it, this lovely exhaust manifold. So all of these are smooth, nicely free flowing, and apparently they're all equal length as well, just to help the flow there. So what I'm going to do is go through it and take all these bolts out and just make sure they're all okay. This one here is up there for safekeeping, and I'm also going to do the same at the bottom there with these ones, free them all off and make sure it's in perfect condition. So I want to do a lot of work to the air conditioning while it's all really easy to get to and taken apart, and also this radiator has had it. So what I'm going to do, obviously I need to take the gas out in a safe way, store it or have it recycled. So I'm going to get a mobile air conditioning specialist to come out and basically drain the system, take the gas away. Then I can sort of get into it and change all the parts, and then when it's back together I'll have it repressurized. So I want to change the oil separator behind here as well, because this is a job you can only do with the manifold off. So I mean, as with this far dismounted, I might as well. So I'm going to start to put some WD-40 on these bolts here, just so I can free that off, and also change the gasket. And then under here, if I just get under the car, or under what's left of the front of the car, I'm going to work on these and try and get these properly separated as well. And these, because it will never be easier to do this, and there may come a point where I want to take the cat off. So I may well be grateful of having done that when I'm trying to take the off when it's all back together. And obviously, yeah, just make sure that everything's in decent working order. Take the horns off too, so unplug that. Undo the 10mm. If you ever lose this 10mm socket, we're in a world of trouble. Need to find some new ones of these. These are completely ronnied, these horns. Right, next job is removal of the subframe, but first of all I'm going to go over this and give it a really good clean. So I'm going to get into all the bits that I can get to there and basically clean as far as I can all over basically whatever I can see. They're going to get all down the side as well, and yeah, really go through it and give it a decent chance to dry, and then we're going to get onto the rust treatment and anti-gravel down there. And before I go any further as well, I need to clean all of these parts, give them a really good clean, get all of the mud and everything off the inside of the wings there, and clean the bumper front and back. And we're going to take them into the other area and store them properly so they're not going to get damaged, because a lot of these we are going to be reusing. We don't want to be losing bits like this, so we just want to make sure that everything is properly out the way and clean and yeah, stored properly. So this is also Glim, and it has got a rust inhibitor in it. Obviously we don't want to expose this to more water than necessary, but it needs to be cleaned. We're going to let it dry out, then we're going to keep it dry, and then either change this or treat it or do whatever we've got to do to it. This is the other wing. So both these wings have got no markings on them whatsoever, nothing. No Ford marking, no other kind of brands, basically no writing whatsoever. So I don't know, maybe they're aftermarket ones, not sure, but I'm gonna hang on to them anyway and yeah, see if we can get some proper ones. Okay, it's time to remove the front subframe. So what we're going to do is undo 6 bolts on the front. So we've got 1 there and then 2 at the back there. So 3 on this side, 3 on that side. And then I'm going to take out the bolt here that holds the holds the gearbox, secure the rubber mount here. And then I've got to detach the steering rack from the steering column. So we do that from inside the car. We just take out the bolt and that just basically pulls out. And then basically we can mark this up, or when we put it back on, there is a special tool from Ford, I think, that you can actually line it up. But to be fair, there's going to be such a sort of shitty mark on the bottom of the car, we're going to see exactly where it's been. So I think we're probably going to do it that way. So let's get this off. Take out the bolt at the bottom of the steering column. Guess what size? Yeah, you got it. There you go. And then that should just pull apart. That's it. Take out the bolt from the gearbox mount, 13mm. Pull out the bolt. And put the jack underneath it just to support the weight. And we undo 3 bolts either side, so these two here are 18 and this one up here is a 15. Go! Cool. Right, lower the jack. All major disasters usually start with lowering the jack. Here we go. So I'm just going to guide that down as I do that. Ooh, there we go. Okay, we've got some lines attached there. Ah, I see, okay. The steering rack is held on with 2 nuts, so I'm going to undo the 2 nuts, separate the power steering rack, and I'm also going to undo the anti-roll bar nuts as well, and that will separate it, and I can leave the rack hanging on its lines there. So let's get that done. Yeah, so that's the setup. So I'm going to undo these. I take this off either side, and I'm going to undo this nut here and then withdraw that, and then our rack is separate there. Alright, put a bungee clip around the rack. We don't want to strain the hydraulics when that comes loose, and then we undo these. So that's a 15mm and that's a 13mm. Just leave that loose in there. Otherwise I'll go to lose it. And lift the little boot up here just so we can get the driver onto this bolt down there. There we go, that's the rack free. Okay, now we can take off the anti-roll bar completely by undoing the other 2 nuts there, but I can probably just actually lift this sort of to one side and get the rack out. Let's see. There we go. Let's just let that hang on the bungee cord, and then we're going to withdraw the subframe here. Actually, let's get the jack out of the way. Go. Done. And here we go, one front subframe. So yeah, it's in much better condition than the back one was. It literally is just dirty, a little bit of surface rust on it. So I'm going to take off all the other bits and give it a while. We'll really clean it up. Then it's going to go down to the powder coating company and be powder coated satin black. So yeah, all of this does unbolt. It's all Ford marked. Subframe is an original subframe, still with the original stickers on. Yeah, it's looking good. There we go, look at that space, loads and loads of space there, so we can get to every single bit we need to get to there and seal everything and have a look at it. The rack, I'm not going to do anything to the rack, but I just want to obviously make sure these gaiters aren't split or aren't worn, and just anything that I can do to it while it's there I'm going to do, just because it will never be easier. So there we go, fully dismantled. What I'm going to do now is clean up that front subframe, and then we're going to have a good look at it, and then I'll take it down to the powder coaters and get that powder coated, satin black and sort of blasted and checked and everything, and then I'll have a look at the steering rack, make sure the gaiters and that are okay, and just do anything that I need to do to that. Then we're going to go through it. I'm going to under seal it. Basically I'm going to sort of take some of the old paint off, check that the rust has been treated, or treat the rust, prime it, put the anti-gravel on it, and then sort of move forward with that. So as I said, I'd like to get that done before the winter, before the air gets too damp. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys. I can see from the analytics for the video that a lot of you are actually staying with it all the way. So they're quite long, you know, nut and bolt sort of technical restorations, and you are staying with it. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you for the next one. Cheers. It's a beautiful day. Let's just close that for now. We're going to block shift down to third gear, flip the throttle, feel the weight transfer move around from the car, jump on the left hand side, keeping wide, full power. Hello air conditioning pump, hey power steering pump, how are you doing? Very well, thank you. Okay, let's drain the gas out of the air conditioning system. I've got a specialist coming down who's going to take out the gas and store it. I'm also going to change the dryer as well, and also the condenser at the front here. I'm not actually sure whether there is any gas left in this, but we do have to have a look just to make doubly sure before we start taking it to pieces. So we've got Peter here, the air conditioning specialist. We're just going to get the gas out of the system if there is any gas left in there, and see what's what. So which one are we going for here? So this is the...
I'm going to go on this one here, because this, you get two of these, a large one and a small one. And this will be...
It's connecting up to the top.
On the low side. Like that. That's clipped on, and then you forward it, which will open the valve.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in there.
Nothing in there. There we go.
It would show on here.
Yeah.
It would do, that line goes directly to this gauge, so that would show you if there's any pressure in there.
So it has leaked out somewhere then?
It's leaked out.
Yeah.
Normally it's the compressor and with the shaft seal.
Yeah.
And because the gas is in with the oil of the compressor,
yeah.
On the low side, if it sits for a while, the rubber dries out. It leaks, but pretty much like drive shafts, anything like that.
I think it was kind of working, but yeah, I think it's been sitting for a while. And
if they've been sitting, and if they're worn out,
yeah,
but there's nothing there anymore.
Nothing there. Right, so that's the whole system completely. So I can just start taking a bit.
Yeah, you can start taking. There's nothing there to reclaim, I'm afraid.
Yeah. The plan is basically to change the whole lot, and you know,
really, when you take things off, once you take the pipes apart, make sure you clean them. If you're going to keep the pipes, say the pipe's sticking through here from your heater matrix, because your evaporator will be behind your heater matrix,
right?
So make sure you take them up properly, so seal them off, and maybe put a plastic bag over and then seal that again.
Yeah.
So if any oil clicks past the tape, you've still got it sealed from atmosphere.
Okay, right.
And then when you've got all the bits together, we'll put it on a long vacuum. Preferably on a warm day, so it won't boil anything off inside.
Yeah. And
give it a good long vacuum. That way then we can test it on a vacuum to see if it's leaking.
Yeah. And then when I've changed all the bits, how do we recharge it?
Well, we put it on a vacuum. It's simple really. Put it on a vacuum, good long vac.
Yep.
And then when you're satisfied with that, you can just weigh a charge in with a fresh bottle of gas.
Yep.
And a set of scales.
Okay.
And you just weigh a charge in.
Okay.
And the charge will be on the nameplate on the front bonnet somewhere.
Yeah, it's currently laying in my garden.
So if not, you can always look it up.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can.
Brilliant. All right, mystery solved.
Well, that didn't take long, did it?
No, it's pretty good. So yeah, that's the reclaim bottle, isn't it?
This is an empty reclaim bottle, which has been vacked out and is clean.
Yeah.
So, and this is the reclaim pump, which will pump the gas out and push it into the bottle. Weigh the bottle beforehand, so if you had some gas in it, weigh the bottle with electronic scales, you know, what it weighs when it's empty.
Yeah.
You vacuum out your gas into there through your pump, and once you finish you can weigh the bottle and you can tell how much gas you've taken out of the system. So if your system took 800 grams and you only put 300 in there, you know you're short of gas.
Yeah.
So you know you've lost. That's what we would have done here. So if we'd have taken gas out and we knew how much was supposed to be in there,
yeah,
and only took say 150 grams out, I think, well, where's the rest of it? The rest of it's gone.
Yeah.
So you know you've got a leak.
Yeah, so you reckon might have been leaking from there?
It could have been. The only way you'll prove that is to take this off, cap it off, stick it in a big drum of water and stick nitrogen in it and pressurise it and watch for bubbles.
Yeah.
Or go over with soapy water. But
can you do that? You can check it just with soapy water.
Oh yeah, if this was running, if there's a car was running, you'll say you're losing your gas now and again.
Yeah.
And you've got a suspect and it's running, you could brush soapy water all over there or anywhere, or a leak or joint, and it will bubble.
Oh, okay,
and
right.
It will show you that there's obviously something wrong. There's a leak there somewhere.
Yeah.
Once the car's together, it's very difficult to get to places like this.
Yeah, that's it.
And places like that where the compressor's very difficult.
Yeah.
It's easy now because you've got it all stripped off, but.
So when you have to run it, you run it when it is working. You run it every few months because everything dries out. Does it all the seals dry out and everything, or?
From new, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
It's just when, so if you picked an old car up and it hadn't been running for 2 or 3 years, then you'll probably find that the seal around the compressor shaft has dried out.
Yeah.
And there's probably no gas in it.
I see.
And if it's been laying outside, it may have got some moisture in there in it, but it all depends where it's been, really.
So how does the compressor come off then? Because there's lots of people sort of running these cars. They're 20 years old now, and it'd probably just be easy just to change the compressor. Do you think? If there's
I mean, if you can get one for a decent price, I would have thought so. It'd been a better idea.
I suppose that just unbolt, wouldn't it? And then
it's just like fitting an alternator, really.
Yeah.
It's just driven off with a clutch on the front, which is driven by an electronic clutch at the front to drive it on and off.
Right.
And then there's just 2 pipes attached to it, like this bit here, like a little manifold. One bolt that should just come off, and it'll probably have some seals. O-ring seals on it.
Yeah. With this particular motor, it's had damage, probably somewhere on its condenser, and the gas is, because this is the high pressure bit, the gas is sprayed out.
Yeah, it might have done. It looks a bit grim around there, but it doesn't look like it's. It might just be age.
Yeah. Can we just have a look? And this one is a 2002 condenser. So we've got 20 years on that, I think, haven't we?
It could be. It doesn't. I don't know. If it's been sitting a while, it'll definitely. The first port of call is the seal around the compressor shaft.
Yeah.
That's the first place it goes, because it's a mechanical shaft round a seal.
Okay. Yeah.
And when it dries out, obviously the oil's going to come out.
Yeah.
Same as a drive shaft.
Yeah.
They leak now and again when they perish.
And is it normal, you say you put a charge into it, basically get something, put a charge into it, and then use soapy water or whatever, see where it's leaking, and then you take it.
I mean, if somebody wants to find out, say if this had a slight bit of gas in it, and you wanted to keep it all, you'd have to pressure test it.
Yeah.
So you put oxygen-free nitrogen in it, pressure test it up to pressure. Don't go over the head pressure, just to sort of, I don't know, 150 psi or something.
Yeah.
And then you can go around the joints, go around everywhere that you can see. Obviously, you're not going to, if the car's complete, you're not going to be able to see most of it.
Yeah.
Or just leave it set at a pressure, leave it for a couple of hours, and see if it drops.
Yeah.
If it doesn't drop, leave it overnight, and then see if you're in the ballpark again of where the pressure is, and you'll probably be right. But if it starts to drop and you come back and it's come down to £20, you've got a leak somewhere.
How do you service them then? If I'm running a car, the aircon's working all right, what would you do just to keep it in top shape so you haven't got to go through all this hassle?
Most garages do a top-up service. They'll have a machine. They plug on. It will weigh the charge out.
Yeah.
And then it will vac it and pop it back in again.
Okay.
Filter it, put it back in if it's clean.
Yeah, and just check it's all
and
working.
They'll just put back the amount which is the weighing charge.
All right.
You find that out if you're running a car and it's not as cold as what it was. You think, well, that's not working properly. It's not as cold as it used to be.
Yeah.
Just take it to a garage. The garages have a little unit that does everything for them. They just plug it on to here and there, and then switch it on, and it does it for them. Put your compressor on in the winter time with your heating on. It will de-hum the car, take the the steam away, and also keep your seal lubricated on your compressor.
Okay, subframe time. Let's clean it up and have a look what we got. We'll take all the bits off it. I'll just show you the underneath. You haven't seen that yet. Yeah, it's rusty, but it's hopefully it's okay. But I'm going to use brake cleaner, clean all this up, and then possibly go over it with a wire wheel and see if it's good for powder coating. Okay, take off the anti-roll bar link bar with a 15mm socket, and I've got a 15mm spanner behind it there. Just going to use the breaker bar on here because it's a bit corroded. This side. There we go, that's free. Now we're going to go to the ratchet. Do the same on the other side. Okay, other side's out. We're going to take out the last two bolts holding on the anti-roll bar, so the two brackets. One. And there we go. Okay, so we've got the bracket. It's got a little spacer on the back there, so we need to be sure not to lose that. We can see which side it goes on because we've got the holes there. Yeah, take that one off too. Keep these somewhere safe. Oh, and also it's tea time, of course. That's better. Right, now we're ready. Okay, so this can come off. Let's have a look. So we've undone the brackets, and that will just lift off like that. And then we have the bushes around there. We can take these off. Let's put this to one side. And now we're going to take off the gearbox mount. Let's get the ratchet on that. That's the way to do it. Actually, that can spin. Just holds itself there. Oh, strange. Okay. Yeah, that looks fairly worn out, so we'll get a new one of these. And it's just started to rain. Right, let's just turn this round, and then I'm going to spray it with brake cleaner and just get the worst of the power steering fluid or oil or whatever it is, just get that off, and then we can have a good look at it. Yeah, the next episode's coming. What do you mean you can't wait? Going as quick as I can. You have to have your bone, take your mind off it. Yeah, that is well solid, isn't it? That'll be fine. Okay, we've got these 4 attachments here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just going to take these off as well, so just get a screwdriver behind them and they will unclip, so keep those somewhere safe. And take off the anti-roll bar bushes. These are pretty worn out, so they do come off a lot easier than it was getting the back ones on. There we go, and we're going to get the anti-roll bar blasted as well at the same time, and also the radiator bracket, we'll get that done too. And put all the bolts in labelled bags. Yeah, these have little plastic guides on, tiny little plastic sort of pins. So yeah, we'll have to replace these and make sure that we get proper ones of these back on there. So yeah, have to fully refurbish them. So just clean it up a little bit. You can see the Ford mark on there, so I will try and save this subframe if possible. Yeah, so I'm not going to go too crazy on this, so that's had a really good inspection there. There's nothing wrong with that at all, it's all just surface rust. So with the rear subframe, I sort of wire wheeled it down to almost shiny, and I didn't need to, because in the end it goes in, it gets blasted, then it gets zinc treated, then it gets powder coated, so you don't really need to. I'm just looking for any massive corrosion or any holes or anything that would need to be corrected, but this is absolutely fine. So now we're good to put this in the van, and then we'll take it off and get it powder coated. Okay, so now we know the air conditioning is empty, we can get down here and undo these 2 connections here. So I'm going to undo this and undo that, pull these out, and then the condenser should come free of the car. Okay, there we go, that's free. And we've got the little O-ring there as well. That's it. And then we can just lift the condenser out. That's what we got inside there, and also we can see that it's a original condenser to the car. So we've got 27th of February 2002, Basildon. So yeah, it's been on there since the car was built, 20 years old. And now I'm going to take this down to the powder coater with all the other stuff as well, because this is an original piece and it looks alright. So I'm going to get that cleaned up and then powder coated at the same time. I just need to raise this out of the way, so I'm going to tie this up or hook it somewhere and then just undo that radiator bracket. Just put the bolt back into the chassis leg. There's another bolt there, I need to keep hold of that as well. Here we go. There it is, that's in really nice condition. It's just a bit grubby. So this one is yeah, Ford piece again, made in Spain. So yeah, we're going to take this off to the powder coaters and get that blasted and powder coated. So now we've got the best access you'll ever have to take off the manifold now. So we can just undo the nuts here and then we can literally withdraw the whole lot there. So we'll undo it, struggle these out. Have to get these out as the next job, take these out. Take all this off, then we can change the oil separator, and I'm also going to change the catalytic converter. I wasn't going to do it, but I think, yeah, you know, it is, it's all exposed, all really easy to do, and it is something that I probably want to do, so I'm going to try and find a type approved cat, so try and get the best one I can on there, and yeah, get that changed too. We can also see the air conditioning compressor as well. As Peter was saying, it's you just undo it from there, you take this off, and then yeah, you simply unbolt it, so there's nothing at all in the way here. So all I've got to do is take off the bolt and undo that connection, and then we'll have a new AC compressor on there too. Now I'm going to disconnect the power steering rack. I didn't want to send this away for a full refurb because I just sort of like the way it is at the moment, but it is leaking a little bit. I did notice on the subframe there is a bit of power steering fluid there, so I'm going to take it off and I'm going to refurbish what I can myself. So I'm going to be changing the ends of these and just refurbing what I can, change the gaiters. I may even go inside and see if I can change the seals as well and just make sure it is as good as I can get it, and then yeah, iron out any problems. Okay, take off the heat protection. There's 2 bolts on here, but one of them has come through, so I'm going to have to either use a big wash on that or replace this section. Put the bolt back in. So what have we got? We've got one tube coming down. Where does it go? It goes along here, along the back, and then into a connector down there. And the other one comes down and goes into those connectors there. So yeah, kind of flower return, then it's held on with a little bracket here. So we've got a tiny little bolt there. I'm going to undo that if I've got a socket small enough, which I have. Oh, it's too small. What is that? It's one of those bloody bizarre sizes. What the hell am I going to get? Am I going to get that done? It seems to be an in-between sort of size. Oh, what a bloody pain. What a bloody pain. Nothing's bloody easy. Oh, there we go. That might work. That might work. No, it wants to be a pain. It wants to be a pain, right. Okay, this looks like overkill, but it's all I can think of. Gotta do what you gotta do. There we go, that's all it needs. It's just enough to free the hydraulic lines. Actually, we need to take the right the way up because it's a clamp. So there we go, that comes completely off there. I'll re-secure that in a minute. Yeah, and it seams under here, so these are the two lines that we've just freed off there, and then they both go into here, and they seem to be attached with just one nut on a kind of adapter. So I'm going to take that nut out, and then I'm guessing both of those lines will pop out together, and that'll be our rack free. That's a 10mm. Here we go. There's a little plate there. That one pulls out. That one bloody resists. Yeah, so they both pull out, and that's the rack free. So we must remember which way around these go. So the zigzaggy one seems to go further away from the actual steering attachments, and the smoother one is yeah, nearest to the driver. Oh my god, fluid everywhere. There we go. There we go, that's the rack completely separated. Okay, let's go on with sorting out under the wheel arches. So I need to take this cover off here. This appears to be held on with a rivet down there and one up there. So what I'm going to do now is drill it out and take the cover off so I can get to this little bit of rust up there and make sure everything's properly sealed. Okay, that's the two rivet tops drilled off, but it is still hooked in, so it seems to have a hook. There's one there, one up there, and as far as I can see, yeah, just one there as well. So they just might need a bit of help just prying them out, but they ain't attached no more. They're just a bit rusty. Ah, there we go. So it just comes off like that. That's all it is, piece of tinware there. So I'm going to clean this up, rust treat that, and then we'll reattach that when the time comes. And yeah, it's just covering up these terminals here. So yeah, looks like something critical, so we're not going to mess with those. I'm just going to go around the outside and just treat all the rust. I can get right up into the corner now, and then we will replace this when we're done. It's all completely sound there. All I'm going to do is just take the screwdriver and just scrape off the worst bits, take it down as far as I can, and all around this bit as well. Then it's going to have a wire brush, and then put the rust treatment on it. Yeah, so the surface rust basically stops here, just to that line. So we just chip off all the big chunks so that the rust killer can get underneath it, and then we can polish it all up and just scrape off any surface bubbles. Yeah, I do want to get as much of this done as possible before the winter with regard to the rust treatment and sealing it, because you do sort of forget how miserable working in the freezing cold is on a car, really. So I want to get this sealed at least, and then we can just go through and rebuild it. So this is good. This is the oil from the factory that they spray inside the chassis legs and in all the inaccessible places dripping through, so it shows there is some in there. Going to sort this out too. So this is completely solid. I'm going to scrape this off, clean it all up, and then apply the rust killer to this as well. Take the bolt out and just scrape off the loose So I am just going to go back down here and pop these little rust blisters just on the sill there, because I don't want to cause big damage to this, but I am just going to take that little section out there, and then we're going to put the rust treatment on that so it is basically stable, and then when we put the wing back on, we know that's all treated and there's nothing creeping in underneath there. But I don't want to go massively disrupting this sill, because it might be a while before we can sort out the cosmetics of the car. Just take a little bit of that off, just make sure it hasn't crept under there, but that looks fine to me. Okay, let's have a little bit of wire brush. Be rude not to, wouldn't it? Just got to be careful not to catch the other bits of paint up with the edge of the bristles there. Let's get the wire wheel on that. Okay, good. Just going to undo this nut, and this will actually free off that power steering line on the bracket behind here, and also just free it up at the front so we can properly seal around it. There we go. Just going to loosen these two earth strap bolts as well, so we haven't got the tails of those sticking through. Drill out the ABS sensor bracket rivet. And take out the last of the plastic plugs. Right, now I'm going to go over this with the same wheel that I used on the back of the car, the heavy preparation wheel on the grinder. Got to make sure all these wires are out of the way. We don't want to snare them with the grinder. That'd be a great Sunday, wouldn't it? Right, let's take the brake hose off as well so I can clean this bracket. Undo the brake line. Okay, let me just pull out the clip. How can that be so bloody difficult? Come on, there we go. Magnifico! Okay. So I'm running over this area here where the subframe attaches with a wire wheel, but I am actually going to take some soapy water and give it a really good wash, and then we're going to finish preparing it, rust treat it, prime it, and then get the anti-gravel on, because this won't be accessible when the subframe's back on. Okay, that's had a really good go with the wire preparation wheel on the grinder, so I just need to spray a little bit of brake cleaner on this just to get the stick where a label's been on there off, and just go over it with some sandpaper just in the tiny little bit so you can't really get to with the larger wheel there, and yeah, make sure that's properly clean. Then what we're going to do is apply the rust killer. Okay, I'm going to use the Hammerite again, same stuff that I used on the back, seemed to work okay. Put a towel down because it will definitely stain your driveway, and yeah, I'm just going to go over all of this and work it into all the little pits, all the little gaps, and then wait for it to dry. Going to go right down here on the chassis leg too, behind all of the pipes and everything here, so that's why we loosen all the pipes off. And just go under here where the subframe will reattach to. I am going to do the entire underside of this car, but at the moment the priority is treating the areas and getting the anti-gravel on the bits that we can't do when the subframe's back on. The rest we can do later, but at the moment we'll just get this done. Get it into the corners where the wing attaches and all along the seams. And on the outside, take that bolt out and just give the rest of it a really good coating. So I'm just going to coat the whole lot. I mean, it is, most of it's just here really. There is a few speckles everywhere, but really I'm just going to go through it and coat the whole lot. Just easier and I won't miss anything. You can use seam sealer on this just to get a better finish and to, you know, stop sort of anything going in between the seams here. I would do if I had any, don't have any with me at the moment, so we're just going to sort of go ahead with it as it is. This will all be under the wheel arch liner anyway, but there is something else that you can do there. Of course, it's blowing a bloody gale today. Spray it tomorrow. At least it ain't raining. Still, it's only 10 o'clock, there's still time. There we go, so that's had a really good go with the rust killer. As it dries, it does actually go black, so we can sort of see what's been treated, what hasn't. That's gone nice and black there now. So what I'm going to do is let this dry properly, wait for this wind to die down, and then we're going to spray the primer on it. Okay, that's had a night to dry. Let's get the primer on. I am going to see if I can undo these two bolts here and just very delicately move these terminals back through that hole there, the same with the other wire, just so it's all nice and clear. I normally wouldn't want to move these because they are old and I don't want to encourage problems, but I think in order to get the primer all the way around the top properly, as well as the anti-gravel, we do need to move those. 10mm. And then the whole block will just lift off and we can just move it out of the way. I'll do the same with the other one as well. So these two are off, and I did actually notice that I can take this off as well, so that would have been easier when I was doing that to take this apart so I could get the rust killer in there. I'm going to go over that last little bit there. But yeah, that would be the easy way to do it. Bit of newspaper around the pipes. I'll do the same with the terminals as well. Always looks a bit lash when you get overspray, so I'll try and avoid that. So the first coat there, it's really good coverage, goes on really well. So I'm just waiting 15 minutes for this to dry, and then I'm going to give it another 2 coats and make sure that it's properly sealed there. I've also done underneath here and the yeah, that side of the chassis rail there, underneath that, and yeah, just gone under the back here where the front subframe is going to bolt back on there, so we can get the anti-gravel on that and make sure it's all properly sealed. Okay, I've been having a look at the rust hole on the other side, and to be honest, that is too small to weld, I reckon. So what I'm going to do with this is use a fiberglass reinforced filler that will actually go over that. And the reason I can do that is, I mean, I can basically get my hand behind there. That is single skinned, and then obviously we've got the engine well, crash rail here. So this is sort of designed to deform if you hit something. Connected to high grade steel, which is the passenger cell, so that's more rigid. This bit here is single skin, so it's not doing anything, it's not holding anything. It is literally a thin piece of metal that has come through there. So I mean, if I wanted to weld that or get that welded, I'd have to probably cut it out and mess around with that, which wouldn't be easy, I wouldn't have thought. So I do think the best way, I'm going to clean this up with the heavy preparation wheel, make sure everything is completely killed off with the rust killer, and then use the fiberglass reinforced filler on this. And this is the fiberglass reinforced filler. So this is actually the strongest stuff that I've used. I've used it on the van before, and it doesn't crack, it doesn't do anything. It literally is just like putting metal on basically. You can't even really sand it down. It is extremely strong, and it is flexible, so it won't shatter or cause any problems. So yeah, that's the way I'm going to go with that. Okay, before we start prepping this up ready for the fiberglass filler, I need to remove some of the bits that I did on the other side. So this is pressed up against the house, so it's a bit more tricky to fill, but what I'm going to do is just what I did on the other side. Drill out this rivet here, take out the ABS wire holder, take out these plastic bits here. I'm going to loosen off this brake line, bend it back because we're going to be replacing these brake lines anyway. Take out the hose, going to take off this plastic cowling for the auxiliary drive belt, and also this piece for the air conditioning. I'm going to undo this, and then one around the other side, and then see if I can actually move that out of the way so I can recondition and rust treat this piece of the chassis rail. Looking up here, it looks like as I follow these pipes through, there is some connections down there, so it may be the case that I can actually reach in there, undo those, and withdraw this whole assembly with the dryer included, and then I get basically good access for all of this. So we'll have a look at that and see how that goes. Okay, anti-gravel. We're going to do 3 coats of this, about 10 minutes apart. So I'm just going to do the bit where the base of the wing attaches to. I am going to overlap the anti-gravel slightly outside where the wing goes to, just to protect it, because it's going to be a little while before we can get this properly sprayed. And then when I do this, I'll just scrape this back off again, but it's only just to protect in the winter. And yes, I have run out of masking tape. God, the chemicals in here are killer, even with the mask on. Oh yeah, Duff Man needs to find some fresh air. There we go, really good result. So I'm going to let that dry for a bit, and then we're going to clear coat that to give it the hard surface on top, because anti-gravel does mark a little bit. So yeah, gone right under here. It's got all the mounts where the subframe will be attached to. We've obviously done the bits where the wing will go onto, so that's been properly sealed. All the way up in the top there, we've got right to the top of the strut mount. And I have gone, well, made doubly sure that everything behind here has been done, and particularly this join here, because that is the bit that was more rusted than the other bits. And then if we go around here, it's been done on the other side of the chassis rail too. Don't know what you can just see under there. Oh, you can see all the back of there too. So yeah, that has been done. As we do more work on this car, one day probably I will actually take the engine out. We'll be doing other bits to it. We'll be sort of messing around with it and get it in a garage one day, take the engine out. And I will completely refurb the engine bay. But for now, all we can do with the engine in is just do the rusty bits that we can see, and just make sure that we treat everything that is immediately visible, and basically the rest of it is fine. It's just a bit dirty. I mean, I might even just treat this a little bit up the top there. And that's it. So coverage on that was 2 cans. So we've got 2 dead cans there. That is, yeah, 2 full cans. I expect probably I'll do maybe half a can with a clear coat. And then that is the under sealing done. Okay, next job, we're going to take off the air conditioning compressor. It's basically, yeah, you've got the compressor, you've got a clutch on there. Quite a complicated piece. I'm going to change it as a whole unit, because I'm not going to be, I mean, we might open it up, have a look inside it, but I'm not going to be reusing this. I'm going to change it for one that's been refurbished, or rather a new one. So first thing we've got to do is take off the auxiliary drive belt. Okay, so this is the routing of the auxiliary drive belt on the 2-litre cars with air conditioning. So we've got the air conditioning compressor there. If your car doesn't have air conditioning, the belt will go from there to the bottom of the crankshaft pulley. So what we've got here is the air conditioning compressor, crankshaft pulley, water pump, got the tensioner there, we've got the alternator, idler pulley there, and then we're back to the power steering pump. So that's the routing of the belt. And that's how it goes. So what I'm going to do now is reach up, put a socket over this with a long extension bar, wind this in a bit to slacken off the belt, and then the belt I can just literally pull it off, and that's the auxiliary drive belt removed. Okay, 15mm spanner, because the socket won't go in there. I'm going to reach up here, and then we're going to turn the tensioner clockwise to release the belt tension, and then we're going to pull the drive belt from the position it's in, and that just comes off. And then release the tension again, and then the belt will come off like so. Obviously, if this wasn't all taken apart, we'd remove the plastic cover that covers up the base. So there we go, that's the belt removed. Okay, take out the 10mm bolt on the front of the compressor. And then the block holding on the 2 pipes should just pull out there. There we go. Let me undo the electrical connector. It basically goes down this way, goes under the left-hand pipe, and then makes its way back up to the main sort of trunking loom there. So let's just pull that out. So that was this one. Comes from here, goes down there, goes under that pipe there, and then into the compressor. As far as I can see, how it comes off is we've got 4 13mm bolts. So we've got 1, 2, and then 3, 4. So we take these off, and then it should just come separated from its bracket. Okay, oh, there we go. Yeah, it just comes off like so. That's what we got. That's the compressor. This is the electronic clutch on this side, so I plan to basically either change as a whole unit or get this one reconditioned. Not sure what I'm going to do yet. I need to look into that. And then basically got the sticker down here if anybody's hunting for one. This is the information sticker on it. And yeah, so that's going to be sorted out, and we'll get that either changed or refurbished. So I'll just leave that down there. What's that? What's that power steering pump? You wanna come off as well? You've seen how easy it is, and you want to be changed too? Well, okay, yeah. As we're all apart, we can. Yeah, we'll take you off as well then. Power steering pump seems to be held on with 4 bolts. So we undo this one, and there's 2 below as well. We take off this pipe here, which looks a bit like a cooler pipe, so we need to be careful not to mix that up when we put it all back together. And then there's another nut down here that holds on this pipe, so we need to undo that, and then the pump should come off. Okay, 18mm spanner. And just be very careful not to knacker the green wire and the power steering line there. Undo the last bit by hands, put a bucket underneath it because it will lose a bit of oil. Yeah, there is a gasket on there, seems to have had it, so we need to make sure that one of those goes back on when we reassemble it. Take the clamp off. Remove the pipe, just have the bucket underneath it, just preparing for a little bit of power steering fluid to come out. Oh no, it's okay, good. We just let this massive jet fly out the way. Now we've got to take out the loosened bolts now, so we take these out and then the power steering pump will come out. So I've already loosened these off. 1, 2, 3, and floor. Only joking, we've got hold of it, but it is now loose, so we just lift it off. And it just comes out like that, and we can change it as a whole unit. Oh, hello air conditioning pump. Hey, power steering pump, how are you doing? Very well, thank you. Okay, several coats of clear lacquer, 15 minutes apart. Quite thin coats. Just waiting for the lacquer to dry, and then I've got to do exactly the same on the other side. So if you come across here, this is the bit that I haven't done, and there is a huge difference there. Okay, let's clean this up. So there we go, it's had a go with the preparation wheel and had the larger chunks chipped off with a screwdriver. So I've got another little bit there as opens up, but that is well within the capabilities of the flexible fillet there, so I'm happy with that. I'm going to go over it with rust killer, let it dry for a day, and then we'll get the filler on it. I'll just quickly show you the other side as well. There you go, just put the screwdriver through there just to show you where that goes, but we can get to the other side there. So what I'll do is I will go in there, clean that up, and then I'll put the rust killer on there and we'll get that treated too. But before we go any further, we're going to take out these 2 air conditioning pipes. We're doing this, so we might as well do it properly. This is a really fiddly job, real pain in the arse, but we've got to do this, I think, to get the right result. So it's these 2 pipes here. You can see these 2, well, this one's damaged anyway, so I'm going to replace them up to the bulkhead. This is a bit of the loom, so that's going to stay in, but basically these run around here. They have a little bracket sort of holding onto the rail there, and then if we come down here, they go into the dryer. So I want to take all of that assembly off. So they run up here from the dryer, they go along here, and then they go in through the hole in the wing there. They run behind here. They have a electrical connection on there, so that needs to be undone. And then, well, one of them has a electrical connection, and they run along here, and they're basically just underneath the brake master cylinder. Let me just see if I can get this phone in to show you. So I get you down there, so we can see. There they are. So I'm going to undo that, and then there's one next to it as well. So that's the I presume the flow and the return. So we're going to get those out and withdraw the whole assembly. That'll give us good access to the space underneath the wing, and we are going to change those pipes too because you know, they're quite old now. Okay, I'm going to struggle these off now, so it's almost impossible to film because it's all tucked behind the bulkhead. So I'm just going to do it, and if there's anything that I sort of find when I, take it all to bits, I'll let you know. You don't have to do this probably. I'm only doing it because I'm really picky and I'm doing the whole car and I want it to be absolutely as good as I can get it, but probably you don't need to. But I can see a little bit of wear on those pipes, and as I'm going to recondition the entire system anyway, it'd be a shame to leave those behind there. So yeah, I'm gonna take them off. Okay, the terminal's really easy, it's just something that I couldn't see because of its position, so I was pushing that in. You actually need to lift it out, so you're going to want to pull that tab that way, and that will save you about 10 minutes of pissing around with this. Okay, before we take the pipes out, who goes where? So this is when we put it back together. So the pipe with the electrical connector on is the pipe that goes the furthest this way, so the nearest to the passenger side. So that's that one there. So this is the pipe with the electrical connector, and then the other pipe is just behind it there, and that's just so we know which pipe goes where when we put it back together. Okay, so that's one of the bulkhead ones off. Let's just do the other one. The phone's on its side, by the way, so if you're trying to find this yourself, that one comes off like so. Disconnect the pipes to the back. There's almost certainly a special tool, but how I'm going to do this is like this. So this is basically very similar to the one at the back. I've got a bottle top, cut it down into like a half a bottle top, and I'm going to compress it like that and then push it into that little gap there with a pair of pliers, and then that should pop out, but that is very fiddly. I'm not sure whether that's going to work, and as I say, there probably is a special tool. I'm probably making life difficult for myself, but yeah, let's give that a go. Alright, that is well above my pay grade. That is very, very difficult. I just can't get the top of the bottle in there, and you have to do it from the back basically, so you will need a special tool for that. So maybe we'll track down one of those tools and do it in a future episode, or maybe I'll do it when the engine's out and I can get a bit more access in there, but it will be done. Not now, but so we will get it done in the future. But what I have got is all the bits and bobs from this side is now loose and it is unclipped, so I can move these pipes around now, so I can get these moved around properly, get in there and seal all of that, and also we can put the rust treatment on this and get the filler on, prime it, and then put the anti-gravel on it, so we aren't really that restricted for access now. But these are damaged and I will be changing them, just not today. Alright, let's have a go, see if it can be done. So I'm going to do a little bit of WD-39 around the spring there, just to free that off a bit, and then I'm going to see if I can use a hose clamp to release this. I have seen it done, but it looks bloody difficult. Let's give it a try. Okay, I think the problem is that I've bent this the wrong way and I've got the ridges on the outside and it's digging into the spring, so I'm going to bend it the other way, so I've got the smoother side facing the spring, because I think it might be catching. Yeah, this needs to be completely round, and this one isn't. I'm going to cut another one. Right, I've made another clip just to see if I can get one a bit smoother, but I mean, it looks the same really, but we'll see if this one goes in. And just get it to the right shape. You can't have any bumps there where you make it. It has to be almost perfectly circular. That's gone in quite nicely. Let's just see if we can compress or move that spring and release these two sections. There we go. That's how we do it. God, that was yeah, 40 minutes trying to do that, but that's how we do it. So I wouldn't recommend it, but it can be done. So yeah, that was literally just pushing this up here and yeah, moving that, and it does come undone, so the spring inside there gets compressed. But yeah, there must be a tool somewhere. There's no way I'm going to be able to do that from the bulkhead. There's just not enough space. I mean, maybe I'll give it another go, but you know, that is very, very tough. I wouldn't recommend doing that. I'd definitely get the tool. Okay, get the rust killer on here. Brush it on nice and thickly, and we're going to go on to the other side as well, get it all in there too. And I will be preparing and rust treating the rest of this wheel arch once the filler is dry. Okay, the rust killer is nice and dry. Let's get the fiberglass reinforced filler on. This is the filler I'm using. You can almost see the fibres in there, and this is the quantities I'm going to be mixing it up in. Mix that together, then we're good to go. So you're not going to get a smooth surface with this filler. It's very slimy, and you can feel all the fibres in it when you mix it up as well. So this is really just for filling in holes. If you want to put a top coat on it, you need a different filler, and that would be the coat that you would sand down. And just apply that to the area. There we go, that's all we need, just nice localised repair there. You won't be able to sand that down really when it's done, so try and get it as smooth as possible, because obviously it's got the fibres in it. It really is the strongest stuff I've seen. You can't do anything with it, so just get it nice and smooth, just with your spatula, and leave it to set. And of course I mixed up too much there, but there we go. So just going up to Halfords to get a few bits for the car. We have to go back down the road that the ST170 was built for. I think it's probably the perfect road for it. So we're going to go down it. I mean, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? We're obviously in the van. You'll be on the black view, so I apologise for the quality. Mirrors, brakes, brakes, brakes. We're going to block shift down to third gear, flip the throttle, feel the weight transfer move around from the car. Junction on the left-hand side, keeping wide, full power. Fourth gear, full power, mirror check, moving to the left hand side of the road to get a better view around the corner, staying in fourth gear, letting the revs build up, coming up to 60 mile an hour, we're just going into fifth gear and getting off the power. Got a lay-by, no one in it, mirror check, moving to the centre of the road, got brakes up ahead, oncoming vehicles, paint on the road, mirror check, so brakes, 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 off the brakes, flip the throttle into third gear, watching our limit points there, mirror check, moving to the centre of the road, staying in third gear, mirrors again, just coming right off it, letting the weight settle on the vehicle, moving to the driver's side, everything settled, mirror check, full power, fourth gear, full power, got blind crest here, so we're coming right off the power, can't see anything, could be anything down there, mirror check, and back on the power again, full power, fifth gear, full power, coming up to 60, so we're backing off there, mirror check, we've got a kink in the road there, brakes, 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 flip it into fourth gear, mirrors, moving out to the left hand side of the road, paint on the road, got our limit point right the way down the road, so in mirrors we're coming right off it, right on the brakes there, brakes, 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 drop it into fourth, make sure we can stop if there's anything blocking that, houses on the left and the right, looking right down the road there, we've got oncoming vehicles and a blind crest, so mirrors, can't really see much there, the camera's a little bit higher, I can't see much now, the view's opened up, so full power. Fifth gear, full power. We've got signs up ahead, paint on the road, right hand bend sign, slight change of road surface, brakes, 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 change of road surface coming up, mirrors, brakes, 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 limit point shut right down there, flip it, we're into third gear, weights transferring, lots of shattered road surface here, mirror check, light on the power, change of road surface, and into fourth gear. Mirrors, moving to the centre of the road, getting a good look around there, mindful of how far we can see, left hand mirror, and take it round the bend. So yeah, this is the road. I mean, this is a very, very low powered vehicle. If you get my Ford ST170 on this, it is absolutely lovely. You can really, you know, you don't never exceed the speed limits, but you can really work the car hard. It's really nice. And I say, I just thought I'd show you the road, and yeah, I can't wait to get it sorted. So there we go, that's most of the bits off with the exception of the manifold and the catalytic converter, so I'm going to be taking those off in the next episode so I can get to the oil separated behind them and change that. But everything else is off. We've got the air conditioning pump off, or the air conditioning compressor, power steering pump, rack, you know, all the major bits are off, so I need to start chasing around now, try and find the bits or try and get them reconditioned, and you know, some of the bits we're going to recondition on the table as well, so I need to buy kits for that. We need to do the calipers too, and you know, get all the suspension components done and get the stuff to the powder coaters, and you know, hundreds and hundreds of things, so we will get on it. So yeah, it's basically sealed now, ready for the winter. So the passenger side has got the anti-gravel on, it's all been rust treated, clear coats on it. The driver's side, I'm just waiting for that feeler to set, and then we're going to basically prime that and anti-gravel it as well. But it's nearly there. So yeah, next episode we're going to start to put some stuff back on this car. So thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll see you for the next one.